What's a family secret you didn't get told until you were older that made things finally make sense? My grandfather did not die of a heart attack in the garage. My grandmother accidentally hit him with the car. I never knew why my grandmother refused to drive anywhere and preferred walking. .. What happened was she was in the driveway trying to back out. He was standing in front of the car guiding her. She thought she was in reverse. She was looking back, pressed the gas, car went forward, and pinned my grandfather against the garage door. He died later that day at the hospital. Again for all the people accusing my poor grandmother. I was 6 at the time, and I still remember her sobbing uncontrollably at his wake, almost screaming. She kept calling out to him. She had to be removed from the room. They had been married 52 years. She never drove after that. She would walk miles to the grocery store. She borrowed a shopping cart and would bring that back and forth. She never spoke about how he died, but spoke about him all the time. She would always tell me stories and ask me about my memories of him so that I wouldn't forget them. She would tell people he died of a heart attack, that she had found him in the garage, which is where I got that story from. I think that was a kind of coping mechanism so that she wouldn't have to deal with the truth. She lived another 23 years with that guilt. She was a strong lady. Many years later, I had overheard my dad telling someone that his father had died of a car accident. I interjected and said he died of a heart attack in a car. That's not a car accident. I was then let in on the family secret. My father always talked about how his brother lied to a doctor so he could get on disability. I thought it was so easy for anyone to get a disability check. All you had to do was tell your doctor you were abducted by aliens. Years later, my father had a mental breakdown. He started telling stories about the government implanting a chip in his brain. He went out and got a CAT scan as proof, and he would point to things that weren't there. My dad was diagnosed as a schizophrenic, and years later, he started collecting a disability check because he couldn't hold a job. Kind of hard to perform any job when every conversation, including interviews, veers into the government trying to fuck me in the ass. As an adult, it dawned on me when my aunt mentioned mental illness runs in the family. My uncle had never lied to his doctor. He told that doctor what he believed to be the absolute truth. He had been abducted by aliens. That a huge number of my relatives on my dad's side have killed themselves. My brother, grandfather, 4 cousins, 1 uncle, and 5 great uncles, and of those remaining most have schizophrenia. There are usually only 1 or 2 people per generation that don't kill themselves, or need medication, or need to be put away. This was a big unspoken family secret. Both my mom and I had no idea until my brother killed himself. To answer some of the more common questions, yes, all of the people that have killed themselves in the last few generations have been male. Almost all of them, with only 2 or 3 exceptions, were between 16 to 19 years old. Some of the girls in my family have attempted suicide, but haven't succeeded, including myself, but that was 16 years ago, and I'm doing fine now. Of my siblings, my oldest sister was diagnosed with bipolar. My second oldest sister is completely fine and well adjusted. It confuses everyone. My brother killed himself, and I was diagnosed with schizophrenia, but between medication and therapy I live my life 100% normal. I don't try to hide it, but most of the people I know don't know I have any sort of mental illness. In regards to having children, my husband and I decided to not have children, but that has very little to do with my family's medical history of mental illness, or my family's medical history of heart disease and strokes. It was our personal decision. Both of my sisters have children, and not a single one of them has killed themselves or even tried. After my brother died, we have put a lot of effort into making sure that everyone in my family understands that going to a psychiatrist is just like going to a family doctor or heart doctor, and that it's stupid to not take care of all of your health. Obviously it's not 100% perfect. My oldest nephew has substance abuse problems, but it's nowhere near the chaos that it was in my family when mental illness was treated as some sort of shameful family curse. From my father's family line, my great-grandfather killed my great-grandmother with an axe while she was sleeping. My grandma, who was the oldest one, raised all of her siblings. She was 19 at the time and just married my granddad. who was 19 too. Youngest sister was just 2 years old. They were 9 in total. I knew my grandma raised all her siblings, but I always thought it was because her mother died from some illness. I just found out when I was 17 and asked my aunt. Edit. Wow. This really blew up. Thanks for the upvotes and the kind words. Grandma is a real hero indeed. She always tells stories of how she managed to feed so many people. They were really poor back in those ages. First of all, mandatory. English is not my first language. Sorry for any grammar mistake. It's crazy and sad at the same time how many people have similar stories. I'll try to answer some questions. But why did he kill her? Did he go to prison? He was an alcoholic, came home drunk one night, and had the idea that she was cheating on him. She wasn't. Actually, he was the one who was having an affair and even had a kid with another woman. I never met them. He went to prison, got cancer and died. Nobody wanted to claim the corpse and give him a funeral. Sorry if this is intrusive or offensive in any way, but schizophrenia or some related mental illness wasn't the reason for the murder, was it? I suspect he had some mental illness, but he was never diagnosed. This was in the 50s, and we are from Uruguay. Mental illness was a taboo back in those days. So did your grandparents end up having biological children as well? Yes, my father was born 10 years after that, and my aunt, the one who told me the story, was born 25 years after that. Last year, I found out my dad isn't actually my biological father. He got my sisters and me those ancestry DNA kits for Christmas to do for fun as a family, and once we got the results, it showed he wasn't my biological father. The faked up thing is my mom knew the whole time and never told anyone. For 26 years she kept this a secret and never had any intention of telling the truth. When I confronted her about it, she denied and denied, and then once I showed her the results, she finally confessed. She'd had an affair with her college boyfriend while my dad was on a business trip for a couple months. After I found all of this out, things finally started making sense. Her and I have never had a great relationship. I always envied other girls growing up that had great mother/daughter relationships and never understood why that couldn't be me. She was very verbally and sometimes physically abusive towards me growing up, but never towards my sisters. She knew I was the product of her affair, and she was ashamed, so she would take it out on me. I was always told I was 6 weeks premature, but now I know she was lying, so she could keep her timeline straight so my dad wouldn't find out about the affair. She had another affair with my soccer coach when I was 10, which led to my parents' divorce later that year, and blamed me for it. All of her wrongdoings, she would blame me for, and now it all makes sense. She's a really messed up woman. I'm not on speaking terms with her anymore, nor do I really care to meet my biological father. Maybe someday, but I'm not ready to. My relationship with my dad has never been better, and that's all I really care about. Edit. Holy shit, I did not expect this thread to blow up like this. I added some more text for clarification about a few things. Also, thank you kind strangers for my first silvers and my first gold. Edit 2. Forgot to add thank you to everyone for your comments and kind words. It really does mean a lot to hear such nice things, so thank you. My grandma remarried when my mom was a toddler. Turns out that BO dad was cheating on grandma with her best friend, resulting in a child and a divorce. He recently passed away after having no contact with us since he left grandma. Turns out our family was his secret family that his current family never knew about. He also mentioned that it's very likely my mom has a couple dozen half siblings in Vietnam. Also, he left all his money to his favorite prostitute in his will. Edit. Wow, didn't expect so many responses on this. Sounds like a few people are in similar situations too. Let me clear up a few things people have asked about. While in Vietnam, it was common for soldiers to rape many women. He did this in several villages and farms. None of it was consensual. While the prostitute did get the money in the will, it was hardly anything. He was in a lot of medical debt and didn't have much. His other family did take it to court to contest the will, though I'm not sure how it ended because my mother made it clear that she didn't want a penny from him. His daughter, my mom's half sister, had no idea that he had another family before having her. She only found out as he confessed it when he was near dying. She got in touch with us, but my mother perhaps rudely, but what she felt she had to do made it clear that we wanted nothing to do with them. My grandmother was a hard drug addict. She was a nurse and basically Nurse Jackied her way into stealing dilaudid hydromorphone from the hospital and shooting it up for a decade or so. I still don't know the real specifics, but this was happening when I was roughly 1 to 10 years old, and I was told about it when I was in my mid-20s. She was never noticeably out of it, but I remember her being super chill every time she watched us and rarely ever drove us anywhere. Now I understand that she was just stoned sideways and wasn't going to risk driving us kids around while she was under the influence. Another odd thing, when she was stoned she would always eat ice chips. She's sober now and doesn't anymore, but I remember her chomping on ice cubes all day long when we were little. Edit. I just spoke to my mother to make sure my facts were straight. A few things to add. I was younger than 10 when this all went down. Changed my age above to 1 to 10 years old. She was not shooting narcotics for years. She was abusing pain pills, Demerol, 4 years 1 to 6 months. After she switched to injecting Dilaudid/Demerol, she was noticed at the hospital and drug tested on the spot. Her license was revoked, but she went through the rehabilitation programs and got her license back and continued working as a nurse until she retired. Mom said that she had always chomped ice because she is anemic and because of pica. Though plenty of people have suggested that opiates and ice chomping run hand in hand. Mom tells me that grandma isn't the same woman she once was. She used to have a confidence about her like aura that followed her into every room. She demanded respect and fought hard for the things she believed in. Her strong will is no longer a part of her. Almost as if the shame and ridicule of her character has snuffed out the flame she once had. I always have and always will love her unconditionally. She is our matriarch. My mom was in the hospital, so I flew home. Me and my dad were hanging out getting drunk, and he started telling me family secrets, almost like he was trying to get a reaction out of me. An uncle was molested, an estranged aunt might actually have a different father than we thought, etc. The one that really got me was when he revealed that he used to do coke. I was imagining he meant like in his 20s. I said, when did you stop? And he said, I think you were about 19. Like faking what, man? My entire childhood? And he said, yup. Did mom know? Yes. How much? About a gram a week. At first it was completely insane to me, but looking back it made a ton of stuff make way more sense. Crazy mood swings, explosive fights. 1 minute he would be fine, and then suddenly he would be raving about something. I knew he drank, so I always blamed the instability in the house on that. But finding out he was regularly doing coke all my life was both astounding, and it made complete sense. Shortly after I met my now fiance's parents, I met her dad's parents. They both lived in a trailer, and when I walked in, I only saw grandma, so I asked where grandpa is, and she says, oh, he's in his room. Come to find out later, he's actually locked in there all the time. He's not allowed in the rest of the trailer. He can leave, but if he's there he has to stay in his room. After talking with fiance some more, I find out grandma would always tell the kids that grandpa was a bad man and they should stay away from him. Now that struck me as a bit fucking odd. A couple years later, they're both dead, and I find out at their funeral that grandma was disowned by her very Italian, very Catholic mother after she got pregnant with some guy from the Navy. She married him, but never forgave him for it, and he lived the worst life imaginable till he was 88. Edit 1. How is this more upvoted than the meme I made? Ugh. Edit 2. A lot of people are commenting that he lived this way for 88 years, but he died at 88, still a long time, but he wasn't married from birth, guys. People have wondered if there was rap involved. I seriously doubt it. This woman hated most people, including me. Her husband was frail and very quiet when I met him, which doesn't mean he was always that way, but he seemed like a very sweet old guy, if a little oppressed. When I met her, she was essentially Tony Soprano's mom, only her husband wasn't dead yet. Edit 3. Clarification on some details from the fiancé. The biggest problem was that she was Catholic and he was Serbian Orthodox, a major factor in her being disowned. Here comes some religions planning. You see, Catholic moms apparently really don't like it when their daughters fuck Orthodox dudes apparently. So that just adds to all the issues. We are only scratching the surface of grandma here. She constantly lied to her family about petty things, constantly guilt tripping, verbally abusing her husband who was an alcoholic, but from what it seems, a pretty quiet one. People are wondering if he actually did something wrong. Probably, but she was the kind of person that expected literal perfection from everyone, so I don't exactly trust her. I have a great aunt whose children look nothing like her husband. Turns out he had mumps as a kid, and it left him sterile. So he asked a buddy to contribute, because he and his wife wanted kids. They kept this secret, insisting that the kids looked like someone on great uncle's side of the family. We never met any of them, 4 years until his funeral, when she decided to tell her kids that their biological donor was a man who died in the army. Yeah, it was weird. But it caused exactly the kind of chaos that great uncle would have loved. He wasn't a bad person, but he loved to cause some shock and horror on occasion, and the idea the whole family would be freaking out over this instead of crying for him would have made him laugh himself sick. Things he did while alive included the time he gave me a pet chicken without any input from my parents, the day he packed up a bunch of cousins and took us all to a theme park instead of to the boring family gathering he was supposedly headed. 2. In the days before cell phones, and how he handled his son being gay. Long story short on that last one, he was scolding his daughter about being sexually active at 15, and lamented, "I specifically told you all to be gay until you got out of high school. Did no one obey me?" His son replied with, "I did, I'm gay, dad." And his response was, "See, he knows how to obey his father. This is why he's my favorite, you know." This was all done in a restaurant, while other family members looked horrified. And yes, my cousin really was / is gay. His sister had a baby at 17 and her father's reaction to that was, "Well, the time to yell at you is over. If you're keeping it, we'd better start buying clothes. Kids are messy." My dad never called his stepmom anything but her real name, Margaret. He has 7 brothers and sisters and they all called her mom or some form of that. When I got older it turns out my grandpa was actually cheating on my real grandma, my dad's mom, with Margaret, while she was dying for colon cancer. My dad was 5 when she dies, and as she was dying my dad had to call my grandpa to tell him to come home, because she was dying. After that Margaret and her 3 kids moved in, and my dad was forced to live with his sister who was 18 and married. This was late 70s backcountry, so not abnormal for the time. From then until he turned 16, when he decided to move in with his best friend and his mom. So I learned that he probably has always had resentment towards Margaret because of everything that happened when he was so young, and never wanted to call her anything that resembled a mother, because that's not what she was to him. My late father was a great dad, went to work, came home every night, and nothing was really out of the ordinary, except that he would ask my sisters and I to let him use the money from our piggy banks. My granddad lived with us, and he had a great pension and relatively no bills, so he spoiled us rotten, and would always give us money, because he knew we had it, but told us not to tell anyone, and that he'd give it back. He would also really only have 2 moods, really cranky or extremely sweet. My sisters and I called it his nice face. This was all we knew until I was about in 8th grade. We went to a private school and my dad would tell us school was cancelled. There was a gas leak, institute etc. And we would stay home. When we would go back to school, nobody else would know what we meant as they had been in school. One day, just before my graduation, my mom let out a scream and started screaming. Our house was being foreclosed on and my dad hadn't been paying the mortgage and had been trying to cover up for the fact that he had been a functional cocaine addict. The nice face was when he was high. The school absences were because he'd spent tuition money on drugs and then had to pay before my mom caught wind. Apparently, it had gotten worse by this time, but he'd been an addict for more than 20 years and none of us knew. I was an only child and my mother was 40 and father 50 when they had me. They had gotten together rather late in life. My mother always told me that my father didn't want her to get pregnant because he was afraid she was too old and didn't want anything happening to her or the baby. After my father passed away at the age of 95, I took my mother to the social security office to take care of paperwork. One of the questions they asked was whether there were any other potential beneficiaries of my father's benefits, such as other children or ex-wives. Being an only child, I immediately answered no. My mother looked at me sheepishly and answered, "That's not exactly correct." It was then, at the age of 45 in the Social Security building, that I learned that my father had previously been married in his 20s and had had a child. Mother and baby died during childbirth. It explained why my parents never had children until late at life, and why he had not wanted to. Okay, so, when I was a little kid my uncle had something going on. As a small child the details were frequently lost to me, so after a while I just kind of accepted it. Now he is also a notorious checkester, so I never knew when he was being serious. One time I was sitting with my uncle, and he was talking about a recent doctor's visit. He told me, entirely straight-faced, that he had eaten some watermelon seeds by mistake, and they had taken root and sprouted in his stomach, so he had to get them removed. To my 8-year-old self this made complete sense, and I took his advice to be very diligent when consuming my soccer practice watermelon slices, avoiding all of the seeds, and that was basically it. I went on through life just accepting this whole story, never questioned it, until I was around 13, when somehow realization just clicked into place where holy shit, my uncle had cancer. Somehow this had slipped past my gullible child mind for years, and there was never a moment where my parents decided to tell me about it. Instead, at some point in my teens it was just common knowledge. My uncle is now entirely healthy, nothing ever came back, and he continues to troll me and my siblings whenever he gets the chance. The man I grew up knowing as my grandpa is actually my mum's stepdad. My mum's biological father left to get her a cake on her 2nd birthday and never returned. It wasn't until my grandmother tried to track him down for a divorce, after moving in with my grandpa, that he decided he wanted to see his children when my mother was 7 years old. Then, when she was 9, he rapped my mother. I always wondered why every year we went to the common Irish last name reunion when my family's name was common German last name. My mother told me when I was 13. We were at the common Irish last name reunion when my friend and I were swept up in the river. We almost drowned. I got out of the water before my friend and my cousins pulled her out of the water from their boat. A man that I had never actually met, though I saw him every year, had been running along the riverbank and pretty much tackled me when I got out of the water. I remember him stroking my hair and talking about how happy he was that I was safe. He grabbed me by the arm and walked me back to the campsite where the reunion was held. I remember feeling super uneasy because I was alone with him and everyone always told me not to talk to him. When we got back to the campsite, my mother came running for me, pushed the man, and started yelling at him about how he was never to touch me. When she asked me if I was okay, she asked if he touched me in any way that made me scared or uncomfortable. Then, she cried and told me that he was actually her dad, and what happened to her after that. Every time he saw me at the reunion, and when he was dying, he insisted that I call him grandpa, and it never stopped giving me the heebie-jeebies. That really sucks. There are only 2 outcomes in that scenario, and it sounds like your dad opted for the crappier one. I had a huge crush on a guy I used to work with when I was in high school. He was a few years older than me and had a steady girlfriend. One night we were closing and he started venting about his girlfriend and how he had been considering breaking up with her for some time. He had talked with her about the relationship and was just trying to figure out what he wanted to do because he wanted to end it. He was also considering trying to go back to school and she wasn't being supportive. A few months later, shortly before I left for college, he put his notice in. He said he had to get a better paying job because his girlfriend got pregnant. It came out later that she stopped taking her birth control because she was afraid he'd leave, so she wanted to get pregnant. He's a good guy, so he stepped up. It worked out. They now have 3 kids, got married, he's a great dad, and they seem really happy. But I'm sure those first couple of years were incredibly rocky. My grandma ran away with my grandfather when she was 15 and he was 18. She had her first child a month before she turned 16 and had 3 kids before age 20. They have 5 kids total and were dirt poor for a long time, but have been married for 58 years now and have 2, soon 3, great grandchildren, and they are young enough to be actively involved in all of our lives, and they do everything with us. I always wondered why my grandma looked so much younger than my friend's grandparents, and I didn't do the math until I was older. Edit. She didn't run away because she hated her family or because she had already gotten pregnant. She moved away with him because she loved him, and even though he had a lot of flaws all stemming from growing up homeless, yes, really, they worked through them all. She missed her mom and dad and siblings so much she told me she cried every night for like 3 years because she was so homesick. She had a very loving family, but they did not give her permission to marry my grandfather, so they ran away. I love them both with all my heart, and my grandma is an absolute saint. She's like my best friend. And at first they were dirt poor and my grandpa worked 2 jobs, but over the years he started his own office janitorial business, and it became successful, and my grandma did classes at community college, night school, online master's program, and eventually got a doctorate in seminary. And over these years they have been wonderful parents / grandparents, and I couldn't ask to have a better family. I joined my karate dojo when I was about 5, which I've regularly been to before, because my brother was a part of it before me. I never wondered why he joined or how he started karate when he was only 4, because it was just a regular part of life for me. I was only 1 when he joined the dojo. Once, I was screwing around on a school Chromebook and thought it would be fun to look up the names of my family. At some point, I looked up family name, city I live in, and found a news article which featured names which were suspiciously exactly the ones in our family. Apparently, a dude who was getting chased by the police for stealing cars and high out of his mind ran into a home of 4. In Canada it's actually common to leave your front door unlocked when you're home, and took my father hostage with a knife to his throat. There was a part about my brother, aged 4 at the time, grabbing his plastic samurai sword. We regularly visit family in Japan, he probably got it there, and running to where my father was taken hostage. Point of course, my mother took my brother and ran, but I, aged 12 months, was left in my bedroom, sleeping. My father calmly talked to the crazy car stealing dude, and the police managed to get him out alive. When I talked to my dad about it over the phone, he said he still has scars from the incident. I asked my mother about it too, and she confirmed this all is true, adding in small details about running to the neighbor's home and the police being shocked by the information of a baby being in the house. A couple months later, I was trying to make small talk with my mother and ended up asking why my brother joined the karate dojo. She said, "You don't know? Something happened that made him want to get stronger." That was when I connected the dots, and that my brother joined the dojo at such a young age because he couldn't save his dad with the plastic samurai sword. TLDR, my family was attacked by a crazy car stealing drug dude, and my brother joined the karate dojo because of the experience. Point edit. Yes, I realize that keeping your door unlocked in Canada isn't very common anymore. This was years ago, and I would like to elaborate. This was when you were home. When you went out, you'd lock the doors, but when you were inside, you'd keep it unlocked. I mean, my parents learned from the experience, and my mom is very paranoid about whether or not we lock the door. My dad witnessed a friend of his shoot himself in the head. When he was a teenager, they were having a small get together at his friend's house, and he went to the other room and came back with his dad's revolver. He then put it to head and squeezed the trigger. My dad and his friends thought it was an elaborate joke until they started seeing the blood pooling around his head. My mom told me about this when I was around 18, and I didn't hear the story directly from my dad until this past Christmas. When I heard about it though, things started to make sense. Why my dad didn't want me playing with realistic looking when I was a kid. Point. Like, I remember I was playing with the neighbor's kid one day and he let me borrow one of his cap guns and we were pretending to shoot each other on my porch. My dad saw us pointing the guns at each other and flipped out. He grabbed the gun from my hand and smashed it into pieces on the railing and told my friend to go home. I didn't understand why he got so angry back then, but now I understand it was probably hard for him to see his kid pointing what looked a lot like a real gun at someone. Dad and his brother hate each other. His dad, my grandfather, was dying. He needed a kidney. Dad was a match and didn't donate. Once he passed, sheet kicked off for real. I always thought it was due to my dad not giving the kidney. My dad drinks a lot. It would affect him greatly to give up a kidney. There were many accusations about his drinking and being selfish. After the funeral we were asked to come take a lot of his belongings and his brother showed up and made a big scene. I broke it up and went to talk to my uncle. I was like, what the fuck, and didn't make progress. Keep in mind that I'm like 30 plus. In the middle of this last year it all became 100% clear. My uncle likes to play the victim, but was piece of shit trying to cover his ass. My uncle has been married 6 times. He lied to his wife about how many marriages he had. He is a serial cheater. During the numerous hospital stays of my grandfather, my uncle would travel to be with his dad, but in reality he was out faking everything that moved, namely a nurse looking after my grandfather. At this time he is married to wife 6. She thinks she is 3rd and has his first child who is about 10. Uncle had always been this guy, but it blew up when my dad was hanging out with his bro and his brother's business partner. Dad got drunk and laid all his brother's dirty laundry out to the business partner. All of it, every detail. The business partner jokingly made comments about it in proximity of the current wife. This obviously caused tension. Tension that eventually had the partners separate. Uncle went nuclear on dad about it. Dad told him 1, if he was that upset about it, why does he keep doing it, and 2, back the fuck off unless he wants him to lay all his shit out to the current wife. So all this time, all this hate due to uncle trying to keep his secret and masking it as my dad being a piece of shit alcoholic or wanting to stop drinking and save his dad's life. My mother has had a rough past. She was kicked out of her house at 16 and got pregnant at 18 and decided to keep the baby, my half brother, after having several abortions before. His father hung himself. My mom found him, and so my mom had to take care of my brother alone. For 3 months, my brother was forced to live with his grandparents, his dad's parents, while my mom tried to pull her life together. When she finally did, she met my dad and later had my sisters and I. My grandma, mom's mom, moved in with us. She was only supposed to stay with us for 3 months, but ended up staying for 10 years, and I always wondered why she lived with us. Turns out my mother didn't want to throw her out on the streets like my grandma did to her, and so she let her stay with us. I later found out my brother moved out when she moved in with us because he resents her for not supporting him, and my mom. Addition story. I just recently found out my dad watched his stepdad and uncle die in a motorcycle accident, which is why my parents never let us ride on / own motorcycles. My parents separated when I was young, probably around 9 or 10, but the signs were there 4 years prior. My dad slept on the couch, and when I asked, they both said that the other's snoring kept them awake. They are both horrendous snorers, so this seemed plausible to young me. One day, my mom sits me and my half brother down to tell us that her and my dad, not my brother's dad, are getting a divorce. I didn't ask why, I just cried, but quickly got over it. They actually didn't get legally divorced until I was around 14, but that's besides the point. Fast forward to the present, I'm a freshman in college, and I'm on the phone with my dad roughly a week ago, and we get on the topic of my mother divorcing my stepdad and her getting a new apartment. He starts just talking about my mom, and how apparently she accused him of cheating, and that's what started to drive them apart, and eventually she confessed that she was seeing someone else. My parents got divorced because my mom tried to shift the blame. I'm not allowed to let my mom know that I know this, and I can't really look at her in the same way, but I still love her because she's my mother. At least I wasn't the reason for the divorce, right? Saw this above as well. I was 13 years old when I learned that my father was not my biological father. I confronted my mother and she denied it until I gave his name. It was my grandmother who told me drunkenly. Everyone in my family knew, extended and all. I ended up finding him on my own though Facebook and other avenues. I ended up meeting him at 14 and gained a whole family after that. Aunts, uncles, a brother and sister, grandmother, everything. I was able to spend 4 years with him before he passed away from cancer. I visit that side of my family every chance I get. They are some of the most genuine and loving people I have in life. But I wouldn't have changed it. I had an adoptive father, didn't know he wasn't biological until the secret was let out, that raised me since birth. I'm his only child, and I could not ask for a better dad. Even after him and my mom split, he was the best father I could have ever asked for. I really wouldn't change it for the world. My grandparents had one hell of a time getting together. My great-grandfather, grandma's dad, hated my grandfather. He hated his entire family. Turns out, it's cause one of his brothers, grandpa, was the youngest of 7 boys, married one of my grandma's sisters. Grandma was the third of 4 girls. He just never bothered to get a divorce from his first wife. First point also, same great-grandfather was such a bastard. According to my older relatives, he died when my mom was a kid because he was abandoned as a kid. He came home from school one day and his entire family had moved without telling him. It took him years to find them again. And grandpa's dad was his stepdad. Sorta. My grandpa found out in the 70s that he was using the wrong last name. Great-grandma married P, but then when P was gone, dead or left, she married B, but grandpa was young, so he never knew B wasn't his dad. He found out when my mom was in high school. Although, if you ask my grandma, she thinks B really is genetically his father. They look too much alike for coincidence. There you have it. My trailer park soap opera family. My aunt had breast cancer and later, a mastectomy. This happened when I was a little kid, like around 6 to 8 years old. I remember her being really sickly, chemo, and the family talking about how she might not be able to have children before she died. The most vivid memory I have is from when we went to visit her house, and I went sneaking around in her room, where I wasn't normally allowed. I freaked out and started crying, because there was a wig head sitting out with my aunt's hair on it. Her hair could come off. If this realization wasn't traumatizing enough, her drawer had boobs in it. I honestly don't remember how my parents consoled me, only that they were laughing a lot. It didn't dawn on me until years later that she just had multiple wigs after losing her hair, and the boobs were probably inserts so she could fill out a bra after she lost her breasts. R.I.P. Aunt Hope. I'm sorry, I thought you were some kind of cyborg with detachable bits. I found out I was Jewish in high school. I know some people might be like, oh why, is that so shocking? Well, here's a short history lesson. My grandmother grew up under a dictatorship in the Dominican Republic and couldn't practice her Judaism openly. She and other ancestors of the past, since the Spanish Inquisition, have not been able to be openly Jewish and have lived in extremely isolated communities where you could only marry cousins to continue the bloodline. Yes, this has caused a lot of genetic issues in my family, but there wasn't exactly a choice. Anyways, up to the present, I'm now the last practicing Jew in my family left, and first openly Jewish person. FYI, the Spanish Inquisition started in 1478 and ended like 400 years later, until 1834. Even after the Inquisition, there's still negative ramifications in the religious sector on how Jews are seen, since it's still believed that Jews killed Jesus. A lot of Latin Americans are religious, or at least spiritual, and the culture revolves around religious Christian holidays and traditions. It makes me sad knowing there's years of tradition lost that I don't know about. So basically, I had a mini identity crisis in high school because a lot of Hispanics are Catholic/Christian and don't really believe there's Hispanic Jews. Also, I don't really look Dominican, even though my ancestors were literally one of the first few people on the island. I wasn't Catholic per se, but one thing I always knew is that I was Jewish. I used to say it when I was young in Catholic school, but my teachers were confused, and my parents too. My mom found out we were Jewish and told me in some of the traditions we had made sense. Another weird thing is that growing up I used to wear this necklace with a Hebrew character, and my mom told me she thought it was the character for pi. I told her it wasn't. I'm more spiritual than religious, but I do believe there's something out there that led me to this conclusion. Before meeting my mom, my dad had a kid with this girl he was seeing. Baby had leukemia and passed away really young. He was a toddler. They split after the death. A year later she was dying due to drug abuse. She spiraled after the kid's death. She asks my dad to come visit her on her deathbed. She said that maybe he wasn't my dad's, but she was in love with her cousin who was a piece of shit druggie, who got her huked, and that she was sleeping with him at the same time. My dad had my oldest siblings already, and took good care of them as a single dad, so she figured that either way he's the better father and no one would accept an incest family. We will never know. My dad's dead, and we can't exhume that body for curiosity. I found out as my oldest sibling remembered this kid. He was about 7 at the time, and was then told not to mention anything after he died. We were having drinks, and he decided to tell me as I joked that dad was a player. Are we sure we don't have more siblings? Then another incident from a few years ago clicked in my head. My dad was so bent out of shape of my stepmom being close to her cousin visiting that a bar fight broke out during a house party with the two of them. Now that made a ton of sense. My mother never let my siblings and I go over to my aunt's house for long periods of time, i.e., more than one night, to have a sleepover and watch movies and eat junk food, usual Friday night stuff. My mom is #7 in a line of 8 kids, so my sibs and I are next to youngest in the cousin lineup, and I'm the only one my age. My oldest cousin now is almost 50, and I'm 27. Background set: we never stayed longer than a night. When I was a teenager, mom cautioned me against hanging out with female cousin 1 and 2, for the sake of anonymity, no names. Then I hit high school senior year, and FC1 didn't seem all that great. She tried to get me to smoke, drink, watch porn, and denounce my faith. FC2 offered her address for birth control deliveries, even though she knew I didn't want to have sex before marriage, and let it hang in the air that when I turned 18, I could smoke with her, even though I didn't and don't smoke. I was 15. I knew FC1 had issues with reality, and that her brother was crazed, but I didn't know at the time that FC2 wanted to mold me into a little version of her, despite trying to keep me away from the other cousins and continually talking about them behind their backs. When I entered undergrad in 2011, mom asked me if I knew why she kept me away from all the other cousins and discouraged me from hanging out at my aunt's house. I didn't. I thought it was because it made me snappy and mean with my siblings. Turns out it was the place where my cousins gathered to smoke, drink, do heaven knows what other drugs, jerk it, and have sex with each other. My mother embraced being a hard ass in my eyes so she could protect me from all that crap, and I never even knew it until years and years later. She saved my and my siblings' innocence. Thanks, mom. Seriously. Thank you. Ever since I remember, there has always been discussion about the paintings. I never really understood what they were talking about. Now and then the questions regarding them just crop up. When my great-grandmother died and my grandmother brother passed, I learned that my grandmother owns extremely valuable and significant paintings. We are talking about in the hundreds of thousands of euros each. They are also very significant art history-wise, and many art experts have been there to evaluate them. Their histories are also tied to our family. If when my grandmother dies, these paintings will destroy the family, which is common knowledge among us, and something my grandmother doesn't want to happen. When my grandmother's brother died, part of the family refused to be in touch in any way. They want nothing to do with each other. This is just something that we don't talk about, but everyone knows it is looming. This shadow haunts the remaining family who have inheritance rights. Issue is that few of them have debts that has already been foreclosed from the inheritance. So my father is only one who has 100% control of their share. I never understood the talk about the paintings, but now I know. Now it really does bother me, because those paintings have great historical value, are significant art historically, and extremely valuable. Also they hold great value to our family, because some people in our family are in the paintings now. This all might sound posh, as if we are a rich family. We aren't. The family was rich back in the days of my great-grandfather. There is barely any cash, but there is a lot of historically and culturally valuable things. So valuable that, when my great-grandmother died, my country's National Museum requested to have 2 paintings. They were given with the condition that they are to be on display or they are to be returned. The National Archive was given huge dresser full of original sheet music. with the condition that family has right to see them if they want, and any personal things such as notes and letters are returned to us. As a lover of my nation's art and history, I want none of these things to be lost or sold to pay off debts. I also don't want my family not to fall apart. For me it was kinda the opposite, was told when I was younger, but I didn't come to fully understand how faked up the situation was until I was older. It's a pretty complicated story, but essentially my grandma stole my mom's house and made up an elaborate story to fool my mom into thinking that taxes were never paid on a house she bought over 2 decades ago and that it was foreclosed. The truth was that she fabricated the story to keep her house. My mom immigrated to America over 20 years ago and worked insanely hard to support herself and our family. She grew up super poor in Mexico, and so she's always had a great work ethic and invested her money pretty wisely. She bought property near Mexico City because she always had plans to return to Mexico. Unfortunately, she trusted my grandma a little too much and pretty much gave her the money to buy the property and never obtained any documents on the house. She told my now deceased Uncle Gabriel to take care of the house. He got to live there, rent out part of it, and with that money he was supposed to pay the taxes on the house. It was an insanely fair deal. Fast forward maybe like 10 years later, and my uncle told my mom that he never paid taxes on the property and that the house was foreclosed or something of the sort. Obviously my mom was super upset about the situation because she never knew he had stopped paying taxes on the house. She stopped talking to him, and unfortunately he passed away not long after, and it devastated my mom because she stopped talking to her brother over a house, and it made her feel insanely guilty. Fast forward another year or so, and my sister and I took a summer-long vacation in Mexico to visit my grandma. While we were visiting, we stayed in a house that my grandma said we weren't allowed to talk about with my mom. My mom was always under the impression that my grandma was living in the home my mom grew up in. I didn't question anything about it because my grandma raised me, and just like anyone else's grandma, you trust her more than anyone, right? It didn't occur to me that something was up until many years later when my sister and I were talking about our vacation. It was weird that my grandma kept this secret. And we also remembered that my other grandma once said it's oddly strange that the house your mom lost is in the same location as the house your grandma currently lives in. Yeah, after putting these obvious red flags together, I 100% can confirm that my grandma stole my mom's house. There's a ton of other details that play a big part into this story, but it's insanely complicated. My cousin is not my aunt's actual child, but that isn't the craziest part. My cousin looks Hispanic and has traditionally Hispanic features, darker skin, and blackish brown hair, and my family is German/Irish. We all either have red or blonde hair, blue or green eyes, and freckles. So it was pretty obvious, and all us kids just thought she cheated on my uncle, and it's whatever, people do that. However, about 5 years ago my mom told me that my aunt didn't cheat, but that all the adults are 100% positive that the hospital mixed up the babies. My cousin was born on the same day another little boy was born in the same hospital. My aunt and this woman both named their sons the same first and middle name, but the last names were very similar. For example, this isn't their name, but to give you an idea, my family's last name, Gomez/their family's last name, Gomez. This was the late 70s, so I guess the record keeping wasn't fantastic. But that really pieces it together why my uncle didn't leave my aunt for straight up cheating. They actually have a wonderful relationship, and as a kid I was always like, that's so weird, why isn't he mad? When I was really young, 6 to 8 years old, my dad was in jail. That I didn't know until I grew older. Since I stopped seeing my dad, actually he's never really been part of my life. People would talk to me a lot about him and wouldn't mind talking about his bad sides. I always acted as if I knew the stories, but I actually learned them as they told me. Family from mom's side, dad family side I'm still in contact with, friends of my mom that knew my dad. When I think back about it, it made sense. I would always be sad because my dad went missing for a while. I got to see him in prison though. When he was almost done with his sentence, he was allowed to see his family in some kind of condo for the weekend. My mom made it look like vacation because it was 2H right point. I also recently learned the reason why he was in jail, and so many of my other's uncles, his brothers. One died 5 years ago after being shot by the police after a failed bank robbery. Doesn't happen often here in Quebec. My mom's parents divorced because my grandma cheated on my grandpa and then married the man she dated while she was still married to my grandpa. Apparently, while the divorce was going down, my mom used to hang out with skinheads and warlocks at random graveyards. She was a stupid teenager. My grandpa was depressed, and my grandma partied with her new partner almost constantly, so my mom didn't have much support outside of her demon-worshipping skinhead friends. My grandparents divorced, and my grandma married the man she was dating through all of that, and they've been happily married ever since. My grandpa got married too, when I was a toddler. Thanks to that, I have 2 sets of grandparents on my mom's side. I still love my grandparents as any kid would, and my grandparents love me, just as any grandparent would, despite the messy situation, because that's all I've ever known. Things calmed down when I was born. I was born with cystic fibrosis and pulmonary atresia, so it was all hands on deck. My birth essentially healed everyone's relationship with everyone else, because I needed everyone to take care of me, so I wouldn't die. Now, I'm almost 18, and thanks to them, and the good Lord above, I'm just as healthy as any normal person. I'm the only person in the history of ever to have been cured of pulmonary atresia. My heart valve just grew back when I was 6 years old, which is technically impossible considering stem cells don't last longer than several years, and I went through 2 open heart surgeries to remove and replace chunks of my heart prior to the healing. And my CF, while a severe and an aggressive breed of CF that affects everything imaginable, hasn't gotten in my way like it has to others with my same kind of CF. While the family secret messed me up for a few months, it wasn't detrimental to any of my relationships in my family. If anything, the honesty helped me to trust them even more. My mom's mom and her husband take me to play paintball and introduced me to some of the best video games and movies I've ever enjoyed. And my mom's dad and his wife have taken me to the family farm where grandpa grew up and taught me how to ride horses, hunt and fish, and gave me total freedom to explore the 1,000-acre farm on my dirt bike. But, best of all, my grandparents have shown me unconditional love and support. I'm truly blessed. My grandpa on my mother's side is from Italy. He lived there for the first few months of his life, maybe a year or 2 before my great-grandparents immigrated to the US. He has lived such an interesting life he could write a book on it, I swear to God. Here's a few examples of this man's insane life. He fought in Vietnam and served as a radio man in active combat. He was almost killed multiple times, but the giant radio he carried around stopped bullets from hitting him on multiple occasions. He was the first chair violin for the Houston Symphony. He taught Janis Joplin the chords to Summertime. He has played with numerous famous musicians. The list of instruments he is prolific with is insane as well. However, going back to the family secret that I learned about him, his parents fled Italy because my great-grandfather pissed off the mafia and had a hit on his head, so they fled here to the US to get away. It worked and they all live thankfully, but it is so crazy to think about. I had always known from a young age that I was adopted, but was never told who my birth family was. Being a very imaginative child, I used to make up these grandiose stories of my real parents being royalty and whatnot. I started questioning my parents and they would always either change the subject or tell me they didn't know who my parents were. By the time I was 13, it had become painfully obvious that they knew and were hiding it from me. I had a full-on breakdown and told my dad that I knew they were lying to me and that I really wanted to know. Finally, he decided I was able to handle it. His sister had me when she was just barely 16. Since his wife had already had 4 children and a hysterectomy, they wouldn't be able to have any kids together. So when an ill-equipped teenage mother gave birth to a 3-month premature baby, they stepped up and got her to sign full custody over to them. I'm thankful every day that they did, because I couldn't stand her, even before I knew she was my birth mother. She is unintelligent, obnoxious, and my half brother and sister turned out horrible. I got a great education, and had a fairly healthy family life in comparison to what it could have been. That my grandmother was sold to my grandpa at a very young age, and he was a super old bastard of man. When he bought her she was like 14, and he was well in his 50s, and she was his third wife. His first two wives died because he refused to take care of them when they fell ill. He was an awful man and didn't care for any of the kids or her. He ended up being killed by being run over by a truck. My grandma laughs about it to this day. However, this left her as a super young mom with like 7 kids to take care of. It makes sense for a few reasons. One being that my grandma loves my dad more than any of his other siblings. I learned it's because he was born prematurely with some medical issues and my grandpa wanted to just get rid of him instead of caring for him, but my grandma refused, and he eventually recovered and grew up just fine. My dad also laughs about his death. The second reason is just the way my grandma is. She is a hard-working woman, but she doesn't take any fucking shit. Tough as nails. She's around 90-year-old now and there isn't a single thing she won't take care of by herself. One day during a doctor's visit, it was determined that I needed 3 separate prescriptions. I was about 14 at the time, so my mother accompanied me to my doctor visits. After scheduling our follow-up, we exited the office and my mother was trying to figure out what one of the medications was called again. I'm one of 6 kids. My mother is unflappable. She might get upset or annoyed at times, but I had never seen the woman cry in my then 14 years. After filing through my prescription slips, she fell against the wall, as if someone just jump kicked her in the gut, and I watched emotion flood her face. I was lost. It took her a moment, but she collected herself and tells me to go ahead to the car. She said she would be right out, but had to ask them something. On the ride home, I did not know how to approach the elephant in the room or car and simply just ask if she's okay. She takes a deep breath and tells me that she was looking through my prescriptions and 2 were correctly written for me. The third had another name. She of course said the name and I feel as though I missed something. And I ask. And that was the name of a sibling that was lost, and I was not exactly #6 after all. I was never really like my father, and I very vaguely remember my childhood being chaotic, staying with grandparents, and not having a father figure. When I was around 4, my stepdad adopted me and changed my middle/last name to conceal my real name. I would randomly be on a car ride with my mom, and at a random gas station this guy would come up and talk to me and be super friendly. I didn't find out he was my dad until I was about 15, when my mom divorced my stepdad. Turns out that my bio dad was a meth addict and shot someone while hallucinating, so he was in jail most of my childhood. It made so much more sense why 2 of my siblings were treated better by my stepdad, as they were his biological kids. My little brother got an Xbox on my 14th birthday. He was 5. Who TF does that? And I got wrestling shoes. My biological sister and are just barely adults now and have reconnected with our biological dad and stepmom. They are quite poor and make some poor life choices to boot. However, they are super fun to be around, and I feel like I have 2 families now. I just recently changed my middle and last name back, and I'm happy to have my life just the way it is. My grandfather left my grandmother on my uncle's birthday. I believe it was for another woman. Growing up my dad really took care of his dad. We would visit and hang out. My dad never badmouthed his father despite what he did. We grew up thinking everything was fine. The only weird part, honestly, was how my 3 uncles never really came around to see him. One uncle, the one whose birthday it was when he left, even raised his kids to detest my grandfather. This made conversations with my cousins about our grandfather super awkward growing up, because no one ever bothered to tell me why they never talked to him and didn't want anything to do with him. It all makes sense now. But I'm glad my dad didn't tell me. I'm glad I had him as my grandfather, because he loved me and my brothers, and I have many wonderful memories of him growing up. I'm sorry my cousins missed out on that. Edits. Typus cause I'm on mobile and my phone hates me. My mom's family. She had a lot of sisters, and they had family pictures from when they were younger. I knew all of my aunts except for one. There was a girl in the photo that no one ever talked about. Not my aunts, not my grandparents, and not even my older cousins. I had no idea who she was. I always assumed she was one of my aunts, and who died young, and no one ever mentioned her then. When my grandmother died, she showed up at the funeral. So, this is the story. My grandparents only had daughters, 11 of them in fact. Whenever one of them brought a guy home, my grandfather told them, you better be happy with the one you came with, because that's the only one you're allowed near. He didn't want his daughters fighting over men. Well, apparently my secret aunt had an affair with the husband of one of her sisters, and this caused her and the guy to be kicked out of the family. They forbid my older cousins from ever talking about her or telling the youngest ones about her. They never talked about her either, and my grandparents never mentioned her. It was pretty intense. One of my aunts missed her so much she named one of her daughters after her. They really thought they'd never see or talk to her again. So for 20 years she was the best kept secret in my family. It's so faked up how many people say their mothers, sisters, cousins etc. were raped or molested. I also found out that my grandfather had raped my grandmother repeatedly while they were married and hadn't let her use birth control. Explains why she had 7 children. Also, that she was probably a closeted lesbian all her life. She got a bit more forthcoming when her dementia started, and she lost some inhibitions she'd never had an orgasm in her life. My grandfather asked her to marry him when she was 18, and she said yes, because he was about to go off to war, and she felt bad about saying no. He lived, came back, and made her life hell for 60 years. He beat her, raped her, and forbade her to follow her dreams of a career. She was an artistic genius, but was not allowed to sell her paintings or go to art school. He kept her pregnant for years. To make sure of it, he abused animals too, and abused his children and grandchildren. I didn't realize, until I was much older, that it isn't normal to have a grandfather who screams at you, or his wife, if you say a word, while he watches TV. I told her that I was dating a girl soon before she died, and she said, oh, I always thought it would be so nice to date a girl. They're so pretty. I like girls a lot more, really, but in my day you didn't do that sort of thing. Broke my heart. My mom's father, I refuse to call him my grandfather, had abused my grandmother when they were together, and he sucked as a father to my mom. Few years ago he got in a big fight with my mom when I was 6 and my brother was 11. After that he tried to get custody of me and my brother, even though he was crazy. Last year, he tried to call our home phone. After he went off the grid, still managed to get our number. I didn't like him, so I didn't answer. A month after the call, my best friend came over, and we were talking about how I don't know if my mom's father had died yet, and me, her, my dad, and my sister were all playing outside together. Brother was inside, and the police pull up. Officer says, insert my dad's name here, here. Brother's name insert here. Said you were out here. My dad confirms that he is who they need, and they talk to him for a bit. Me, sister, and friend are worried. Dad comes back. Police drive away. Dad looks happy as heck. He told everyone that my mom's father had died and everyone was so hype. Me and my friend laughed cause we were just talking about him. Also found out the call from before was to talk to my mom because this fool was dying. He died alone in his house and deserved it. Growing up, my favorite cousin and I would play doctor and house while using the opportunity to explore the opposite sex. Secretly showing each other our genitals quietly in the guest room closet. Playing husband and wife while playfully kissing like they do in the movies. So my kissing cousin, I suppose. One summer, around the age of 8, we demonstrated our ability to kiss like they do on TV. My aunt, her mother, almost lost it, and we walked away humiliated for almost 10 years. On my 19th birthday, my cousin wanted to be the one to break it to me after she learned that my father had slept with her mother. This was prior to my arrival, but my mom learned of the affair after he admitted to her, while pregnant with me, that he had slept with her sister the day he went to borrow the vacuum. Immediately after disclosing this, my mind raced back to every peep show closet touching, movie kissing, with secret tongue occasionally. And I'll let you touch mine if I can touch yours moment we had ever shared. After reflecting back for a few minutes I looked back at my cousin in horror. She smiled kindly and understandingly, and we have shared those secrets since point eventually my brother found out about the potential sister and he suggested a DNA test, offering himself as the proxy for dad's genetic code. Ended up that her mom had a list of candidates anyway as possible donors and my father lucked out, and we lost a potential extra sister. She found her real father 2 years ago, and has spent that time catching up. My father has confessed to multiple affairs since then, and diddling my sister when she was a child. He admitted that to her 6 months after the statute of limitations expired a few years ago. I'm almost certain that was a coincidence point, but hey, I didn't finger bang my sister after all. My grandpa absolutely adored his grandkids, just me and my brothers. He sold all of his belongings and moved from Missouri to Virginia, where we live, and lived a modest life in a trailer, just so his entire income could go to our college funds. He died when I was 10 and my grandma died less than a year later. When me and my brothers went to college I noticed my parents were having trouble paying for our college, which shouldn't have been the case, because I knew my grandpa had a lot of money. I had just assumed it was because my college's tuition was particularly expensive. My mom's mom let it slip one day when me and my brothers were 20 that when grandpa died he didn't have a will, so all the money went to my grandma. But grandma was so devastated from her husband's death that she never went out and got her own will. She died suddenly before she ever got one. But doesn't that mean her only son, my dad, gets all of her belongings? Nope. Turns out my dad wasn't her biological son. My dad's bio mom died while he was in college long before I was born. There was no reason all this was kept from me and my brothers, it just was. The money ended up going to my grandma's only living brother, a gambling addict I knew nothing about. My parents pleaded with him, he can have everything else, just give the kids their college fund. That's the only thing grandpa asked for on his deathbed. But no. He refused and gambled it all away. My brothers and my parents are all in debt now, which is the last thing grandpa wanted. But what keeps me from being angry is that I know just how proud of me he would be just for graduating college at all. TLDR, grandma and grandpa were mobbed up. When I was a little kid I snooped around a lot. My grandparents ran a family-owned insurance company in southwestern Florida, and I always snooped through their stuff. Their desks, filing cabinets, closets, etc. I never found anything, though. Literally, I found nothing. No documents, no manila envelopes, no incoming mail, no outgoing mail. I remember it being incredibly boring when I had to stay there with them while they worked. Their phones never rang. Nobody ever came in. I guess that's why it was so boring. It didn't make sense at the time, and as I grew up, I had to spend less and less time in their office. They had a nice home, a pool, boat, nice car. This was back in the 80s. I remember in 8th grade, 1990, they moved out of their house into a condo. Then they moved from their condo into a tiny apartment. I moved away and only saw them rarely after that. They were my dad's parents. The grandparents who bought clothes instead of toys, kind of grandparents anyway. After my grandma died, my dad and grandpa got drunk and told me the story of how they moved to Florida from New York. My grandmother's brother had connections with the mob. He wasn't made or anything, but he worked in their orbit. One day my uncle told my grandma and grandpa that they, my grandparents, were going to make an insurance company, all legit. Then they had a guy, I don't know how this works, but it's true, and I'm sure I'm mangling details, who had a list with the SSNs of a bunch of long dead people. I guess they were using the SSNs to buy insurance policies, and using huge stashes of cash to pay the premiums. It was some kind of money laundering thing. It was a lot of cash at the time. I don't remember the details exactly, and if I did, I wouldn't share them on Reddit anyway. Well, some people got indicted. This was all still in New York, and somehow my grandpa and grandma got shipped to Florida with a new legit insurance company and a nice house, and that was that. This all happened before I was born. That's how dad came to Florida and how he met my mom. But it all made sense later. The insurance company they had in Florida I'm pretty sure it was legit, but I'll risk my soul if they ever had a customer. That my dad, who died of cancer when I was 4, I'm 28 now, wasn't my biological father. I found this out last year through Ancestry DNA. I matched with a half-sibling who told me she was donor conceived. I called my mom to ask if it was true, and she said yes, I was donor conceived, and the minute I put it together, I thought about a specific moment 2 years prior, when I found a picture of my dad when he was, probably, 7, and I kept thinking, where am I? I had a momentary thought that perhaps my mom had an affair and kept it from all of us, and just as quick as I tucked that thought away, I tucked the photograph back into the drawer of her nightstand, never seeking it, or the thought again. Having rejected the afterlife idea, I clung on to this mantra that he was in my DNA. He was the thin blue line around my green and brown eyes. He was the sarcastic humor that was instilled in me. He was why I had such an intense connection to music. And all of that was taken away in a sheer moment of overdue honesty with my mom. My mom, who raised 3 kids on her own. My mom, who sacrificed everything for us. My mom, my life cheerleader and supporter. My mom, a human with one of the biggest hearts. My mom, a woman I haven't spoken with in over a month, because I tried to make space to process my anger, but am now stuck, scared to move, and unsure of what forgiveness looks like. The foundation of love and respect I had and still have for her has been shaken and cracked to the core. Edit. Also, my older brother, whom I've always had this emotional bond with over losing our dad, doesn't have the same donor as me. I had a stepdaughter. When she was young and did something amusing and silly, I turned to her mother and said, "You made that?" She replied with, "No. I just gave birth to her. You made her what she is. You may not carry his DNA, but you mimic his actions, his humor, his wisdom. You like the things he taught you about. You have his intonation when you speak, his mannerisms and his passions. You and your brother carry his memories within you. Anyone can donate their genetics. It takes a moment, but he gave you the 4 years that formed your foundation. He made you what you are today. Talk to your brother and talk to your mum. She obviously loved him and still does. His picture is still in her nightstand 24 years later. You do share genetics, and also the memory of the lovely man that chose to be your father, committed to raising you, and formed the basis of the person you are now. He would want you all to stick together. I grew up in witness relocation. I knew we were on the run. I didn't know who from, until after my father died. Lots of, "Go inside while I start the car." He always had a gun with him. I understood proxy votes, corp structure, life insurance and trusts by the time I was 8. All assets were in my name at 6. I wasn't allowed to go outside and play. Friends were screened carefully. They were worried I would be kidnapped. Conveniently, my father owned a moving business and we relocated frequently. He died 18 years after he kidnapped me at 3 and saved me from a crazy life. Well, I guess crazier life. I met my mother and half-sister 3 weeks after he died. My uncle convinced me to reach out. It took years to get as close as we have, but we are not as close as I'd like to be. What a long strange trip it's been. I only wish my son would have been able to meet him. My family puts the fun back in dysfunctional. My cousin on my dad's side had been battling anorexia for almost her entire life. Dad's side doesn't really talk about things that aren't nice, so I was aware of it, but knew not to bring it up around my aunt or anyone else for that matter. Mind you, 14 years for her of battling this eating disorder. I always thought it was because her family moved every couple years, as my uncle has been a chaplain in the Navy for her entire life. Found out last year by seeing that my cousin had been tagged in a post on Facebook that was a Washington Post article about intersex people, that she was in fact born intersex. She was born with both male and female parts internally, and when she was very young her parents, my aunt and uncle, gave permission for her to have surgery to remove most of the male genitalia. She was told at 12 that she would never be able to have children, but never told why. And when she was 16, I believe, don't remember exactly, she was let in on what had actually happened with / to her body. In the article, she literally says when talking with my therapist after finding out, she said back quote, "It makes complete sense that you've had an eating disorder this whole time. You had no idea what was going on with your body, and food was all you knew that you could control. My nana, our grandmother, passed away some years ago. I have no idea if she even knew. I have no idea if my grandfather knows. But I'm glad I do, and my cousin is proud to finally know, and to be confident enough to share about it in such a big way. Also, she has beaten her anorexia, and she is one of the strongest women I know." My parents were cheating on each other. It started when I was 8, after our trip to Australia. My parents started talking less and less to each other. My mom moved all her items into the guest room and claimed it was because there wasn't enough space on the bed for me, her and dad. At the time I was extremely scared of the dark, so I was still sleeping with my parents, and I was an only child, so it was only 3 of us. I knew something was going on, but me being the innocent 8-year-old I was, didn't think anything of it. Fast forward a year later, I'm 9 and things are still weird between my parents. It was 11:30 p.m. and I couldn't sleep. I guess my dad thought I was asleep because he picked up his phone when it rang. I just managed to catch a glimpse of the name on the phone before dad picked it up. Linda. My mom's name isn't Linda. He answered the phone and spoke with a nice, sweet voice, something I haven't heard him use on my mom since a year ago. I heard the entire conversation, and by the end everything made sense. He was cheating. At first I didn't want to believe it, but I knew it was real once I heard him say, "Can we have sex tomorrow?" I was only 9, but I knew what that meant. After that day, I moved back to my room and learned to suck it up about the dark. I found out about my mom because I was walking by the guest room and her laugh and say, "Love you too baby, night." So it was confirmed. My parents were cheating. At first I was really sad about and cried every night about it, knowing the only reason they were still together was because of me. It's been 4 years, and I'm 13 now. I've learned to get over it, but I still hang on to the small amount of hope that my parents will get back together. Well, this is a bit of a long one, but it's absolutely wild. My family is from Denmark, and my grandparents were alive there during the Second World War. My grandfather's brother fought with the Danish underground and was involved in a number of sabotage campaigns. One day the quarry they had set up camp in was raided by the Germans, and the only one who managed to slip away was my great uncle. His best friend and everyone else there in that camp were all executed in that quarry. They were also unceremoniously buried there. So after the war had ended, my great uncle tracked down and found the German officer who had coordinated the raid that resulted in his friends being killed. He found him, brought him back to that same quarry in Denmark, and shot him in the back of the head. He buried him in that same place and had the body of his best friend exhumed and given a proper burial. My family doesn't like to talk about this. My dad only told me the story when I was well into my 20s. When I was in kindergarten I woke up one morning and my mom was gone. My dad said she was dead. My whole family including my cousin said this. Whenever I asked my dad about my mother he would beat me very badly and scream she is dead. I grew up out in the country 10 miles from the nearest neighbor so no one could hear my screams. I was sexually, physically, and mentally abused for many years. The teachers and everyone else just turned a blind eye. I would get on the school bus with blood going down my legs and the other kids would make fun of me. No one was allowed to come to my house because all the parents of the kids knew what was going on and they would never put them in danger. I could not even get a babysitter because he would have sex with them. Fast forward to 6th grade I was put into my grandparents' house in a different town because the school finally said if my dad didn't give me up then the school would report him. I was doing a report on my family tree in my new school. I had my father's side all filled out but only my mother's and grandmother name on each side of the family. I got a 0 and was told to look up my grandma in the phone book. I called my grandma on my mother's side. My mom answered. My family basically said they were too scared of my dad to do anything. Literally my whole family was in on it. I ran away from home at 16. Have had lots of problems because of the way I was raised. Oh my god, I've been waiting for a post like this. So there's a woman in my town that my family has always had a distaste for. I played ball with her daughter and they seemed like nice people, so I never understood why everyone disliked them. Point that is, until I found out that my great grandpa had an affair with another woman and got her pregnant. He didn't acknowledge this child and pretty much paid the family off. This nice lady everyone in my family dislikes turns out to be my half great aunt. So yeah, I learned that and thought, oh shit, that's why point my great grandma never really forgave him. Also my nana has said she's actually not in the best health and has mentioned wanting to go home and be with her deceased sister, but not once has she said anything about my great grandpa who passed away 13 years ago. It's kinda sad, and it made me think about my great grandparents' relationship growing up. If there were any problems, they hid it very well. That my oldest older brother isn't my brother. I have 3 older brothers and we are half siblings. Same dad, different mom, or at least that's what everyone in the family was told. Point. When my dad met my brother's mother, she was newly pregnant from a man who was very abusive and generally not a nice person. She was honest with my father and told him the situation. My father is remembered as a very good and stand-up man. He was the best man I have ever known. That aside, he agreed to raise her child with her as his own. For his decision to do so, and to be the kind of father the kid would have never known, he was named father on the birth certificate. They were married, and eventually had 2 sons together. The oldest was always different humor, different demeanor and different facial structure. We never knew until my father was dying of cancer that his oldest son was not his. My dad would not have had it any other way. That was his son and he very protective over that fact. Point. None of us knew. Not the older brothers, not my mother even, who he was with for 26 years before pancreatic cancer took him. It was until he was dying that we were told. Point. I have 3 older brothers, always, but my dad's wishes did it. Grandma. I was always shooed off when asking my family about my father. Grew up in a single parent household, just my mom and I. My entire family deflected like the answer was the plague, so eventually I stopped asking. I moved out, joined the military, and started my own life after high school. At 23, went home on leave and thought enough is enough, and asked my mom who my father was. Turned out, it was a guy who was 2 years her senior, and whom my family and his family were close friends. He had a kid from a previous marriage, but got a divorce. He met my mom, and said he spent weekends with his son, custody agreement. Turns out, he didn't. He was seeing someone besides my mom. She got pregnant with me. He bolts. Fast forward to when I ask my mom. Turns out I have a brother. And by the way, Sheetbag has remarried and has 2 daughters. My whole entire family knew him, knew he was my father. Yet not a single one of them would say a thing. My grandfather took it to the grave rather than tell me. Turns out my brother and sisters had tried to contact me for years, and my family blocked it and played interference my entire life. Point. All in all, my family chose to keep me in the dark. Everyone knew. My mom's family, his family, my older brother's uncle and my mom dated for years, so he knew. The kicker, my father was living minutes from me my entire life. Tried to get a hold of him, but never could get through. Bastard shot himself in the head almost 1 year ago, so now I'll never get answers. My brother's death. He had cancer from age 4 till age 8. He fell over and banged his lip, and it triggered rhabdomyosarcoma. Correct my spelling, if it's wrong. I've only ever heard it said, not written down. He went from doing really well and recovering to being dead 2 days later. I was always told his cancer came back, and 2 days later he died in his sleep. Point. Really story was they discovered tumors in his chest cavity and did an operation, pulled his lungs out etc. Point, and cut away all the tumors, 26 in total. The surgery was a success, but the consultant who placed 4 drainage tubes, 2 large and 2 small, decided to remove the 2 large drainage tubes. A junior doctor begged for the tubes to stay in, but the consultant overrode the decision and said the junior doctor was too inexperienced and didn't know what he was talking about. They took the 2 large tubes out. The 2 small ones weren't enough and the liquid pressure built up in his internal cavity. He went from happy and smiling and recovering to overnight being ill and hard to breath, and early hours second day he suffered 3 massive heart attacks because his arteries couldn't pump blood to his heart, and he died. So he died in agony over the space of a day, and the consultant just said the pain was normal because they had to crack the sternum bone and operate internally. Turns out that junior doctor was right all along. And my brother died due to an asshole consultant. Side note, this in the UK, we don't sue due to negligence. Well, it's not normally done. My parents adopted 2 boys when I was practically a baby. One younger and the other a few years older. One of them disappeared and my parents went through hell to give him to another family. Of course I always wondered why, but my parents' answer would always be along the lines of, he just had to go. It wasn't until I was 14 that my parents felt I was mature enough to know the truth. Turns out when my parents first adopted those boys, I would wake up screaming in the middle of the night and I would be repeatedly say the words, bat, 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 and it would take hours for me to be consoled. My dad, being the protective father he is, decided one night to stay up all night hiding in complete darkness, waiting for whatever it was that made me scream like that. He ended up catching the older boy in the act of attempting to molest me. My parents gave the older boy away to another family. Of course they disclosed absolutely everything. But the family my parents gave him to are very religious and felt with therapy he could be rehabilitated. When the older boy tried to get in touch with my family realized he has sociopathic tendencies and quickly nipped that in the bud. As for the younger boy, he is every bit my brother and he will be graduating from basic military training in 2 weeks. My grandfather is a fascinating man. He was born in the US to Dutch immigrants that moved back to Holland before WWII. He grew up and captured Amsterdam. He was taken off the street for looking Jewish. His mother's father is the only Jewish ancestry we are sure of. He was put on a train to a concentration camp and luckily the train stopped on the way due to engine trouble. 2 nuns saved him and everyone in his car under the cover of darkness. They hid him and everyone they could in a nearby barn. He tells us it was searched a number of times before they left, and it was safe to travel home. After the Nazis were pushed out of Holland he decided to run away with a friend to Belgium because he heard they had chocolate. I'm told he had to cross enemy lines to get there and ended up finding they had nothing, just like he did. He returned to Holland in time for his parents to pack what they had left and hop on a ship back to the US. He hated it. He got his parents to sign a permission slip so he could join the Navy at 16. His plan was to jump ship somewhere in Europe. He was stationed in the Pacific. He stayed in the Navy for the Korean War and did the things one does when you get out. He married a girl, had 8 children, and started a successful business still in operation today. What I didn't find out until I was older was that he abused his children, including my father, fairly regularly. He's a cruel, selfish man with clinically diagnosed narcissism. He forced his children to work at the business and manipulated them and engineered situations that forced them to quit school and work for him full time. All the while threatening them that he would take away everything and force them out of the family if they didn't do exactly what he wanted when he wanted it. I grew up knowing him just as grandpa. He was good with his grandkids, but definitely played favorites. I grew up hearing about how incredibly hard he works, what an amazing life he lived, and how generous he's been to employ his children. I never knew my father wanted to be a graphic designer, but was forced to quit school and work at the business. My father had to listen to his father tell him that he'd be nothing if it weren't for him, and he could take it all away whenever he felt like it. It took me years after my parents told me what he was really like to reconcile the 2 images. Just a disclaimer, I'm new to Reddit and this is my first post/comment thing, so I don't really know how this stuff works. Sorry. My great-great-grandmother, Mary, told my great-grandma, Josie, her daughter, and her other siblings that their father, August, had died of a heart attack in 1917. My great-grandma, Josie, was 3 at the time. My grandmother, my mother and my siblings all had stories about August and how he might have been a spy in WW1, so he had to be very secretive, and how he had a heart attack and died on the spot. However, whenever these stories were told they always had plot holes. We just assumed it was because the woman telling them, my 94-year great-grandma Josie, had Alzheimer's and couldn't clearly remember things. Before she passed, she told her daughter, my granny, not to go looking for anything about August. My granny didn't seem to think much of it and obeyed her. Years after Josie passed, my mom started looking into family genealogy. She wanted a better family tree, and I thought it would be interesting to know more about where my family came from. Well, she had some trouble finding information about Mary and August. However, she found birth certificates in German, marriage, immigration, through Ellis Island, and Mary's death certificate, but not August's, or the place he or his wife were buried. My mom finally found his death certificate. It said he had died in 1949 at 60 years old. 32 years after he died of a heart attack, my mom kept digging and found that he was sentenced to life in prison at the Fishkill Correctional Facility for the Criminally Insane in upstate New York, just a 4-hour drive from his family. In 1917, his wife Mary told her children that he was dead instead of the truth. After his death, she quietly made arrangements for his body to be buried somewhere in a New York City graveyard without a tombstone. We just barely found this out in 2014. I can only assume August's daughters figured it out when Mary died, and they buried her in the plot she picked out for herself, right next to her late husband, and wrote in her will she did not want a tombstone. I'm still amazed they kept that secret till they died. TLDR great-great-grandma tells her kids and family her husband died. Turns out he lived out the rest of his days in the Fishkill Correctional Facility for the Criminally Insane. Not my immediate family, but I just found out last night that my uncle is addicted to pornography and had an affair. He also got drunk a few times in high school. A little backstory. We are all Mormon, so even alcohol is a big no-go. My aunt and uncle just got divorced last year, but the affair happened years ago. Things were never great between them, but we always figured it was because of his pretty bad dad causing him to not hold a job well, and her bad anxiety and possible bipolar. Mental illness is really prevalent in our family. After the divorce, he now lives with his parents. He's around 50, and she supports the kids. Anyway, my 16F cousin told me last night, I guess she found out a few months ago when she was so mad about it, and her mom was mad that she just asked. She hasn't told anyone else. Her siblings, 18F and 11 meters, don't know. My aunt has always been really intense and mean, but especially the last few years. She blames everything on the kids. If they don't drop everything for her, she says they don't love her. She calls and screams at them out of the blue. Just all kinds of things. And then she's totally different around like the whole family. It finally makes her behavior a bit more understandable. I know this probably doesn't seem like such a big deal, but Mormons don't really talk about stuff like this, even when it does happen, and it happens way less often. Feels good to get off my chest though. Growing up with 3 aunts and 4 uncles, I never understood why every family gathering was filled with passive-aggressive spiteful behavior. Every Thanksgiving or Christmas was just hateful. There were many reasons and many interpersonal stories, but I found out as a teenager that the one that started it all was my cousin Bob. One of my aunts got pregnant at 17 and my grandmother convinced her to put the baby up for adoption. And by convinced, I mean harassed, screamed, and threatened to disown. And the moment she put him up for adoption, her older sister, 19, adopted him. She was jealous that her younger sister was going to have a baby first, and she was my grandmother's favorite, so they conspired to take my aunt's baby away. Everyone knew, but it was the thing no one talked about. The 2 aunts just bickered and stared daggers at each other at every family event. My cousin Bob found out when his BO mom got a little too drunk at one event when we were teenagers and blurted it out. My family is all kinds of faked up, which is why I don't talk to them anymore. When I was around 15, we were going to my grandma's 60th birthday, and it dawned on me that the numbers didn't add up because she would have been 14 when my dad was born. So just a few hours before her big party, I found out that she was not my biological grandmother, and I felt so betrayed and was so angry. In hindsight, I now know that it wasn't her fault that my parents hadn't told me. 2 years ago, I'm now 30, I asked my dad what had happened to his mom, and apparently she had hung herself on my grandfather's 30th birthday, and I think my dad was the one who found her. At least he said, well, she just hung there, in the attic. He can't have been more than 5, but now it makes sense that my dad grew up with his grandmother, and that my granddad only ever drank lukewarm beer. It literally had to warm up on the radiator before he would drink it. At least I once heard that recovered alcoholics can't really stomach cold beer. Please back me up, or tell me if I'm wrong. When I was 17, having never even dated, one night I was going out with friends, and my mother called me back into her home office. Irrationally angry, she says, if you get pregnant, I'm not going to raise the child. My mother was often irrationally angry, so even though this topic had never come up before, and never came up after, I didn't think much of it. So now my mother thought, when I hung out with a group of friends we were getting it on, at least it was interesting. Years later, she confessed to me that when she was 16 she had gotten pregnant. She was sent to live with family in another state for a year. Even her brother was told only that she was visiting family. Her child was adopted out to someone in her minister uncle's parish, not her choice, and she was sent home. She was given the advice, you be so good that, if anyone hears about this, they will say who? Her? No, not her. And then she was super late to the party here, but when I was about 20 I found out why the rest of my dad's family was wealthy and my parents were not. My grandfather, my father's father, invented carbonless copy paper and the family pulled in a huge fortune from it, which my grandmother lavished on her other children and all of my cousins. We always waited until around noon to go over to grandma's on Christmas, which I later learned was because my dad didn't want us to see my cousins opening new bikes and video game consoles when grandma always got us dollar store toys. One time mom and dad needed to borrow $1,000 and my grandma hired a lawyer to draft a contract to make sure they paid her back. Hiring the lawyer was probably a bigger expense than the money they borrowed. It turns out that when my dad was 17 he discovered my grandmother was having an affair. He went to the house of the man she was having an affair with and threatened his life with a shotgun and blew a big hole in his fridge, which, at the time, probably cost a fortune. Realizing that he would likely go to jail for it, he drove 3 states away and joined the military. After he returned from the military they repaired their relationship on the understanding that my grandfather would never know. My grandfather had an aneurysm and passed 3 weeks before I was born. After he passed away my grandmother decided my father no longer had any leverage over her. She loved having grandchildren, and she was always happy to have us around, but she held a grudge like nobody's business, and she was hell-bent on making sure my father knew he was second class to her, so she made sure to spend as little money as possible on his family. My brothers don't know any of this. My dad told me, because one of my cousins committed suicide and my grandmother, who was starting to become senile, told me at the funeral that she knew I had depression and was a screw up and always thought I would kill myself. She didn't understand why my cousin had, because he had so much going for him. Afterwards I told my dad I didn't want to see her anymore and why. He thought it was important that I understand that my grandmother wasn't a saint. I'm not sure she was ever the person I thought she was when I was a kid. My whole family is Catholic. When I was 9 or 10 my dad converted to a very different religion. My mum's mum changed in her behavior towards him. She wasn't nasty, but for the rest of her life she was only coldly polite to him at best. I put this down to her being a very devout Catholic. Later I discovered, when she was younger she met and fell in love with the man who would become my mum's dad, my granddad. He was an atheist and her family strongly disapproved. She also kind of disapproved herself as her faith was very important to her, but she was madly in love, and after some persistence on his part, she married him at a registry office. For her entire marriage she went to church every Sunday, but didn't take communion. She was convinced that what she had done meant she was beyond redemption, she was living in sin, and would go to hell. So when my mum met a nice Catholic boy, my dad, and got married to him, my gran was over the moon. Until 20 years later, my dad converts and upends the whole redemption narrative. I don't think she ever forgave him. Religion can be nuts. Here is a little story of how a perfect little family of 4 with a daughter and a son went to shit. Growing up, my parents had a family friend named Scott. Scott was a cool guy who hung around the family every so often. He was apparently mentally ill, and at some point, when I was around the age of 10, he committed suicide by pills. Was found with a Bible in his lap and something else in an old apartment. At 11 years old and parents are getting a divorce. It really tore me up, but it got better as I grew older. I enjoyed having double Christmases and all the usual selfish things children can get out of divorced parents. That was until I was about 17. At 17 I start asking questions and shit. Not getting any answers, but it comes about that my mom had cheated. Okay, so I didn't see this coming. I'm pretty upset about it, because apparently everyone knew except me. Even my older sister knew. But wait, that's not all. At around age 20 I get in a biblical argument with my sister about something stupid. Out of spite she screams at me that she's not even my real sister. I'm like, da fuck you talking about? Apparently my sister's real father is Scott. Also come to find out the reason why he killed himself is because he was convinced my sister was his child, but my parents claim it to be theirs. My sister is 5 years older than me, so when I'm 11, she's like 16 over 17, and is growing really tall. Like too tall to be my dad's, because he's 5 feet 8 inches and my mom's 5 feet 1 inch. Finally clicks in his head, so they file for divorce. They never got a paternity test, because neither of them really wanted to know what they already knew. Plus my dad continued to raise her, and look out for her still to this day. All in all, my dad is a great man, and deserved none of any of that. If he would found out earlier, I might not be here today. If you made it this far, thank you for your time. For as long as I can remember my aunt was divorced. She lived with her 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. I have a large family, and my aunt had a large home, so our family usually had holiday gatherings at her house. During these gatherings, her ex-husband would occasionally stop by to see the kids. He rarely ever came inside the home, and if he did he was there for a few minutes then left. I used to get embarrassed, because every time he would show up, my mother would scream at me and my other female cousin to get in the house, and we would have to go down to the basement until he left. My aunt always seemed very embarrassed at the way my mom acted, and it embarrassed me as well as a child. I thought my mom was nuts or just really hated the guy. Over the years he stopped coming by at holidays. Fast forward about 20 years and I have my daughter who is at this stage about 3 years old. My cousin, one of this specific aunt's children, decided to have Thanksgiving at his home, and our whole family goes. His father is also there, and this time he stays pretty much the whole time. As soon as he walks in, my mom tells me to get the baby and come outside, freaking out just like in the past. Once outside I finally confront her about the way she is acting after all that time. Fuck's sake, I'm nearly 30 at this point. What the fuck are you on about? That was the day I found out why my aunt divorced him. She caught him in the act molesting their daughter at age 6. I was shocked. I'm like, why is he here? Oh my god. Mom told me that my aunt and her kids simply said it was in the past, and that he was invited now, because they had all forgiven him for the past, because he had changed his evil ways and we need to accept him as part of the family, because he deserves to be there. No. We got in the car and left, and that is the last time I ever suffered his disgusting presence, and never will again. The worst part is 2 of his kids have girls and they always allow him to be involved in the kids' lives, even the child who is the daughter of my cousin he molested in the first place. Who the fuck forgives a pedophile? That my mother had another son, which she was forced to give up to adoption, and was raped. Separate incident, when she was 17 at gunpoint by her ex-boyfriend. Apparently Midwest USA was not the best place to grow up as a woman in the 1960s/1970s. She was ostracized from the community and her family for being pregnant outside of marriage. Religion played a major role in this. They kept women in that situation hidden in a separate center and forced them to give up their children within a few seconds of birth to adoption. The fear being, if they held or saw the child they would develop a connection and not want to give up the child. It was very secretive and hidden from society. When she was wrapped in a separate incident, the police did not investigate her case. since it was an ex-boyfriend and they thought it was consensual and she just regretted it. My whole life she was extremely pro-life. I now know this was due to the hardships and burden she went through in giving birth to a child out of wedlock in 1970s middle America. Additionally, she was extremely protective of exposing anything about sex to us, not allowing us to date until 18. She also carries a lot of anger with her, which I didn't realize was not normal until later in life. My dad died of a heart attack, but every time it came up I could tell there was something they weren't telling me. Everyone stops. No one says anything. They all look to my mom. She says heart attack. Then someone asks about the weather. That kind of thing. I knew he died alone and poor, but I was assured that his ex-wife living down the street checked on him weekly, and a guy from his church group did too, and the apartment manager knew he lived alone and needed to be checked on. I thought it weird my dad had a note on his door and another on his fridge with our emergency contact info and instructions to check on him. He died of a heart attack and his body was cremated against his will. While looking for my birth certificate I found his autopsy results. His death certificate said heart failure, but it looks like they couldn't be sure because by the time they found the body it was jelly. Significant losses to the face from insects and animals, his dog and cat I guess. His body was found in the hallway outside his bathroom, so it may have started as a heart attack, but doing the math, date of death. The last time anyone heard from him, the last time he turned on his computer, his last email, last read email, he probably died 4 to 7 days after collapsing in the hall and wasn't found for 2 to 3 weeks. I was told others had contacted him. Father's Day, his ex-wife had checked on him and so had the church guy. Neither did anything or told anyone, even though the whole point was to call us if he didn't answer. He was inside slowly dying the entire time. He didn't show up to church the second Sunday either. His car was in the normal spot. No one had seen him for weeks, and I learned on Father's Day they had all left messages only. No one actually spoke with him. I called the cops and told them to break down the door if they had to. They found a liquefied body dead for 2 to 3 weeks, hence the need for cremation, as embalming can't be done without veins. I'm having trouble forgiving the church guy for not calling the number on the door when my dad disappeared for a week. If you accept the job, do it right. But I'll never forgive my ex-stepmom. Going through my dad's computer, there were emails where she told him life insurance paid out in event of suicide along with a complaint he owed her money. She had also sent him a DNR form to print out and sign, which would be fine if you hadn't just suggested suicide to someone. I think she knew something was wrong, but wanted him dead for the life insurance, so she kept quiet while he was collapsed on the floor slowly dying of dehydration. She told me she checked on him, but thinking back to the way she worded it, she wanted me to believe he was fine without actually saying she saw him. I hope, but also fear, he heard me leave a message on Father's Day. He had an old-fashioned answering machine, so he could screen calls. The hope is he knew I loved him. The fear is he heard all these calls while dying and was relieved, thinking help was coming as we would all notice when he didn't answer his 9 kids on Father's Day. The ex-wife was furious when she found out he had made me his beneficiary 6 months before his death, which was right after she remarried. She got Prudential to put a stop check on the life insurance while she hired a lawyer. She then tried to get my siblings to gang up on me and demand she get the money, her kids technically, threatening to tie it up in court until it all went to lawyers. They eventually released the money to me, telling me her claims were all moral instead of legal, as in she deserved it, because she had to deal with the asshole and the last one, to be married to the guy and he promised and that's what he really wants, even though he wrote a will explicitly excluding her. This is probably going to get buried, but my family, on my dad's side, was nobility in the Austro-Hungarian Empire until my great-great-aunt or something Maria, using real names obviously, because they are dead now, was one of the mistresses to the crown prince. What's his name? Well, for some reason Mr. Prince thought it would be a good idea to buy a hunting house in Mayerling. He brought my aunt there, and she happened to be the one mistress he wanted to die with, so they had a murder-suicide pact. Based on what the Wikipedia article says, he shot her and waited a few minutes and then shot himself. He was the only prince born to that family, and this was during WWI era, so there was no king, because he did something or other, and I need to learn more history. Then my family was banished from the empire and moved to Bohemia, I think, and stayed there. It became modern day Czech Republic, and that's where my dad is from, before he moved to America and met my mom. There's another story involving WWI and some Jewish money and pissing off the Nazis or something, but I can't really remember that one. My nana died very suddenly, aged 43, when I was 5 years old. It caused a big split in my family, with many members refusing to talk to each other, and growing up I never put much thought into it. When I was 14 I was sat in the living room with my mum and asked how Nana had died, as it had never been spoken about in front of me. She told me to sit down and went upstairs, returning with clippings from the local newspaper. The clippings detailed my Nana's suicide, and everything suddenly made sense. The fact my uncle blamed himself for arguing with Nana the night before she died, and how the family had abandoned each other, with blame being thrown all around. My granddad has sworn the older generation to secrecy when it came to us grandchildren, as he didn't want us to have tainted memories of Nana. I was angry for a long time afterwards, but at 18 was given the note she had left for me when she died. I still read it occasionally and wonder how life might have been different had she not overdosed. Seeing firsthand how suicide affects a family has made me much more compassionate and empathetic to people who struggle and contemplate it. And I understand why Granddad wanted us kids shielded from the truth. My dad shot himself when I was 11. It was a terrible time and shaped who I became, as after that I practically raised myself. That's a whole story by itself. My mom remarried after a year or two, and a month after my 16th birthday my stepdad tells me to sit down so we can talk. He tells me that because I'll be getting my driving permit soon, I'll need my birth certificate. He then tells me that the man I thought was my father was actually someone my mom met in college a few years after I was born. They had let me believe for my whole life that he was my dad, and I still love him and consider him to be my real father. My biological father wasn't in the picture, as my mother got pregnant at 16 while still living with her parents / my grandparents. They made her stop all contact with him, and I never thought anything was ever wrong or suspicious at any point in my life until then. Sometimes I get angry and depressed because of this. Because they lied to me, because my father killed himself, because my biological father was never in the picture, because my stepdad is a waste of space, because I never got to grow up being mentored by a loving father that I loved back. But who am I angry with? Myself? I don't know anymore. I never did point at it. Turns out only my mom was on the birth certificate anyway. I cold gone my whole life never knowing if it hadn't been for that. I have really bad PTSD pointers. I remember it. Life was good when I was little. Then, when I was 6, my parents got divorced and my mom broke her back. I didn't know how it happened, but I was a kid, so I didn't question it. At the time, my dad was really abusive. I remember him lining us up to watch him start breaking everything in sight, or him sitting on the couch making out with his prostitute wife trying to get us to watch porno with him. By the time I was 11 or 12, I asked my mom if he had crippled her, and she confirmed it. What I didn't learn until later was how bad it really was. It turns out that just before the divorce, he had been sleeping with his future prostitute wife and was planning to leave my mom. She was furious. Over a short period, their fights had escalated to the point where he was literally trying to kill her. He hit her with his car, bashed her head into the front door until she couldn't move, and beat her with a 2x4. Turns out I watched all of that happen to her. So one day my half-sister on my dad's side just vanished. She was still alive, so much I knew, but my dad told me that she will be gone for some time every time I visited him. He also said he didn't want to talk why she is gone, so that relatives don't panic. This went on for 2 years. Here comes 15 years old me having all sorts of theories. Cancer, STDs, etc. Until I found a text written by her in her room. I was always sleeping in her room, since there weren't enough beds, where she sounded pretty crazy. So my consensus was psychological something point. Now finally one day, while my father drives me to his home, he says my sister is there, one of her female friends too. I'm excited, go to the living room just minding my business until she comes down to greet me. Nothing unusual apart from what I learned later. 500 cuts on both arms. Went bowling that night with my father, my sister and her friend. While bowling, my sister has permanent physical contact with her friend, and when they kiss I felt a bit stupid point. Yeah, she came out as a lesbian, couldn't accept it, and started cutting herself. Then she went to a mental hospital to be treated there. Judging from the size of the cuts, maybe also attempted suicide. I mean, it made sense that they didn't want to talk about it, but still for 2 years I was fearing next time we meet would be on her death door. So she is doing fine now. That my family name is linked to a special star above our heads, which only gives luck and always makes us be at the right place at right time point. Thought it was always a dad philosophy to not stress and be happy/confident. That his educational background and experience always made him feel this way point. Grew up finding out he's just been a lucky bastard this whole time. Climbing up the ladder was always because someone quit at the right time or had acquired an accidental experience a month earlier. I see this reflect on myself now in my early 30s. Only got the jobs because of something weird happening. Only climbing because of something else. Always getting salary increases and contracts because this. Just the other day a guy parked at my side saying he went to a fashion convention and got a bunch of Armani suits which he can't bring on the plane without paying a bunch of duty tax on his way back to Italy. Do you want these 3 free Armani suits? Got home with the suits and they're registered as legitimate. Happened a week before an important interview. I needed to dress the part point. This shit happens to me all the time. Right time, right place, right wife, right connections. Right everything out of nowhere that only affect the next scheduled luck about to come my way point. Love you, star. My parents got divorced when I was 6 and my mom remarried right away. When I was younger and my dad would come to pick me up or drop me off, he would always sit in the driveway and honk the horn. He never came inside. And my parents never spoke to one another once I was old enough for all their conversation to go through me. I just assumed back then that my dad was hurt over the divorce and hated my stepdad. Turns out, my dad had taken out a loan in my mom's name after the divorce without my mom's knowledge and never paid it back. This was in the days before Credit Karma and all those sites where you could check your credit anytime. My mom and stepdad found out when they went to buy a house and that defaulted loan showed up on her credit. It was for $5,000 and my stepdad had to pay it off. My dad was scared of my stepdad because every time he saw him, my stepdad would basically be like, "Where's my money, beach?" So that's why my dad never came inside. My dad is lucky they just paid it and didn't take any legal action. I don't think he ever paid them back. And my mom never told me until I was older because she wanted me to make up my own opinion of my dad. She didn't want her bad opinion to affect mine. I lived in Pensacola, Florida when Hurricane Ivan struck. It destroyed everything. I didn't learn any of what comes next until I was about 15. My family was forced to live in a FEMA emergency camp for a while because our house was completely gone. While there, we were so poor we had to eat dinner from the vending machines. The way they phrased it, however, we were on vacation and we were so lucky we got to eat out of the vending machine. Child me was ecstatic. After we left the FEMA camp, our insurance company scammed us from any money we were promised. They did this by originally promising my parents, when they first moved to Pensacola, that flood insurance was unnecessary because floods never occurred and everything would be covered under hurricane insurance. When the hurricane happened, the insurance company told us that, since the water had come under the doors and not through the windows, it was a flood, for which we were uninsured. A bunch of people in the neighborhood sued, but my family just took the FEMA money. The people who sued would win, but they would only win about as much as FEMA promised. And years later, because my family was so broke, my parents had to file for bankruptcy. This was near the time of the housing crash as well. My dad was forced to rebuild our house from scratch, using what he could buy from local hardware stores. I'm so thankful that my parents were able to do all of that and still keep my brother and I happy. It just amazes me. that my biological father had been to jail twice for the same offense. So, when I was young it was just my mom and I would get to visit Daddy Kevin every so often at my grandparents' house. Also I was far too young to understand what divorce was. Then he went away for a while. I was always told by everyone in the family that he was at school getting a master's degree lol. Then a couple years later my mom gets remarried to the man I consider my actual father. Been married 19 years now. And Daddy Kevin came back and had a new wife and a kid, my half sister. At this point I'm about 6 to 7 years old. Then again all of a sudden Kevin is gone, and so is my half sister. No one is saying anything, and everything is very hush hush. So jump a couple more years, I'm 10 years old and still have no idea where Kevin is. In typical kid fashion I think I did something wrong. So after a big family event I just break down in front of my mom sobbing about how Kevin doesn't like me or want me as his daughter. Well, I was in for a wake up call. I'm not kidding guys, this rocked my world. Apparently Kevin was an actual sociopath. I'm not using that word lightly. He verbally, emotionally, and sexually abused my mom. They met when she was 18, and when my mom got pregnant with me, she was 19. He tried to force her to get an abortion. When she didn't go through with it he freaked, but they did end up marrying because he promised he would change. So fast forward I've been born and he's still acting very strange. Apparently he was very obsessive over me and my eating schedule, my sleeping schedule, and would track my bathrooms in a notebook. One morning, I'm about 1 month old at the oldest, I'm crying for something, and Kevin tells my mom he will take care of it. Then like 5 minutes later my mom says she heard the most blood-chilling scream. There is a difference between a baby's normal cry and a scream of pure pain. My mom says she can remember it like it was yesterday. She still has nightmares about it. I was laying on my changing table, all twisted, strange and purple, because of how badly I was hurt. I was taken to the Ear and Child Protective Services we're called, because I had a broken arm, 5 broken ribs, and a cracked skull. Babies just don't break those things on accident. That is what Kevin was saying, that it was all an accident. I was taken from my mother and put in a foster home. After a long trial and Kevin being the sociopathic liar that he is, finally admitted to the crime. He was in jail until I was 2 years old. My mom had me back at this point with full custody, and the court granted him supervised visitation. Then a few years later he does it again. He did it again to my half sister. Now that he was a repeat offender he was put away for a long time, until I was about 10. He was also on drugs, an alcoholic, and a sex addict. After finding out the truth I refused to see him, until I was 15. I'm now 22 and married. I see him from time to time. He's married again, no kids, but it still makes me feel sick when he picks up my little cousins. I'm still incredibly close to his parents, my paternal grandparents. They helped my mom out so much, since she was a single mother, because of their so. All of this made all the strange visitations, the strange looks from family members, because I was born out of wedlock, and basically everything surrounding my earlier years makes sense. Kevin also never paid child support, stole from my grandparents, took loans out in my mother's name, and the list goes on and on. He's nothing but a sperm donor for me, but I have a dad that chose to be my dad, and he's the best dad in the world. Screw you, Kevin. So many adopted cousins. Turns out my great uncle, two adopted children, even offered to adopt me. My parents split when I was 2 years old and my father was raising me on his own. My uncle mentioned this to me when I was 17 to 18 years old and posed the question, can you imagine how much different your life would have been? At the time I was secretly faking furious with his insinuation. He was an educated man who lived a successful life in upper middle class society, while I grew up in an upper lower class home, borderline on poverty. A huge socioeconomic difference. At 18 I thought, how dare him. Dad had done just fine with me, and eventually 2 more kids/ex-wives, and he also got custody, and raised my brother and sister. Now, as an adult looking back, I see the huge difference in opportunities I would have had, not just financial, but I would have had a mother and parents that would have helped me go to college/plan a future. Growing up I did not think there was any possible way to go to school, because I didn't know of the many options for assistance. My father, I loved him with all my heart, was just ignorant of these things, and had no interest in education. A few years ago my wife asked my dad if I really was an honor roll student throughout school, and he honestly didn't know that I was. I can't lie, even at 40, that stung a little bit. Why am I still typing? I need a therapist. My mom was taken from her mom, my grandmother, because of a drug problem. My mom had always thought her dad walked out on the family before she could even remember, so she had no idea who he was. My mom's neighbors ended up taking in my mom and her younger sister, eventually adopting them. My mom got back in touch with her biological mom in her 20s after her adoptive father died. They maintained a relationship for about the last 10 years of my grandma's life, helping each other cope after my aunt died of cancer. Then cancer took her too. At the funeral, a lady asked to speak to mom after privately. The lady asked if my mom knew her father really was yet. It's at this point that my mom found out her adoptive father was her real dad. He had an affair with the neighbor lady and had 2 children as a result. And his wife knew they were his kids. That's why they felt obligated to take in my mom and her sister, but never told them. My mom never let her adoptive mom know she found out the truth. She wasn't mad at all, just felt like it didn't need to be discussed. She understood why everyone did what they did. That my biological father was abusive, tried to kidnap me, and went to jail. He started dating my mom when she was 15, and he was in his 30s. I was the result of that relationship, and my mom has me 2 months before her 16th birthday. He used to beat her up and a lot, and I have memories of being 3 and watching him slam her into a wall when she was pregnant with my sister. She wouldn't let me visit him anymore after that point. One time I was at the fair, and I was getting in line for a ride when I felt someone pulling my arm. I look up to see him, and he said I had to go with him. As he's leading me to the car, I hear my mom screaming and see her running towards me with police officers. She grabbed me from him and put me in her car while the cops talked to my dad. I remember my mom crying all the way home, but I didn't understand why. Years later, and I now realize he tried to kidnap me. I didn't see him anymore after that day. It turns out he ended up going to jail for several years for various things. My family thinks I've forgotten my early childhood years. We don't talk about it, and my family always changes the subject when I bring it up. They don't know that I remember a lot of it, and they keep everything from that time period a secret from me. My mom did have me meet him again last year because his 2 new daughters, my half-sisters, wanted to meet me. It was a very uncomfortable experience, but we talked a little, and finding out most of this stuff explained a lot of my weird childhood. My youngest uncle was a fantastic guy. I didn't know this because my mother was always talking shit about him. I thought he was poor because he was lazy, that his wife was a conniving bitch, that he tried to steal things from my grandma, and all kinds of conspiracy stuff. So we never saw much of him. Then I met him a while ago, and he and his wife were so lovely. He wasn't lazy. He had to quit his job as a teacher because of a nervous breakdown. He and his family were the only ones who accepted me as a lesbian. Turned out my cousin is gay too, something my parents failed to mention. We just hung around and had a great time. Then he got ill and died in less than 6 weeks. At the funeral, it turned out that after he lost his job, he volunteered at hospitals and hospices, and he was the one who looked after my grandma until she died. I still get mad that I missed out on spending time with basically the only nice guy / family in the family. His wife died too. My grandfather was a schizophrenic, a violent one, who survived World War II. My mother had a terrible first half of childhood and spent a majority of that time afraid her father would leave her as a result of her actions. She was around 4 or 5 at this time. This makes sense as she has a very hard time understanding what it means to have a stable family. The irony of all of this is that she has been a fantastic mother. There are times of my own childhood where I resent her and what she did to me. All of the unfair things and heartbreaking hypocrisy with which I was raised was contextualized once I found this out. This was one of those things that makes me wish I had the capacity for time travel. I could have made my mother's childhood so much more bearable if I were there. If I could provide the treatment I understand now for her father, I could have helped her, and then I could have helped her raise me. I could have helped her understand that the world is not how she sees it. I could show her that she is capable of being who we needed her to be. All of the anger I felt toward her would not exist, and all of the fights we have had would be inert. I hold so much anger to her because she can be a selfish person. But she is so because of fear and not because of greed. She has narcissism as a personality trait because the only thing that was modeled to her in a meaningful way was the opinion of others. That is all that matters to her and is all that will. In a way, I have made it a goal of mine to mend relationships in repentance of our relationship. So I guess there is that. When I was under the age of 3, my mother walked in on my older cousin molesting me. He was probably 8 or 9, I'm not sure, but I didn't remember it, and my grandmother and aunt made my mother promise never to tell me or to take any legal action. I grew up weirdly idolizing that cousin, but we were never allowed to be around each other without heavy supervision, and if he ever was alone in a room with me someone would come in shortly after, and things would just get really tense between him and the adult. It wasn't until years later, when I was fully grown, and my grandmother passed away, that I learned what had happened. It really bothered me, and having experienced sexual abuse by someone else who was supposed to be protector made me really think everything that happened was my fault. It put me into a really deep depression, and I didn't leave my house for over a year, because I just didn't want anyone to see me. I hated myself a lot. It took a long time to pull myself out of that dark place and to start healing, and I'm still on that road to recovery. I still met my great-grandpa when I was very young, and he was somewhat of a persona non grata in the family. He was invited to mere family events, but never visited or spoken about. After his death I found out that from 1934 until 1945 he was helping/hiding socialists, communists during the dictatorship, and also Jews after the Anschluss. He was arrested twice, but due to pure luck got out unharmed. I did not understand why the family would be mad at him for doing that. As it turned out, pretty much every other family member old enough was a Nazi. Not fanatics but supporter, or at least they tolerated what was going on. My great-grandpa was the only family member who pretty much from day one was in opposition to the Nazi, and did something about it, much to the dismay of my great-grandma. After the war they could not reconcile their excuses that they did not know what was going on or there was nothing we could do with the actions of my great-grandpa during that period. So they exiled him, ignored him and avoided him as much as possible while living their lives. He died aged 89 in 1984. My grandma, who is and always has been a narcissist, tried to murder her youngest son back in the late 50s or early 60s. My dad is the oldest of 4 boys, and his youngest brother was rather hard to control when he was a toddler. He was disobedient, frequently wandered away, etc. Grandma was apparently embarrassed by his behavior in public and decided that she didn't want to deal with him anymore. Her solution: sent her husband and other kids out of the house, put her youngest in bed and burned the house down with him in it. She started a fire in the kitchen and left the house. Her plan failed. The house didn't completely burn, and her son survived. My uncle is now in his late 50s, has scarred, burned skin, lives in a group home, and has the mental capacity of a 5-year-old. The really faked up part is that he loves his mother unconditionally and doesn't have the mental capacity to understand that she tried to murder him as a kid. Not sure if this counts, but my grandparents are both heavier set people, and my whole childhood never slept in the same bed. I was always told this was because they were fat and were afraid of breaking the bed. 10-year-old me was perfectly content with this answer. After my grandpa passed away, my dad and I were moving his stuff out of their house, and my dad told me, out of nowhere basically, that the real reason my grandparents never slept in the same room was because my grandpa had cheated on my grandmother in their bed. Not with some coworker lady, but with a mutual guy friend. As a very religious person, she couldn't understand why he'd want to sleep with a guy. She stayed with him because she had kids with him and grandkids, but she never saw him the same. Thinking back on their relationship, I definitely should have known about my grandpa. He would always point out good-looking guys when we were together, and I thought he was being funny, but now I think he genuinely found these men attractive and just wanted to share with someone he knew would understand. I'm bisexual, He loved my grandma and his kids, but I feel like he missed out on a big part of his life, and it showed later when he started to deteriorate due to his bipolar mania. I miss you papa. TLDR, I thought my grandparents didn't sleep in the same bed because they were fat, but it turns out my grandpa cheated on my grandma with a man. My dad, my mom, and my stepmom all went to high school together. My stepmom and dad dated briefly and split, and he dated my mom after and got married, had 2 kids, and they divorced. When she had me, my mom developed postpartum depression and already had other existing mental disorders, which caused their marriage to dissolve. Years later, my stepmom found my dad on one of those yearbook sites and contacted him, and then later on my dad married my stepmom. My stepmom took out all of her anger out on me and would always say I acted like her and hated that my hair is partially red and would try and throw away anything my mother gave me. It didn't make sense until I was told the order of things in high school. This whole time my stepmom has held a grudge against my mother for ultimately choosing her and having kids with her first, and then he got his tubes tied, so when they married my stepmom couldn't have kids with him, so she took her anger out on me. It's a secret that even my own mother doesn't know. My grandma told me this last summer. My grandpa owns a RV. At one point he loaded up all my aunties and my mom and took a little trip without my grandmother knowing. My grandmother gets a call from him. He's hysterical, telling her he's going to drive the RV off a cliff in the Badlands and start over. Apparently he had some major depression and suicidal tendencies, like how he jumped out of a moving car once. Anyways, the only my grandmother was able to talk him down was telling him to wait for her so at least she could die too. Once she arrived, she got all the kids. They didn't really talk anymore, and they got divorced. Decided not to tell anyone of the incident, not my mom or aunts. Just me and my brother know, and I don't know if I could ever reveal it either. He's better now, and she's really close with him, but my mom still doesn't know why my grandma no longer speaks with him. My grandfather served at Germany in the 60s, US. He was military police on a base. I don't know which, because he never talked about his war experiences. And then I found out why. During his time here, there are a number of serial killings suspected to be the work of a US soldier. My grandfather, being MP, was the first on the scene to the first to crime scenes. Over the next 40 years that he lived with my family, no one, and I mean no one, has ever got a description of what he saw that day, but whatever it was enough to shake him to his very core. There were about 4 more incidents before they actually caught the guy. My grandfather didn't catch him, but he was a part of the case. When he got home, he became a bodyguard, an armored truck driver, and a real estate manager before purchasing a restaurant where the owners had recently gotten arrested for running an illegal gambling ring. When he settled down with my nan, he would have night terrors and screaming fits. He eventually resorted to heavy drinking for much of my mom's childhood. He got it together when my mom went to high school, but for much of my life my grandfather would never drink in excess and he would never talk about his past. When I knew him, he was happy, but he always had a look in his eye where he was always just ever so distant and not entirely there. When my mom told me about this a couple years after his passing, it all kinda clicked. My grandfather had severe PTSD before they even used to diagnose that type of thing. And besides, my grandfather was a stubborn Irish Catholic. If something was wrong, he went on for as long as he could, until he couldn't possibly anymore. My mom had postpartum depression after I was born. Also, my dad had an affair with another woman when my mom was pregnant with me, and it resulted in a child. Ironically, I kind of knew about the affair thing from a really young age. My parents stayed together even after the affair, and so it came up a lot in their arguments. Me and all my siblings knew. The shock was that my mom had postpartum depression, which led to her seeing a psychiatrist who actually diagnosed her as extremely bipolar and put her on heavy medications. My mom quit taking them pretty early on and never went back. But of course she only got worse from there. We could never get her to go back to the doctor. She would always tell me as I grew up what a horrible baby I was. How I screamed non-stop for whole days and nights. I never really felt close to her. No matter how hard I tried, she seemed to just resent me for something I couldn't understand. I always thought it was the affair thing, but once I found out about the depression and medication it all made sense. She didn't just blame me for what my dad did to her, but also for her mental health issues and basically everything. It was my fault that my dad thought she needed to be on medication, and I think she was really convinced that was what ruined their relationship. My mom and dad bought a little 3-bedroom home when mom was pregnant with me. I have 2 older brothers and both had their own room, while my parents had the master. I was born, and my older brother got kicked out of his room and had to share with my other brother. When I was little he used to resent me for it and complain I should have just slept in the dryer. When I was around 21, I was thinking about this randomly while visiting my mom. I asked her why she didn't just have my older brother share while she was pregnant with me, so my oldest brother didn't get used to having his own room, or why not get a 4-bedroom with smaller rooms. Our rooms were pretty big. She paused for a while before saying, "Well, we didn't exactly plan to have you." Explains the age gaps between me and my brother's second story. Didn't know my whole family was exposed to TB when I was 4 until there was an outbreak at my college and we had to get tested. I told my mom and she said I had to get a chest X-ray since the skin test would come up positive for me. Oh, and make sure to watch out for if you ever cough up blood or anything in the future. Thanks, Mom. TLDR, I'm a TB carrying accident. I was in high school learning about JFK, and we discussed that he was murdered by the mob theory and the teacher named one of my family members as the head of a mob family. I was kind of dumbfounded, but didn't say anything about being related to him. I got home and told my mom about these awful things my teacher was saying about our family. She told me to have a seat and explained everything. Then I understood all these things that I thought were weird but just accepted. Like I thought he had a lot more younger friends than most old guys did. Turns out they were his bodyguards. Also, my father never went with us when we visited, and my dad skipped his funeral, which was incredibly unusual for my family. This was because my father had a top secret clearance and would be risking his clearance if he didn't completely separate himself from this guy. Although never openly discussed, I believe my grandfather was running drugs and or guns for him. He was a barber, yet frequently traveled up and down the East Coast for work. My mom only told me this once, since she said that it's a controversial issue in the family that were never brought up again. My cousin is always restricted by her mother when going out with her boyfriend. It even went to the point her mother, my aunt, had to third wheel my cousin and boyfriend in their date. When I discussed this with mom, she said my aunt had a history. In her younger days, my aunt one day told my grandparents that she is going to a party. Then she never came back the next day. My grandparents then came searching for her, for she went missing for several days. She was even reported kidnapped. A week later she was found okay, but she wasn't talking or anything. She said she slept over with a friend. Then they found out she was pregnant after the incident. Mom didn't know what exactly happened, whether she was suspectedly raped or ran away with her boyfriend and accidentally conceived her oldest daughter. She is still a bit paranoid of my younger cousin getting dates. Not sure, but it kinda makes sense why she is too restrictive. Lol, my cousin is 23 as of now. That I have an older brother that my other older brothers and I never met. My mom was a runaway in the 70s. Ran with lots of bikers in SoCal. How she met my first 2 brothers' dad. Had my oldest brother at 18 and the second at 21. She did lots of drugs and wasn't a good mom to them, and neither was their dad. About 14 years later she's with another biker, some gypsy joker, gets pregnant, bails, and gives him up for adoption. She did drugs with both me and him during the pregnancy, chiefly meth, and I know it's affected me, but I still haven't met my brother, so I don't know how it affected him. 6 years down the line I'm conceived accidentally by my dad. They got married. My mom has a lot of issues and my dad is a bum. Lol. I also have issues, specifically panic disorder, ADHD, clinical depression, generalized anxiety, Tourette's, and suicidal tendencies. I don't know if there's a medical term for that last one, but I've got that one bad. Every once in a while I get depression/stress-induced psychosis. Been a long time since that though. Just remember, even with all that I still want to live, most of the time kinda. Both of my parents are Mormon, and my dad is Pacific Islander, so he has 9 real brothers and sisters, 14 counting cousins who he was raised in the same house with. I've only met about half of them and their families, and about 4/5 of those I've met are Mormon. I'd always thought that I had just never met the other ones, because they were either alcoholics, and since they're Mormon they, and I, don't really want to be around them, or just live far away. I met one of my aunties randomly in Auckland, so she was just one who lived far away. I found out a few years ago, by my mum letting it slip, that I have 2, that's right, count them, 2, trans aunties whom I've never met. I'm gay, and this was a welcome revelation to me, that I've got other LGBT family members. It did confirm that I'll need to cut all contact with my family when I get older though, which is a bummer. I really like some of my cousins. Hella late to the party on this one, but here goes. When I used to visit my grandparents, on my dad's side, as a child there was always one bedroom I was never allowed to go in. So, naturally I snuck in there and checked it out when unsupervised. It was a bedroom that was half packed away into a load of moving boxes, but there was a thick layer of dust on everything. I always figured they'd just given up on renovating that room or something. Years pass, and during this time my dad's sister Kath is mentioned from time to time, but I'd never met her. I was told once that she died of a heart attack before I was born, but never any details, which is odd for my family, because their health and other people's health is all anyone ever talks about. Finally, last year after the death of my grandparents and my dad, I asked my mum what really happened to Kath, and she spilled the beans. Apparently she was strangled to death by her ex-boyfriend who, for financial reasons, she was still living with at the time, but it gets worse than that. To cover his tracks he chopped her body into little pieces and hid her remains in a wheelie bin, which he then proceeded to lock away in a storage facility. This was in a notoriously hot summer, mind you. Worse still, when my family inevitably came looking for her, this was in the days before mobile phones, they left her sticky notes around their shared house asking where she'd been, and that sick murdering bastard played along, pretended he knew nothing. My dad always hated the guy and had his suspicions, so he tipped off the police. When they raided the house they found receipts for carpet cleaning supplies, which, given his and Kath's poor financial situation, was extremely suspect. After almost a month of public appeals and volunteer search parties, her body was finally located and recovered from the storage facility, as people had started complaining about the smell. My dad, 20-something at the time, was then asked by the police to identify her body, or what remained of it at that point. It scared him for life. Apparently Kath had been in the process of moving back into my grandparents' house when it happened, hence the half-empty room. I guess it was always too painful for them to empty the room themselves. I can see why they never explained the story to me as a kid. My grandfather has been in jail 2 times. I don't know why he was in jail the first time, but the second time was for sexually abusing the girl next door. He has sexually abused my uncle and quite likely my mother as well. My mom has passed away 2 months ago, and I've just come to hear of this. I now understand why my mom would get so extremely mad whenever she heard news of a man who had sexually abused a child. Mad to the point where it seemed like the news had hurt her personally. She'd always say she'd kill the man who'd ever touch her children. Also, my mom's first husband died in a car accident. I've always been told he fell asleep behind the wheel. Recently, also after my mom's death, I found out he was driving under the influence. If there's one thing my mom has taught me, it's to never get in the car with someone who has drunk alcohol, even 1 glass. She would also tell me to take the keys off anyone who intended to drive home drunk. I now get why she stressed that so often. My mom also had the opinion that the barkeeper was responsible for how drunk his customers got, and that he was supposed to call a cab for them and not let them drive home. I get that now. And these aren't the only family secrets I've just found out about, but the others are just not relevant to this question. I just can't believe this has all been kept secret until now. Apparently my mom made a promise to my grandma to never talk about these things. I wish I could talk to her. This isn't anything dramatic or life-changing, but it definitely made me realize some things about my parents, and is pretty hilarious. I didn't know my parents smoked weed until I was 18 and did myself for the first time. I told my mom about it because we're cool like that, and within that evening she pulled out her stash and asked if I wanted a hit. My dad was the same way when I told him. They are long time divorced. Funny enough, so many memories came rushing back to me. Like when I was a kid and mom asked me, "The clouds look kinda sad today, don't you think?" Yeah mom, I get that now. Clouds do look sad sometimes. Or when my dad would go down to the basement office to work on his watches, and for hours he'd take apart antique watches and put them back together again. Pretty soon, I found out my brother, sister-in-law, aunt, cousins, step-uncle, and a myriad of other relatives were all in on the shenanigans too. Holidays were forever 100x more fun after that. My dad's father was an alcoholic, abuser, and, allegedly, rapist. His mother popped pills and did nothing to help him and his siblings. My dad is faked up and a terrible person. He was incredibly destructive towards my family, and it's because he was abused as a kid. He used that abuse as an excuse. It all made sense when I eventually filled in the blanks via what my mom told me and just observation. My dad always carried his pain like it was the most important thing in the world, the most mystical and mysterious. He used it. He started out as an okay dad, but he just got weirder as I grew up, until he finally snapped and left my mom and us kids in a horrible way. Honestly, I pity him. But he isn't the only person in the world who had to deal with shitty circumstances. He acted like it. I never thought it was enough of an excuse to be cruel to us kids and my mother. He needed help. He blamed his shortcomings on my mom and left her when he couldn't get his way with her. He was repeating abusive behaviors more and more in my late teens. My mom tried to help his mental health, but he wouldn't listen. He thought mental help was a sign of weakness and for crazes. That being said, I cut him out of my life because he was being abusive to me, and I won't have it. He still talks to his dad. It's really strange. I don't talk to anyone on that side. I was best friends with one of my cousins growing up, who's the same age as me. Like, as close as sisters. Both our parents were divorced, so she'd stay with me at my dad's one weekend, and I'd stay with her at my uncle's, my mom's brother, the next. We'd hang out together after school doing homework and playing, etc. Always together. Her dad. I didn't really know what white trash was at the time, but he kinda was. Big creepy beard, just a weird sense of humor. He always just made me kind of uneasy, but I never really knew why, so I never said anything. It was clear he loved his kids, so I just tried to ignore the vibes. I distinctly remember having nightmares about once a year of him turning into a werewolf and chasing me around my house/neighborhood. But again, never said anything. When we are 16. Cutting out the huge drama-filled series of events that lead to this revelation, it comes out that he's a pedophile. Him molesting his oldest daughter is the reason they got divorced, and he molested my mom every chance he was alone with her all throughout her childhood. He was the golden child, so their parents didn't believe her. Her other brother was the one who could do nothing right, so he refused to help. So she learned to never be alone with the pedo brother, but he still had ample opportunities to molest, if not raped, which I suspect, but I won't ask, and she's never explicitly stated her. She had panic attacks if she found herself alone in a room until she was 20, 2 years after she'd moved out. As a kid, I used to make fun of her when she obsessively would check the deadbolt basically every single time she walked past the front door, even if she'd just checked it 30 seconds later. After all this came out, I not only stopped teasing her, I started doing the same thing, and all those weird vibes I'd dismissed as a kid suddenly made a lot more sense. My family were always really chill and confident and stuff, and I looked up to them. Especially my aunt, who I absolutely adored. I always wanted to be like her, still do tbh, and she's more like a sister to me than anything else. So every time we'd all get together, the adults always went outside to smoke cigarettes, which as kids we were never allowed to do. But as I got older I wanted to go out with them sometimes, but was always told I couldn't. Finally I was about 19 when I wanted to go out with them and couldn't, and I was slightly drunk, so I started moaning about it. My mum then came up to me and told me the reason we weren't allowed to go out was because my aunt smoked weed and she never wanted us to know, especially since my dad did too. Everything suddenly clicked into place, from the smell that was always in her room, to the way she was so chill about everything. And then later on I'd catch a whiff of weed whilst walking around town or somewhere and realize it reminded me of my dad and aunt. This isn't gonna get seen, but I gotta get it off my chest. My grandfather was a child molester. He molested, and possibly raped, my mom and my uncle. Not sure about my aunt. My mom told me her sister's bedroom was the farthest down the hall, which gave me the implication that she might have been spared. Not only was he a pedophile, but he was also verbally abusive. He also didn't let my mom come back home for over a year after she ran away. My mother was taken in by a Mormon family. I understand now why she remained in the church for so long and turned her back on Judaism. I understand why my mom screamed at us so much now. Why she hurt us. Why she was so goddamn mean. Why she had all those horrible episodes. She threatened suicide. She blamed me specifically for everything that went wrong in her life. She was high strung. She was a control freak. etc. When I was a teen I was angry about my parents' divorce. Hated her boyfriends. I called her a hoe. She slapped me. I had no idea what I'd done at the time, saying that to her. I didn't know. I probably brought back some ugly memories for her. I don't like the idea of an adult hitting a child, but I feel like she was justified in that moment. I know it doesn't justify 20+ years of child abuse. I know. But learning about the monster my grandfather was, that made me feel more inclined to forgive. His death was hard on her. She had a heart attack. She was the worst she'd ever been. I did drugs and stayed the fuck away from her as much as possible. Then, she got a little better. Then a lot better. My whole life. My relationship with my mother and the rest of my family. It all makes sense in the context of an ongoing cycle of abuse. I thought my mom was crazy all my life, but she wasn't crazy. She was traumatized, and now I've inherited my own trauma from her. I still haven't processed this. All I know is that it changes everything and nothing, all at once. Life is faked up. I loved my uncle dearly. He was one of those adults that never spoke to you like a child, and I always felt equal in his presence. He was my favorite and everyone knew it. He was sarcastic and funny and kind and stubborn. I saw him here and there over the years, sometimes with more frequency than other years. When I was 16 he went through a phase of calling me at 2/3 am to tell me he loved me, and no one understood him like I did. I asked him why he hated himself so much. He was always so self-doubting, and it made me sad. I didn't understand why he could see what I saw, that he was awesome. As I got older I saw him less and less, and this made me so sad. My family didn't really talk about it, but I got the vibe that he didn't want to see us. When I was 21 he killed himself. My dad rang me to tell me while I was at uni and had just got out of lectures, and with a crushing realization I understood. He didn't not want to see me. He was suffering from mental health problems. I just knew it. And I spent the next 4 hours in the bottom of the shower crying until one of my roommates found me and called my parents, who came and collected me. I found out that my uncle was an alcoholic and had been in and out of hospital with chronic depression his whole life. The last time I saw him I was 18, and I assumed he didn't want to see me very much because he never made a real effort to after that. Now I know the truth. I would have made all the effort to see him, knowing he was so sad and alone. I love you, Uncle Andrew. You are the best and brightest star in heaven now, and I think about you every day. XXX. My mom and dad were engaged when I was born. My dad was an alcoholic and beat the shit out of my mom when he was drunk. My first memory at 18 months was him strangling her in the kitchen. The last straw for my mom was when he was randomly shooting while drunk and nearly shot me. We lived on a farm. He was far away. My tiny ears started to run towards dad cause I didn't understand what was happening. They both served in the same police station, and growing up I met a couple of friends who served with them. My mom was kicked out. The law back then stated you weren't allowed to be pregnant out of wedlock and serve, and thought nothing about them, or gifts they gave me. My dad served in a war here in Africa, South African here, and caught a disease that resulted in him not being able to have kids, so deep down he knew, I think. Anyway, my dad sobered up by the time I was 8. So I used to visit him on school vacations, and he was a good and supportive dad. My mom grafted her ass off as her only qualification was police college, so she started learning how to program, and got a job as a junior programmer. I remember sitting next to her desk, drawing until I fell asleep. By that time I could also make my own lunch and dinner. I never felt neglected. I somehow knew she did this for us. She went on to have a very successful career, eventually heading a department for a Mayer corporation, second to Microsoft, and even trained their British and French branches, which she earned. She worked her ass off. My dad stayed in the police and became a detective for the homicide squad at HQ Point forward to near Christmas. When I was 14, my mom got drunk, Dutch courage I suppose, and told me that my dad was not my biological dad and that one of the friends from the police, who was their captain, they had an affair when my dad was beating her and his wife was prostituting herself for alcohol money. Not making excuses, just saying. He asked her to tell me because he was dying of cancer. FML. I remember it felt like everything I knew just blew into a trillion shards of glass. This did such a number on me. He died 3 months later, and to be honest I never had feelings for him. For a long time I resented him, because he shattered and faked up my life cause he wanted his conscience clear when he died. I couldn't cope. I started acting out, and got addicted to heroin. I was so angry and such a mess. I cleaned up the vacation time after graduation at 17. I don't know how I held up the grades. He was just a sperm, with a conscience apparently. I never saw his family again, and don't want to. My dad was the one who cleaned my diapers, who taught me to ride a bike, whose shoes I danced on, who drove 400 kilometers and back for every sport event and academic night, the one that was there for me. He passed away just after my 18th birthday on a Monday. We were supposed to have a dad and daughter fishing weekend that weekend. My mom passed away when I was 25. Pancreatic cancer took her in 7 weeks. I was her primary caregiver, so at least I had that time with her. I got married last July, and it made me think about them a lot, and how much they loved me, even though they messed up, which I've learned all parents do in some way. They would be proud. I married a wonderful man who adores me. We have a beautiful house with 3 beautiful furbs, and I have a successful career helping people. Blood doesn't make you family. Filling out paperwork at our Department of Home Affairs, I put my dad's details as my birth father. My dad's side on my birth certificate was always blank. I think both of them would agree. I have 2, both regarding my mom and her foster parents. TLDR at the bottom. Point 1. My mom's foster father died when I was really young. The inheritance money, however, a portion was to go to my mom and her foster mother. My dad told me, when I was 18 working at his employer for a summer job, that my mom got manipulated and baited to sign a document that redirected the inheritance to her foster mother. I knew that her foster mother had a gambling addiction when I was younger, mainly because she went bankrupt and homeless for a while, but I never knew that the money was from the inheritance until my dad told me when I was driving the both of us home from work. All 50 grand down the drain. Point it makes me wonder what my parents could have done with the money when I was younger. My dad was seriously heated when he told me about this in the car. He felt like I should know, and I do want to know. I want to know every secret there is. Point note, mom's foster father and mother were very abusive, even to me. Point 2, my mom was an orphan in Vietnam, fairly common, and was set up in a lot of child labor. Since she is quite pale for a Southeast Asian, the foster parents, Vietnamese, thought she was a hybrid child, aka a product of the French or Americans during the Vietnam War. They decided to adopt her and use her as some legal reason to migrate to America or France, but it turned out she was not a hybrid child. This, in result, made the foster parents adopt another child whom I refer as an uncle. Uncle is a mix between an African American and Vietnamese. There was a lot of rap cases during the Vietnam War. Now, the foster parents have an American child which gives them some green light to get an American sponsor to pay for their trip to the US. What I didn't know was that the sponsor was my dad's brother-in-law who was in the Viet Navy, sided with the US, but basically, mom's foster parents tried using her as a way to get out of Vietnam. Didn't work that way, however. This was also how my parents met. My dad was also homeless at the time, crashing on the couch his brother's place, and my mom felt bad for him, and somehow they married. I love them to death, though. Point TLDR. Story 1. Mom's foster father died. Foster mother stole all the inheritance money, supposed to be split. Foster mother gambled it all, 50k away. Story 2. Mom was adopted by foster parents in hopes she was a hybrid child to move to America. Ended up not. Foster parents adopted another kid who finally got their sponsored plane ticket to the US. Sponsor is my dad's brother-in-law and my dad lived with him. That's how my parents met, got married a while later, had my brother and then me. My mom and I never had a healthy mother-daughter relationship. When I was young, she wouldn't hesitate to beat me up for little things I did, and she treated me differently to my two brothers. I was scared of my mother and would always go to my grandmother for comfort. I knew something wasn't right, but I didn't understand why. We would fight all the time and my stepdad would try to get us to make up. One day the fight got so bad that I eventually asked my dad why she hated me so much. He must have spoken to her about it, and she called me over to have a chat, and she was sobbing. I've never seen her so upset in my life. She finally confessed that I was the result of rap. It was an arranged marriage and she didn't love my biological dad. But he locked her up and rapped her for a few days until she managed to escape and ran away whilst pregnant with me. It made sense from that point on why I sense hate from her and why we were never close. But we are in a much better relationship after she told me. We haven't had a fight since. But it has scarred me a little from how she treated me. I've had to see a psychologist to work through it. I've posted this before, but hey, so when my grandmother died we all found out that when she was 13 in Argentina her older brother, which none of us knew existed, except my dad who promised to keep it private, became psychotic and was hospitalized in a mental institution. Remember, this is 1930s Argentina. Over time, my grandma lost touch with her brother, what with moving overseas and so on. It was always her secret shame that she abandoned her brother. Her brother apparently later died while still hospitalized. Alone. Fast forward 70 years, grandma dies and my father goes to Argentina. We live in Israel now, to meet with family and find and pay respects at said uncle's grave. He starts going from cemetery to cemetery, searching for his uncle's grave. He can't find it. Maybe he was cremated. So he starts going from mental hospital to mental hospital. Of course we don't know where he was hospitalized, searching through records. Soon enough he picks up on a 70-year-old trail and follows his uncle from hospital to hospital, some of which closed down decades ago. Finally he reaches modern times and plot twist finds his uncle alive and well, 96 years old, in a Buenos Aires mental hospital. Anyway, long story short, my dad took him out of the hospital, put him in a supported living environment, and got him off 90% of the meds they had him on. Thus emerged a relatively stable, but still schizophrenic, old man. Epilogue. Recently he called my aunt and said, "Susan, did you know that America has a black president?" When I was in 3rd grade we were out in the woods behind our house playing. We heard a bird crying, and of course had inspect. A small baby robin, who we named Cheapy, had fallen out of its nest, and as a 3rd grader, wanting to so very badly be a Power Ranger who saves the world, we decided to bring him home and give him a good life. We make him a nest in the backyard in our apple tree, dug up worms to feed him, gave him my Barbie blanket, etc. My mom was curious what was happening in the backyard and came to inspect. She congratulated us on being good bad parents and said she thought he was tired and we should go get some dinner. She would check on him that night for us. In the morning we came out. Cheapy was gone. I ran into the house screaming. My mom informed me he passed away overnight and she had buried him in the corner of the yard. I couldn't understand. He looked healthy and happy the night before. I was a wreck, as much as a kid could be, and sat all day in the corner of the yard talking to him. telling him sorry we couldn't help him, making him a little bird ghost next, a tombstone, etc. I was laughing about the story at around age 25, with my brother who helped in the whole thing, and my mom goes, "Oh, that gross bird." I threw him away. He was covered in bugs and halfway alive. I was horrified, and it all finally made sense of how he just died overnight. So I had sat all day in a corner talking to a pile of dirt my mom had fashioned to look like a bird grave. I never really realized why I wasn't allowed to spend the night with my dad's parents. Also, I never understood why the women in my family were so emotionless about the abuse I had experienced from men, family and not. Turns out on my dad's side my grandpa was a pedophilic rapist for 15 years and my grandma was completely oblivious to the sexual assault happening to her only son, but she was outrageously violent. This explains so much about the problems I have with my father, who is comparatively amazing, but in reality, was also extremely physically, emotionally, and psychologically abusive. On my mom's family, every male family member was either a womanizer or a rapist or both. My grandmother had been assaulted throughout her teenage years, until she married by her dad and uncles, and her dad was an alcoholic womanizer who frequently cheated on his devoted wife. My grandfather molested my mom's teenage, but legal 18 or 19-year cousin, and my mom walked in on them when she was home from college. She was sworn into secrecy. Also, my only female cousin's first husband / father of her 3 children was a pedophile and was arrested for child pornography. He stalked her for years afterwards. My parents defended her. This list could go so much deeper, but these are the faked up stories that were closest in proximity and relations. When I was about 5 and my big C's was 10, my father found my grandpa dead in the garage / shed. He was an amazing woodworker, and when he died a bunch of wooden skulls, more or less finished, were still in a pile on the table. He was making them for a client, and one of them was still attached to the table for a long time after he had passed. I was told he died of a heart attack, and that was it. When I was on 5th grade, 11 years old, the topic came up, and I was told that he had actually shot himself. He had putted a gun in his mouth and turned it a bit upwards, because that way you will die immediately apparently. He left a suicide note behind for my grandma explaining that he had gone to the hospital and found out he had Alzheimer's. It runs in our family and he didn't want to end up like one of our relatives who chained his family around with an axe. Although he, our relative, was the sweetest and non-violent guy you had ever met, my grandma didn't blame him, but after that I just missed him more. Skulls are still very symbolic for me because they remind me of my grandpa. I know he is looking after me from where he is now, but I still cry when I think of him for too long. Rest in peace, Grandpa. My older sister is my half-sister. When we were kids like 9 and 11, we had to go to the Capitol to pick up our birth certificates to register for baseball and softball. While my dad was talking to the lady behind the counter, she blurted out, "Is one of them adopted?" My dad turned to our mom and said, "Take them outside please." This stuck in my brain my whole life, and I of course then thought we were adopted. My sister never thought twice about it. She's my older sister, but always been like my younger, meaning not arrogantly, but I'd always learn things faster, like little things. I had to teach her to read a clock with hands and count change, explain book plots, small things. Anyway, I always had bugged my dad about this encounter, idiotically thinking I was adopted. Idiotic because I looked like his clone. After I had graduated college, we were out running errands, and I asked him about it again, and he finally broke. Told me that when he had met my mom, she was pregnant with my sister, and when she was born he immediately adopted her. Then they had me 2 years later, in our 40s now, and she still doesn't know, and no reason to ever tell her. She adores my dad, he is her father 100%. Also, he told me that when he made us leave the room that day in the courthouse, that he almost got arrested for how angrily he was yelling at the woman for insensitively blurting that out in front of us. My cousin by marriage had moved to my hometown, and we'd gotten to be pretty good friends. After hanging out for 2 years or so, at some point it became clear that he wanted to tell me something, but was struggling with it, and I remember the conversation where he told me, "I think I might be gay." I was the first person he ever came out to, and to me, it was just NBD. In retrospect, I wish I'd made a more clear effort to be supportive, and I could see that this was a big deal to him, so I listened respectfully, but I honestly didn't give a shit. To me it was a shrug moment, and we continued being best friends for the rest of the summer, going to parties, and staying up late playing video games and stuff. He seemed really happy around that time. And man, I was happy then too. He was a good friend. Around the start of school that next year, my dad sat us down and told me that John was going to live with us for a while and that I shouldn't ask too many questions about why. In retrospect, it probably seems obvious to anyone reading this that John had come out to his parents and been kicked out. In the mind space of my sheltered, supportive upbringing, however, it wasn't even a possibility that a parent would ever do that, so the thought never even occurred to me, and I was like cool, constant video game party. John played along and acted like it was all in good fun, but even I could tell he was in a bad place. We started getting into arguments over dumb shit, and I couldn't understand why. I was like, man, what's with you? Why are you being a dick? I feel terrible thinking about it now. It's totally understandable considering the shit he was going through. My holy fuck. Moment came years later when my dad mentioned it in passing. He didn't tell me because he knew it would destroy any future relationship I might have with my uncle. And he wanted to leave the door open for reconciliation if my uncle came around, and to keep the messy shit within the nuclear family without my constant resentment. My dad was awesome. We lost touch over the years, but John was big into video games, technology, and internet, so I guess there's a chance he might read this. John, man, if you're out there, I hope you're in a good place. I miss hanging out with you. My grandpa shot himself while my dad was still in college, so my siblings and I were all just told that we didn't have a grandpa on that side of the family. My parents sheltered us a lot, so I didn't even really know what death was until I was about 10 or 12 years old and my great grandma passed away. My siblings all kinda knew that he died because they were older than me, so they got some of the story, but not the suicide part. Sometime after my great grandma's funeral, I guess my parents decided that we were all old enough to know the truth about my grandpa, so they sat us all down and explained what happened, and I just remember being completely mind blown because I had been repeatedly told I had no grandpa on that side of the family. I wasn't told that he had died. I was just told he didn't exist. I was never shown photos of him or anything. Keeping in mind I was only about 10 or 12 at the time, I hadn't really gotten the full grasp on how babies were born, so I had just come to believe that my grandma had 4 kids entirely on her own. So when I was younger, cops had come to my house to see my older brother. They went into his room and then later came out with a box. My mum told me that my brother did something illegal and that they had to confiscate something of his. Now I had seen my brother do some drugs before, so assumed this was the cause of the cops and didn't question further. Fast forward about 5 years later, I think, my brother's moved out and now has a kid and another one on the way, and I'm in my final year of high school, already pretty stressed with exams etc. I hear a knock on my door on a random day at about 7 AM. I open it up, and it's the cops again. They ask me a few questions, but I was freaking out and also needed to pee. On the way to the bathroom, my mum whispers to me to lie to them and say that my brother still lives here. They eventually gathered though that my brother no longer lived here and asked me if he had been on my computer at all recently, then asked me to leave my phone with them while they looked through my computer. However, I was free to go to school. After hyperventilating for most of the day, I come back home, and my mum then has to explain to me that my brother was looking up child pornography, and that they took away his PC and they were to know where he lives at all times. Never really looked at my brother the same way again, especially as he now has 2 kids. When I was 10 years old, my grandparents, my mother's parents, came to live with us for a while because they were having money troubles. I was very excited at first because I rarely ever got to see my mom's side of the family. Our house has 2 levels, the main floor, and a fully furnished basement. So, my grandparents lived in the basement. We recognized it as their area, and that was fine at first, but Pretty soon, my grandmother started acting very strangely. Even as a 10-year-old I noticed. She was refusing to come out of the basement and refusing to let me come down there to see her, and also acting very cold and mean when I would try to knock on the basement door. Then I started to notice my mom crying when she thought I couldn't see her. I was too scared to approach her at first because my parents never cried in front of me. But eventually I did, and I asked her what was wrong with her and what was wrong with grandma, and she told me that when she was a little girl, her father, my grandfather, was an abusive alcoholic. He didn't stop until she was in her early 20s. She told me that he almost killed her and her siblings, my 2 aunts and my 2 uncles, and her mother. She told me that my grandmother has severe mental issues that were possibly caused, or at least exacerbated, by my grandfather's treatment of her and their children. My mom and her brothers and sisters had apparently conspired, when they had children of their own, to keep this a secret from them for as long as possible. That's why I got to see them so rarely. It was exhausting for them, having to put on an act like that every time the family all got together. As a teenager I spent most of my time at home stuck in my room, as a lot of us often would. Dinner times were generally a quiet affair other than for my dad cracking the odd joke that was met with disapproval from mum and indifference from everyone else. I never really gave my home life much thought, but I did take a turn regarding my mental health and performance in school around 14. Yet for the longest time I just thought I'd messed up as a human, and it was my own problem. I've never liked my oldest brother. For as long as I remember he would bully me and shout at me, calling me things like sheethead upon entering the room. Keep in mind I would have been 8 at the time and him 19, so I was getting treated that way by an adult. For the longest time I just thought he was an asshole, and as I got older I learned to avoid him, and other than a few hectic shouting / threats / physical fights I managed to get by with avoidance. I blamed him for how he treated our parents, as he treated them like shit despite them giving him more than you could believe. We are by no means wealthy. I could never understand why they didn't kick him out like some of my own friends had happened to them, as it forced them to grow up, and they generally benefited from it over time. Only just the other day I found out that he's very likely bipolar. It took a while, but after analyzing our family life over the years with this in mind, everything started to make sense, and with this knowledge I realized that I subconsciously resented my family for so many things, yet was then able to forgive them considering the pressure my parents must have been under. They just didn't have the capacity to also worry about me and my problems. Ultimately the past few days haven't been the best, but I think with this revelation that once I recover from the emotional outburst this caused, I'll be able to move on with my life better than ever before, and be able to support my parents and my brother now, knowing that it's not their fault. Our family is just another victim of mental illness, something I never would have even considered. It was not meant to be secret. I guess my parents just forgot to tell me. I learned at age 21 that I'm hearing impaired. My ears don't always do a good job clearing earwax, leaving many hours where my ears are clogged, so everything sounds muffled. This happens randomly, and how long things are muffled also changed. Once that was told to me, I had one of moments where my entire life flashed before my eyes. As a young kid, I always sat in the front of class. It seemed so strange in elementary school. This tradition continued up to high school, since I just got used to always sitting in the front. I always thought was weird that my headphones broke so easily. Yesterday I was playing this full volume, but today it's so loud. I replaced so many times, there been so many times I felt people were whispering to exclude me from conversation. People kept telling me that I was super loud. I wasn't yelling or anything, but they told me that I was talking to them as if they were few meters away instead few feet. My grandmother often took care of an extremely disabled woman when I was younger. The woman had the mental capacity of a 1-year-old, knew 3 or 4 words, and was almost completely blind. The woman was in her 40s when I was in my teens. I thought she was the child of a friend of my grandmother, because my grandmother would talk about the woman's mother here and there. When I was 17, I learned that the woman was actually my cousin. My uncle, who had 2 children closer to my age, had knocked up his wild girlfriend when they were 18 years old. He married her out of responsibility, but the girlfriend slash wife drank, did a ton of drugs, got vaccinations she shouldn't have. When she first learned she was pregnant, it seems she wanted to have a miscarriage and did everything she could that was unhealthy for her child. Well, no miscarriage, but the poor girl ended up with almost every complication that was possible from all of that abuse. Their marriage didn't last long. They were not compatible and my uncle was pretty upset about what happened to his first child. He doesn't talk with ex-wife, nor have I ever seen him engage much with this child, but my grandmother still helped care for her because she was her grandchild. I was completely surprised, but it made this random woman in my family's life make a lot more sense. We used to have a ton of money when I was younger. It is tough to say how much, but we owned a 400k house on 3 acres of land. The house was huge, but we were never allowed to go in the basement. It was always locked off. It started one day when our house was swatted. Me and my sister were 5 and 4 at the time. That night my aunt took us, I believe. After we returned my dad was gone. My mom said he lost his job and had to take work out of town. She said though we didn't have enough money, so we would have to sell the house. We ended up in a duplex, and as a kid it was confusing as we always had everything we wanted before that point. Well, when I got older I learned the truth. My parents were drug dealers. They locked off the basement as that was their growing area. My dad did not go to work remotely. He took 3 entirety of the fall and went to prison, so my mom was able to be with us. I never learned how or why they got caught. Their operation was pretty big, and I imagine someone just got caught and gave them up. After we lived a modest lifestyle. Once my dad got out it took them 5 years, but they saved up for a small house. Yes, if people are good dealers they make a ton of money. That is why some people will go right back to it, even after they are in prison over it. My parents thankfully gave that part up, but they still battle with addiction to this day. Late to this post, but mom has always told my sister and I that she has been arrested in her late teens. The story went that she hung out with a bad crowd and there were drugs in the car, but they weren't hers. Guilty by association. Just used it as a be careful who you're friends with story. Classic really. Fast forward to our adult life. Hey, remember that story I told you guys? There's more and it's time dad, and I fill you in on the rest. The drugs were hers. She went to rehab and dropped out of high school. Turned her life around really after that. No drugs, no alcohol. Got her JED/HS equivalent degree and went to college while working while being a parent. My mom was a rockstar to us. Loved all of us growing up and was that cool mom everyone could talk to, which is why she went to school for psychology. She said. We lost mom to cancer in 2003. She was 49. My life has never been the same either. Edit a word. Bit late to the party, but growing up I always wondered why my uncle would come to visit with his male friend and not his wife or girlfriend. I wondered why we all lived in Australia and why he lived in Denmark. I wondered why he always had fantastically bright shirts, excellent shoes, and why he was always so well put together. Clearly my uncle was very gay, and as a child I had no idea, never crossed my mind, that there was anything wrong. It was just little, had no idea about homosexuality. Also my uncle was married to his male friend. And they both had a lovely life in Denmark, something that was only just recently allowed in Australia. As I got older I was told that I had 2 uncles, and that hopefully I'd be able to understand that they were still the same people, regardless of how they chose to love. I'm pretty sure I replied with something along the lines of, "Thank God someone in this family is finally interesting." I have only met my uncle once. He was already sit in the living room of our house and had been let in by my elder stepsister. She was 15 at the time when he knocked and asked to see my mum, stepmother to stepsister, so she didn't know what was gonna happen next. Mum walks in with me and twin sister and spots her brother sat on the couch and freaks the fuck out. Twin and I are told to go to our room and shut the door. Lots of shouting then happens and never see uncle again. This happened when I was 3 or 4. When I turned 18 it turns out that uncle was a sexual predator, had raped my mum, his own sister. When they were younger he was about 14 and my mum was 8. Apparently he had turned up cause his son had hung himself due to being molested by his dad, and only then had he realized how negative his actions were on people and had come to apologize to my mum. She refused his apology, and I believe my stepdad gave him a few parting gifts to him in the form of a good beating. My dad raised me as a single father, but I was allowed to stay with my mom on big school breaks, summer, and Christmas vacation, with daily check-in calls to my dad. He was strict, and she was more of a friend than a mother. I always wondered why I had to live with my dad and not my mom, and would sometimes resent my dad for keeping me with him. When I reached my mid-late teens, he finally explained why he wouldn't let me. My mom is not the most stable person, mentally or otherwise. When I was born, my dad filed to assume full custody of me, and my mom took me and hid out for about a week. No one knew where she was, and my dad spent that entire week camping outside her apartment door waiting for her to come back with me. She took me as a last-ditch effort to keep my dad from leaving her, not because she was scared of losing me. The judge sided with my dad, and he was awarded full custody. My entire life, my mom has been financially unstable, was an alcoholic, sober for around 5-ish years now, and didn't socialize with the best people. She would have never been able to fully care for me, or provide even some of the most basic needs. As an adult with kids of my own now, I've realized how different my life would be if my dad hadn't made the choices he did. My mom is a great person on her own, but she would have never been able to be a true mother to me, or raise me to be a well-rounded adult. When my sister and I were little, my mom was dating this fellow whom we'll call Murray, who was an absolute gem. He treated us like we were his own kids, and he positively doted on my mom. For several years we lived in a big old farmhouse, and the basement was infested with spiders, so none of us went into the basement. Now, Murray had one major flaw. He would drink and drive, and after a particularly bad accident that left him in the hospital for several weeks, my mom finally left him, as he didn't seem to see this behavior as a problem. We were rather sad about this, as Murray was otherwise awesome, and we felt like we were losing our dad. To this day I consider him more of a father figure than my bio dad ever was. So years go by, we get the news that Murray has passed from a heart attack. While we were reminiscing, I mention how much I was scared of the basement on account of the spiders. She gets quiet for a moment and tells me that there really weren't that many spiders, but they encouraged it to keep us out of the basement, since that's where Murray was growing his weed plants. You see, Murray sold weed. Not that I was old enough at the time to know that, and though the drinking and driving was definitely a factor in the breakup, Mom also worried that if the police ever found out about Murray's business she would lose custody of us. I'm grateful I knew him, and I'm sad he passed. For all his flaws, he really was a good dad to us. My dad never told me much about my grandpa, because while he was getting divorced, my dad already finished high school and moved on to college. My grandpa was an absolute fuckhead. The marriage was on sticks before it started, because it was a shotgun wedding, and they got thrown out of their Catholic high school. But let's go forwards not backwards. As my dad grew up, my grandfather studied to become an accountant in their basement constantly to make income. He became a bookkeeper, which accounting and bookkeeping overlap. A bookkeeper records and classifies a company's daily financial transactions such as sales, payroll, payment of bills, etc. Their focus is on accurate record keeping with less focus on the analytics. After the divorce in 1968, he opened up the accounting firm and got to work. As time went by, he became really good at hiding money, which got him even more popular. He managed to build himself a giant house for nearly nothing, because a construction and carpenter business needed to pay off debt. The house is on sale for $1.5 million today. Remember how I said he was good at hiding things? Well, the Mayfair likes that too. So guess what? He started laundering their money. My grandpa laundered money for the Mayfair when they operated out of laundromats. Still, the story that I'm telling doesn't end here, but I want to because it only goes downhill. But in 1985 at my father's wedding in his hometown, 3 well-dressed gentlemen approach him and say the following line: "You're Joe I's kid, right? Joe I was so good to us. If you need anything, give us a call." Aunt Tammy and Uncle Joe weren't blood relatives, I understood that even as a child. They were close friends with my parents and got married and had families around the same time. We were all thick as thieves. I have great memories of our times together. My family moved out of the state when my brother and I were in elementary school, but our parents still kept in touch. Over the last few years, we've seen them often for milestone celebrations. It's like nothing has changed. In 2017, I was planning a surprise 30th wedding anniversary for my parents. I sat in their basement for hours digging through picture boxes as I wanted to make copies for decorations. While looking around, I found a newspaper clipping with Aunt Tammy's wedding announcement. It included a beautiful late 80s/early 90s wedding glamour shot of her. The announcement said she was marrying Joe, but the last name was different. My first thought was that she had since divorced one Joe and married another. Not impossible. Joe is a common name. I don't know enough about him to have recognized any of the other clipping details to know it was or wasn't him. Anyway, I snapped a pic of the clip and sent it to Aunt Tammy saying that she was a beautiful bride and that I couldn't wait to see her in a few months at the surprise party. She responded immediately that I was to destroy the clipping and never speak of it, and especially not share with her kids or even my brother, who is much closer with her kids than I am. She said she didn't want to talk about it and that if I had questions to ask my mom. I felt super shitty. Like I had done something wrong. Had this other Joe died? Why couldn't I tell my brother? I was hesitant to ask my mom because I didn't want her to start poking holes into why I was snooping around old photos in the first place. A few months pass and the surprise party is a success. Aunt Tammy, Uncle Joe and their kids didn't come, even though they said yes. A few days after the party, my mom asked me who I had invited that didn't make it. I was then reminded of the wedding announcement for Aunt Tammy and asked my mom about it. She looked sick to her stomach. Turns out that Uncle Joe was the man in the announcement, but they changed their last name shortly after marrying and before having children. Uncle Joe had a brother who was a serial killer. There had been a high-profile case in the state they lived in, and Aunt Tammy and Uncle Joe didn't want anyone to know they were related. But my dad, Uncle Joe, believes he is innocent and visits him in jail. I googled it. Wish I hadn't. Grizzly sheet. I have no idea how this has been hidden from the kids. I don't know enough about their grandparents or any real relatives, and if everyone changed names or became estranged. I just know that in 2017 the cousins still didn't know. I did end up telling my brother and he did a lot of reading up on Uncle Joe's brother. He texted me once as he was watching an ID channel show about the case. He promises that he won't tell the cousins. I hope he doesn't. I'd rather they find out another way. My dad had an affair 16 years ago. The woman got pregnant and now, after all, she's suing my dad for child support, past and future. My mom found out when a letter from the woman's lawyer was sent to my parents' house 15 years later after the affair. My mom called me and told me everything. She didn't know I was about to call her that same week and tell her she was going to be a grandma, her first grandchild. After that call I decided to wait. I know she was still in shock and I didn't want to mix both news. I kept my pregnancy secret for the next 5 months. We live in different countries, so it was easier to hide my pregnancy that long. She came to visit 5 months after she found out about my dad's affair, and it's when we told her she was going to be a grandma. She apologized for putting all the burden on me. My siblings didn't know back in the day. I'm just happy she still feels like I'm her best friend and she can count on me. When I was 7 or 8 years old, I had a huge pet rabbit. I loved this animal and spent a ton of time with it. Like most kids that age, my parents had to feed him after the first few days of me getting him. Fast forward a few months. Rabbit is friggin' huge. So big that I started asking my dad to build a bigger enclosure. A few days after that, we were scheduled to go on a trip. My neighbor volunteered to feed him. When we returned from our trip, Rabbit is gone. My dad sat down and apologized to me, etc. He had jumped out while my neighbor was feeding him. That night we went over to my neighbor's house for dinner. He was making turtle gravy. He was a great cook and always had the best food. As we are eating, I notice it doesn't taste like his normal turtle gravy. I point that out, and he says it's lamb. Also not true. Turns out it was rabbit. TLDR, my parents and neighbor colluded on the murder of my pet rabbit. They later fed me my rabbit. I thought of another one. Growing up, my maternal grandfather was Grandpa Jake. Grandpa Jake always loved telling us kids funny stories, folk tales, riddles, etc. Keep in mind he was born in 1908. Just to add some context, I found out as a teenager that Grandpa Jake's name was actually Aloysius. Naturally, I inquired about it to my mom and some of her older siblings. The story went that during the 1930s, he and his cousin Dennis moved to Iowa for a few years and worked on a farm owned by some distant family. When they returned to Kai, he was going by the name Jake and his cousin was going by the name Dink. No one could tell me why. Theories came about that they had gotten in trouble in Iowa and had to hightail it out of there and change their names. Another theory was that this was after WW1 and just before the outbreak of WW2. My family were originally from Germany just a few generations back, and we thought maybe he wanted a more American sounding name. Flash forward to my mid-20s, and I'm at a gathering being thrown by my distant cousin. This distant cousin's grandpa was Dink. Now Dink had been dead for a number of years by this time, same with Grandpa Jake, but his wife was still alive and was in attendance. So I asked her about the story and she covered her mouth and laughed. She says to me that Jake and Dink love jokes and pranking people. The name change was nothing more than a joke, and my grandfather kept up the premise of the joke for over 70 years. That my uncle had a life-threatening medical issue that required him to switch genders. This was the late 90s/early zeros when it happened, and I was told. I never really thought anything of it. Just Uncle Randy is now Aunt Rachel. Okay. I don't have much contact with them as they live an isolated life, but recently I asked my mom about it, because to adult me, it didn't make sense. This was a story I have explained to my friend/husband, just simply believing it was true, because it was what I was told. When I asked about it, my mom said that yes, he just felt he identified as woman, but tried to convince the entire family it was due to a medical issue, but had recently admitted it was a choice. It seems like such a ridiculous lie. A medical condition springs up after 45 years to force a gender change, but also brought to light how anxious she was about the truth coming out. FYI, I live in the South. My aunt lived in O at the time. Finally, a good one I can participate in. From a young age I had a cousin that was my favorite, named Brian. He was into Star Trek at a time when it was nerdy and unpopular to be. So whenever we had family functions, he and I would play with all my Star Trek stuff. He was older than me as well, which was nice, since I thought he was cool. But whenever we played, there was always an adult watching us or encouraging us to play in a more public area of the house. I thought nothing of it, and eventually they moved far away, so I never saw him again. About 3 years ago he connected with me on Facebook, and we started chatting again. He wanted to meet my family, etc. It was when I told my mom and dad about the reconnection that they told me the story. He had sexually molested my sister as well as a neighbor boy. Due to his age at the time of the molestation, my aunt and uncle convinced my parents to allow them to send him to a treatment facility for youth mental illness instead of pressing charges. My sister called me that same day and told me about what he had done, and that is why she was always super protective about me around him. It all began to make sense. As for my cousin, I blocked him and cut off all communication with him. Last I heard, he was in severe financial trouble, has 3 illegitimate children, a depressed wife, and his career in acting hasn't gone above grade D straight to VHS movies. Brian, if you somehow read this, I hope you choke and die. That my dad was the child of an affair. I found out when I was 17 that my grandpa on my dad's side was never related to me at all, and that my dad's mom had him after an affair with a married man twice her age in another state. Turns out she was actually a pretty crappy mom for most often dad's life. She showed up at her husband's house after 2 years away with no explanation and left my dad there with him for years while she partied. She came back every once in a while to see him, but my dad was raised by his adoptive dad. That man and his family never once denied him anything and raised him as their own, giving them their name, no questions asked. They were an incredible family. He passed away before I was born. Unfortunately, I'm the oldest grandchild and my sister, and I had an amazing relationship with my grandma. We never knew about any of this, and she became an excellent grandparent. My guess is because she wanted to make it up to my dad. I remember my dad always being a little cold around his mom, and I never understood why until he told me all this years later. I'm so impressed that he put aside his own issues with her to let his girls have a good relationship with her and to let her back in. My grandpa was always my biggest hero growing up. I was the oldest out of his 5 grandkids by a pretty big margin, about 10 years, so I've always felt that out of all of his grandkids, I knew him the best. He and my grandma always seemed to have the best relationship. He worked as a doctor, she was his secretary, they both had hobbies, they went to church together each week, etc. From there, they had my mom, who in turn had me, of course, and my aunt, who has 4 kids. As a kid, I grew in a family where hugging and kissing on the cheek and showing your affection was the norm. My grandpa would kiss me on the lips until I was almost 12, which I never thought anything of. When I turned 12, I remember thinking that he was the one out of all of my family members to kiss me on the lips. By this point, I was obviously pretty grossed out, but brushed it to the wayside. Around the year 2016, I was 20. I heard from my mom that my grandparents were getting a divorce, but when I asked her why, she hesitated before telling me that my grandpa was gay. He had been gay for quite some time, which suddenly explained quite a lot. What's more is that he was, and still is, dating a guy who is 9 months younger than me. So my grandpa is almost 70 and his boyfriend is 21. Recently, I saw a post on social media where his boyfriend commented that they had been together for 5 years, meaning that they were together while my grandpa was still married to my grandma, and while his boyfriend wasn't even 18 yet. Now I'm stuck in this awkward space where I haven't talked to my grandpa in over 2 years and want to try to talk to him again, but can't get over his relationship with this kid and him bailing on my grandma. Also, being the oldest of the grandkids, I'm the only one who knows what's really going on, so there's that. The women in my, largely Christian and conservative, family have a long history of being sex workers, or in the sex trade, and this wasn't really discovered until about 3 years ago. It all came out after my sister revealed her move to LA was not to work for a marketing firm, but to continue in sex work. She'd been keeping it understandably under wraps since she was 19. Everyone in the family seemed to explode until my aunt revealed she'd done born too. And apparently my grandmother had revealed to my aunt that she had been a French model for years before she was engaged to my grandfather. Then 3 years ago, our parents did the whole 23andMe ancestry thing and a lot more came to light. According to one historical consultant and some more digging my aunt did, she became pretty invested. We can prove that at least one female member of the family, and at least one male, has been engaged in sex work for some recognizable period of time in each generation spanning 5 generations back. My sister, aunt, and I think it's a riot. And every time one of the conservative side tries to shush the topic away, we remind them that none of this would have been a surprise if keeping it quiet wasn't also part of the family history. My parents took in a Vietnamese refugee and he lived with us for a year before another refugee came to stay with us. I didn't know why I felt so strange around him. I was very young, but I remember a couple of idiosyncrasies about him. He was a wildly avid smoker, and, upon making he could hold a lit cigarette by its ends, he would paint the crucifixion of Christ over and over in any/every medium he could point. The other refugees in the community, who would gather at our house sometimes, were always jovial with each other, but would shun him. Right before he disappeared, there was a dinner in Providence for the VN refugee community to come together. He went and brought my parents. He was a small man, and would be pretty light with us in general. Many people spoke that evening and there was a lot of applause and laughter. When he got up to speak, the room became silent. He spoke for about 15 minutes and Dad said that there was a palpable revulsion in the room as this little man became a firebrand and pointed at people when he spoke. It was all in Vietnamese, so my parents understood nothing, but the feeling in the room was very different. It was a kind of terror. When he finished, there was silence and no one else spoke. When I was 20, I asked about him, and my father told me that our boarder had been the lead interrogator for Arvin Sagan. He had done some horrible things, it was later told to us, and when he left VN, it wasn't a matter of whether or not he'd be captured and killed at the hands of others, it was a matter of who would get him first, the North or the South. And that's my story. Comment #10869, so right near the front. My dad never really talks to or about my grandpa, and was never close to him for that matter. We have a big family, and were raised to believe that family is everything, making my dad's relationship with my grandpa an obvious outlier. My dad is the oldest of 10 kids, and moved to the States with an uncle and aunt when he was 14. I figured that had something to do with the distant relationship. While I was in college, my dad asked my brother and I to go with him to go visit my grandparents. My mom couldn't join him, and it was obvious he was desperate not to go alone. So I booked a flight for a 3-day trip. One of the nights there, my dad gathered with his siblings. He's not a drinker, but being there with his siblings, he let loose. All skeletons came tumbling out of the closet. I found out how my grandpa had been an abusive drunk. He left his wife and kids several times over to starve, my dad taking the brunt of these leaves by skipping many meals, making sure the younger ones ate. My grandpa had a second family that he did provide for, that they would see around town. This left my dad to take to the streets to sell or beg. I also found out he killed my dad's brother when they were kids. He was on a drunken rampage, placed both kids on the back of a pickup truck, and pulled out full speed on a cobblestone road. My dad managed to hold on, his little brother didn't. He fell out of the bed and died of the impact. My dad was 6, his brother was 5. I found out how these images still haunt my dad. My mom doesn't know the story as my brother, and I heard that night, and my dad hasn't brought them up since then either. I've asked my mom to stop guilting my dad to visit his dad. Given his upbringing, he could have easily been a terrible and vindictive person. Instead, he took the opposite route. He's not a drinker, he is incredibly loving and affectionate and a great listener. I'm sure he's been the father he always wanted for himself. I have always looked up to my dad, but I left that trip with a whole new level of understanding, respect, love and sorrow for him. My grandpa suffered a motorcycle accident some 25 years ago. He was drunk. The impact left him disabled, and the brain damage left him with the mindset of a 5-year-old, leaving my grandmother to care for him. After all I heard that night, I can only assume my grandmother was a saint for caring for him through that ordeal until her passing point. Now that my grandpa is in the last few years of his life, late 80s, my dad sends him money for the essentials, but does not make an effort to go visit, since my grandmother passed. In the 70s, my father was in the service stationed on a South Pacific island for about a year. I remember that year being real nice, mainly because he was not around to hit me. Anyway, I was told that during his year away he had an affair with one of the young female Peace Corps workers. There was a native population, and, while he was drunk, was driving a truck, and ran over one of his subordinates not once, but twice. The guy was flown back to the States for treatment. My dad flew back to visit him, and did not call our family. My mom was working a full-time job and the 4 kids had developed into an overeater, me, sister into witchcraft, spells, drawings on the floor, incantations, etc. Brother with migraines, so severe he was tested for brain abnormalities, and the other brother stuttered and could not form complete sentences. A few months later, I'm sitting down watching cartoons. There's a knock at the door. I answer it with the chain still on. Some guy in uniform asks if my mom was home. "Who are you?" I asked. He said, "I'm your father." I tell him to wait here, close the door, and go wake up mom, and told her some guy was at the door, said he was dad. Everyone gets super excited, but I go back to watching cartoons, and had to get up to turn up the sound, so I could hear over there squawking. TLDR, dad cheated on mom, almost killed a guy with a truck. I did not give a fuck about him. My great grandfather ran a moonshine operation in Kentucky. Someone snitched on his operation and he went to jail. Great granddad broke out of jail, found the guy who snitched on him and killed him. Someone told on him for killing that guy and my grandpa killed that guy too. He used to give my dad a gun to hold and tell him to shoot the ceiling asking where his dinner was. When he was a baby, my great uncle beat the shit out of everyone and went to jail. When he got out they knew he was out when barns would end up burned down all along the route on the way back to his home of people who had wronged him. My grandma used to get into bar brawls with my grandpa and they would fight back to back at times, using pool cues and bottles. My grandma also was a jealous woman and beat up a woman who hit on my grandpa in her own home while she was in the shower. Another time my grandma went with grandpa to Sonic and the girl flirted with my grandpa not seeing her in the car. She went inside and beat the shit out of this girl. My grandparents were super religious growing up. I would have never guessed any of this. My grandpa's boozing past ECT. My parents played in the church band, and it wasn't until I was in my mid-20s I learned my grandparents changed after my grandpa almost died in a pool swimming drunk. They became super Christian after that point to add to that my grandpa had to move from his hometown after trying to run someone over in his car. My dad revealed to me recently, while we were alone on a car trip, that one of my uncles, the one that is now a psychotherapist, used to do drugs and that long time when we didn't visit him was when he was in rehab. In fact, he revealed the first time I stayed home by myself was when they went to get him out of jail once. B. My dad knocked up a woman sometime before meeting my mom. The woman had initially told him to not get involved with her any further in terms of money and stuff like that. Nevertheless, my half-sister spent some time in our house before I was born, but left after having trouble with my mom and brothers. In recent years the woman and my half-sister, with whom I have no relationship with of any sort, aside from knowing she exists, have reached out to my dad, demanding that he pays for his grandkids' college tuitions, and that he interacts more with them. Reports indicate resistance on both fronts. C. My oldest brother was the result of my dad unintentionally knocking up my mom when she was 17. My dad insists that they married because they really loved each other, and hey, they've been married for nearly 40 years now with no signs of divorce in sight, so I have no reason to not believe it. But the fact that my dad married my mom when she was 17 and he was 28 makes me suspicious. D. He had a situation with an anonymous woman that almost got him to divorce my mom. This happened around the time my middle brother was born. Not much was revealed about this, but he claims there was never anything, and things were just misunderstood, and he worked it out with my mom. When I asked my mom, she got angry and cried for a bit, telling me that gaining people's trust after losing it is very hard. I've decided that I don't need to know, and will not press further. That my parents simply grew apart and broke up. Until I was 13 I only talked to my dad 3 times and saw him in person once, with my mom and grandparents present. Then I was told that he's actually a paranoid schizophrenic and my parents divorced because he became paranoid, stopped taking his meds, and moved into a studio alone for 6 months, leaving my mom alone with 2 toddlers. Their psychiatrist suggested moving the kids away from him so we wouldn't be influenced and could grow up normally. Over my teens I learned more about him, like how he tried to kill himself, scared everyone by talking about how people were after him, about his outburst of rage and so on, until eventually his moments of normalcy went away completely. This was triggered or amplified by the stress of having a new family, job, and children, so now he's fine. He takes his meds, hasn't had a bad day in 2 decades, and he's a very kind person who likes taking care of his parents now that he's on disability pension and has the time. Since turning 18 I visit him once a year and talk to him weekly, so our relationship is great. I'm really glad that I learned the truth and decided to make that first visit and get to know him after high school. My godmother was a greedy bitch. She would always expect money. Our family took her to Disney because her daughter was in the marching band, and my mother loves booking vacations, even if it is not her vacation. Seriously, she seems to enjoy doing it. She didn't have to pay a dime for the room, or the flight during spring break season, or most meals. She had to pay for breakfast. She complained the entire time that she was hungry for some breakfast and how we refused to get her breakfast from Epcot. She also complained when we would ask her to babysit my brothers and I. We were little sheets to be fair, but all she did was just sit us in front of a TV with old Cartoon Network shows on, and as a kid, I was terrified of the monsters on Courage the Cowardly Dog show. When I didn't sit in front of the TV, she got mad at me, and I was too much trouble and she would expect money for babysitting us. When our family stopped giving her money, she cut ties, and to this day, she hates my mother, and she claims that my mother doesn't want me, my aunt, to see you. I was told this a few months ago and it just made sense of why I haven't seen her in 4 years. I kind of want to see her again, but at the same time, I don't. My great-grandfather wasn't biologically my great-grandfather thanks to Ancestry DNA test. The family story was that my great-grandmother got pregnant at 16 and married my great-grandfather. That baby was my grandfather who was born in 1919. She was Jewish from a very conservative immigrant family and the man she married was Irish Catholic. She was kicked from her home. Fast forward to last year and my dad took his test and came up as 50% Jewish, which would be impossible, should be 25%, and he and I had all these people that didn't seem to make sense. One was some woman who was a close cousin. Since everyone died ages ago, we have zero confirmation that she and my dad share the same grandfather, a Jewish man who lived a few blocks from my grandmother and was about 23 when he got her pregnant. There was always some big secret in the family and I always found it odd that my grandfather, who was devoted to his mom, ran off to join the Merchant Marines at 16, lied about age. Now we speculate he must have found out around that time. His sister, who was the last to die, always refused to talk about the family. This big secret revealed itself 100 years later as a bonus odd thing. My dad and the woman who is his first cousin went to the same high school and even graduated in the same class, but never knew each other. My grandma has been losing her short-term memories lately and wound up in the hospital after she thought it was the 70s. She was apparently ranting and raving about my grandpa cheating on her and wouldn't let him into the hospital room and refused any care. My stepsister had to relay this story to me as I'd moved far away. I later asked my father why she was saying all these things, and he told me that his dad had cheated on his mom multiple times. I even asked my mom. They've been divorced for 27 years, and she said when they were dating they went to go see his parents one time, and as they were walking in he shoved my mom back and slammed the door because apparently my grandpa was doing his mistress on the living room floor. I can't look at my grandpa in the eyes anymore. My grandma is the sweetest human, and I hate that she has no short-term memory and has no clue who my husband or most of my nieces and nephews are. I was always told growing up that my grandfather would have been on the beaches on D-Day if he and a couple of his buddies hadn't dove face first into a yellow jacket nest during the final days of basic training. He and his friends were theoretically in an army hospital stateside when they heard about the massive casualties from their division. According to legend, I owed my existence to those nasty yellow bugs. Whenever we thanked him for his service, though, he reacted strangely, saying he didn't want our thanks. He would use his VA benefits, but he would never use military discounts, talk about his division or unit, or even what made him sign up. On his deathbed, he finally told us the truth. He signed up while drunk. Then he sobered up and was horrified. He persuaded someone to post him stateside as a recruiter and signed up all of his friends, neighbors, and every single person he could for 20 blocks. Maybe 2/3 of the people he recruited apparently died in Normandy. He took this newfound ability, went into sales, and never spoke of it again. Occasionally at parties, my parents' friends would bring a mannequin over. It had stapled on the head to it to give the impression that it was shaved, and they kept calling it Mankim, and every time they brought it over, he would get all embarrassed over it. This happened when I was maybe 11, and my dad would never tell me what it meant. My dad turned 50 last year, and for his birthday party, Mankim was part of a shrine dedicated to him made by his friends. This time, she had a bloody stab wound in her heart. This really made me curious, so I finally asked my mom about it. When my mom was in college and still dating, my dad broke up with her. Obviously, she was pretty mad at him. Not only that, but he broke up with her around the same time she had brain surgery, which required her to shave her head. So she had no to recover with after surgery. During this time, my dad went out with another girl named Kim, but he broke up with her after a very short time because he realized he didn't like her. Months later, my mom and dad got back together and eventually married. Their friends found out like 20 years later, and, being the way that they are, created Man Kim as a way to remind him of his past. When I was a kid, I always thought my childhood was pretty great. The only thing that I thought was off was the fact that I didn't have any siblings. Fast forward to when I'm 14. My dad and I are moving one of his bookshelves. He's a major book hoarder, and we had to clean off all the books from the shelf. I pulled off a random book and the title said something like How to Overcome Porn Addiction. Needless to say, I was very confused, as my entire family, both on my mom and dad's side, were extremely Christian. I jokingly mentioned the book to him, and he seemed to get really quiet. He then went into extreme detail about how a guy forced him to take the book at a convention one time. He then didn't want to talk to me for the rest of the day. Over the following weeks, I found more evidence about how he tries to quit, mainly apps that monitor your websites, books, and mobile apps. I still didn't want to believe that my father was a born addict, but I just couldn't with all the evidence. What finally broke that disbelief was when I read his personal journals that he kept on his computer that just happened to sync with mine as well. After this, I confronted my mom about this, and she openly admitted that he had been addicted since before they got married. 21 years ago. He had been so addicted. My mom also had an affair, and one thing led to another, where my parents both decided to have no more kids. As of now, only my mom and a few close friends know that I know. I don't know if he'll ever tell me, but I guess I'll just have to wait. My parents were always a bit of an odd couple. I knew something was off but never knew what. Some random day, when I was about 23, my dad wanted to go have dinner. He felt like it was time for me to know some things about mom and I. My dad was married 2 times before my mom. When he was with his second wife, he would travel a lot for work, which I knew. What I didn't know is that one night he came home to find his wife in bed with another man. Actually walked in on them. He left the room and came back with a gun, shot the man dead, and wounded his wife. He turned himself in immediately and was sent to prison. He was sentenced to 10 years in a maximum security prison. In the last year he was in prison, which was the 4th year, he got out for good behavior, and since the judge ruled it a crime of passion, he met the prison minister. The prison minister was my mom. My dad is a murderer. My mom was the minister. I'm the product of a conjugal visit. I actually have story for this that I just found out about a week ago. My maternal grandmother is very different from the rest of my family. We are all jubilant and boisterous, generally kind and really likable. My grandmother is dry, cunning, and cold-hearted. So much so that I don't have an affectionate name for her. I call her grandmother. She kicked my mom out at 14 and her husband, my grandfather, died when my mom was born, so we don't have a great relationship with grandmother. She doesn't really look like anyone in the family either. She's like 20 shades lighter than everyone else. But her parents were together from the beginning and nobody really cared to investigate. The other day I was talking to my mom about how grandmother is so different from us. She isn't nice like we are. She's distant, and most of all she looks nearly white. I don't think Bay is her real dad. My mom said offhandedly, would you be sad if he wasn't? That would mean Bay isn't really your great grandfather, and I responded that it wasn't that important since I still had the relationship with him that I did. And she said okay good because he isn't. Grandmother's dad is a white man who wouldn't stay with her mom to keep the baby because it was the 40s, so Bay stepped in and raised her as his own and adopted all of us as his family. I was ecstatic that my theory was right, and it was really sweet to think of all the stories that my mom had told me about great grandfather, we call him Bay, and how he was really a father to my mom and he always gave her money and life advice. It weirds me out that I'm 1/8 white, because as far as I knew I was only 1/32 Scot-Irish, but I shouldn't be surprised. Everyone is related a little bit. TLDR, my maternal great grandfather is actually some guy nobody in the family knows, and the man I thought was my grandpapa was just a really great dude who adjusted his whole life to support and grow with his wife and her family. Growing up I hung out with my cousin every summer, but it was completely taboo to ever speak about his father. I vaguely remembered him, but had no idea why he was never around. I knew he was totally out of the picture because my aunt was dating people. I once even asked my cousin where his father was, and my cousin got pissed and wouldn't answer. I found out in my late teens my uncle killed himself. He and my aunt were having relationship problems, and she said she thought she wanted a divorce. He apparently went into the next room, took out a shotgun, and shot himself. It also made my cousin's reaction when I accidentally shot him in the leg with a cork gun make more sense. He flipped out on me over it and massively overreacted. I was confused because it was an accident and it was a lightweight cork that didn't hurt a bit to be shot with. I know because my sister used to shoot me with it all the time. Knowing that his father shot himself makes it far more understandable for my cousin to have such a visceral reaction to being shot. We had a Labrador retriever. We lived in the countryside, and he was an outside dog. I was 6 years old. My parents never trained him to go to the bathroom properly, or to even sit. This dog was always outside on a chain. My parents raised me to believe that all pets are meant to be left outside. I remember this dog was very hyper, very strong, and he scared me a bit when I was little, but I still loved him because I had always wanted my own dog. I, however, being so young, could not go outside without him tackling me to the ground, so I never questioned why our dog was always 24/7 outside on a chain. My dad would even tell us sometimes that our dog had broken the chain and would get a new chain for him instead of just letting the dog run free for a while in the backyard to play with him. One day, my dad comes home and says that our dog broke off the chain and ran away. He was gone forever. 12 years later, I find out my faking dad purposely took our poor dog out into an old faraway woods and abandoned him. We weren't poor, we could afford to take care of him, but instead my dad didn't give two shits about this dog, and I still hate him to this day for it. My dad's excuse is that it was hard to take care of all us kids, let alone a dog, but if he really had any decency for life he could have easily taken him to a humane society. All I can do is hope our poor dog found himself at the doorstep of a much more loving home that gave him all the attention he ever sought and deserved. Our dad used to live in San Diego when my brother and I were little, and we would stay there during the summer off from school. We lived in Jersey. He had a dog, a Shar-Pei, and one day we came back home from day camp and the dog was gone. Our dad told us that he gave the dog to one of his coworkers who was moving to a farm in Hawaii because it needed more space to run around and whatnot. We were young, so we believed it. Fast forward to 2014, my senior year of high school. My dad, my brother, and I were out for dinner and my brother asked what actually happened to that dog he used to have when he lived in San Diego, because he obviously came to realize that the farm in Hawaii story was pretty far-fetched. Turns out, one day my dad was out walking the dog, and he let it run across the street from the apartment complex he lived into a park/open lot, which he did every day, and never had an issue. But this time, a pickup truck came barreling down the usually calm street and ran the dog over. He said the truck didn't even stop, it just kept going. Not a super dark or mind-blowing family secret, but it's the first one that came to mind. Probably too late, but whatever the grim outlook on my father's side of the family, his grandparents were first cousins, giving birth to his mother. She had heart problems due to it. Now you'd think, after marrying someone outside your family would cause the genetic problems to fade. My aunt was found dead in her apartment. She was very healthy, and the theory behind her death was that she passed out and hit her head on the bathroom sink, causing blunt force trauma to her head, killing her, even though the autopsy showed her died before hitting her head. My father had a hemorrhage and was hospitalized. He survived and was doing rehab. He suffered another hemorrhage 2 weeks later and was placed in ICU. Top neurosurgeons at the hospital and surrounding hospitals looked at his cord scans, his MRI scans and his brain scans. We didn't know what happened until the dissection of his brain, which revealed that he was missing one of the 2 blood vessels that connected the 2 sides of his brain. So now, if I died around the age of 50 from some weird shit, it'll be from my father's side of the family. Not as heart-wrenching as most, but here is mine point. When I was 5, my beloved dog got out of the house and ran off. It was the first loss I'd ever experienced, and I was devastated. I remember my mom driving me around our neighborhood so I could tell out the window for her to come home. Point around 25 years later, my dad and I are going somewhere and this comes up. When I tell him point of the memory, he says, "You do realize that your mom actually took the dog to the pound, right? She thought it was too mean to you, and the dog had to go." No, Dad, I didn't know that. Don't worry, everyone. Dad told me he went to the pound and got her and took her to his friend's farm. Really? He told me that. I'm sure that's what happened. Oh, also, my mom was married to someone else before my dad. I had no idea my dad was her second husband. But who gives a shit? My dog lived her life happily ever after on a wonderful farm. My grandfather came out as homosexual after the last kid moved out of the house, circa probably 1970. It may have been known sooner, but he moved out, and my grandparents lived alone my entire life. They were both very devout religious people, so they never officially divorced. I always thought she was so eccentric that he couldn't take it any longer. Turns out she was not the problem, he just was gay. I used to spend the night at all my grandparents' houses anytime I could, but I only remember once staying with him after begging my parents. Turns out he lived with his partner and my family insisted he leave when I spent the night there. That was when I was around 10. He was always very dapper and my uncle always lovingly and jokingly called him sweet. Thought it was just because he was a sweet, gently man. Always complimented my appearance when I dress nice. I was about 26 when he died, around 2007, and remember the minister mentioning how their church loved having him and his partner serve as greeters for years. Literally wondered what kind of business my grandfather started with another man that I didn't know about, as in business partners didn't find out the truth until about a year after he passed and everything clicked. I was pretty upset with my family for hiding it from me and my sister, especially since my older siblings and everyone else in the family knew. Literally everyone except the two of us. English is not my native language. Mom told me these things about her father when I was 17-year-old. So to start with this, my mother's father was a priest, relevant later in TXT. He drove over my grandma with tractor when my mom was under 10Y. And it wasn't accident, but done on purpose. Grandma still has shoulder and back pain to this day from that. Also he let his friend rap my grandma while he watched. Yikes. He was controlling and abusive to my mom, her siblings and grandma. He took money that was saved up for food and clothes. He used them to himself, nice suits and new car. Said that God allowed that. He met another woman on church, about 15 years younger than him. Said at first that it was his friend. Cheated grandma with her. That other woman took my mom for shopping and movies. Tried to make her to like her by buying her stuff and taking her to places. Then the Christmas Eve came. Whole family together. Then he drops the bomb. I'm in love with this other woman. I'm going to marry her. This is God's intent. He talked to me in my dreams and said that this is what I have to do. It is right thing to do. And this is good time to tell this. Now that whole family is together. Everybody was angry. Grandma cried. She had no idea. He just ruined everybody's Christmas by being selfish. He didn't see anything wrong in his actions. When I heard these, I understood. That's why mom doesn't talk about his father. I honestly thought that he was dead until I was 13. Why? I asked her about her dad for school project. She told me that he is alive. Priest, now retired, and where he lives. I wanted to be contact with him. On this time, I didn't know anything else until I was 17. She never said no, because even though he has ruined her childhood/teen years, those actions don't apply to me. She has said these to me herself. But when I heard about these I was shocked, but I agreed with my mom. I have some sort of relationship with him, and he knows that I know what he has done. We have talked about it. He said that he regrets doing those things and begs forgiveness every day from God. But I don't know if that's true or not. I don't love him, and I don't hate him. I talk with him once every month and visit him once or twice a year. He is loving and caring grandpa to me and my siblings. They also know what he has done. I know that he is not going to live long. I want some good memories with him. Even though he has been completely cut towards my mom, her siblings and grandma. I really don't know. It's hard to explain. My mother-in-law has always been awful to my father-in-law. Like terrible. Everything is his fault. He can't do anything right. Even when we are watching sports, the Super Bowl for example, he is a Rams fan, and every mistake they made, every misplay, it was his fault. And why are your Rams playing so terribly? It's nearly sitcom level of terrible. My Phil is a really nice guy. He treats everybody well, is funny, would do anything for you. I have never understood the relationship. He is much better looking than she is. He is in good shape. She is a bit of a mess. Lots of health issues. Looks like she is 80 when she is just in her 50s. It's always been weird to me. Well, come to find out, back when they were first married, he cheated on her for like 6 months. This was well before my Mill became the way she is, and was actually a lot of fun and quite beautiful from the pictures I have seen and stories they tell. Then, not less than a year later, he gambled away her nest egg, something like $10,000 back in the 70s. All of a sudden it makes sense, but only in a more sad way. Why they have stuck together is beyond me, but I guess my Phil is paying penance for having faked my Mill's life up in the beginning of their marriage. I grew up in a large family. My grandma had 10 kids, 8 survived to adulthood, and 7 went on to have multiple children, so there were a lot of grandkids. My grandfather died before I was born, and by the time I was in elementary school grandma had remarried. One particular set of grandkids always seemed to be the favorites in the grandparents' house until they weren't. They went from spending multiple days a week at the grandparents to intermittent visit like the test of us. Around the same time the annual Christmas party get-togethers at their house stopped because everyone was busy. Come to find out my aunt was caught sleeping with my uncle's stepfather. No one got divorced because grandma blamed her, not her husband, and my uncle couldn't bear to split from his cheating wife for his kids' sake. So now everyone is miserable, pretends everyone else doesn't exist, and when they do, have to acknowledge each other they hate each other. I didn't learn this until I was solidly mid-20s. It explains so much tension and snide remarks over the years. At my sister's high school graduation I found out about my uncles, well at least found out the truth. My one uncle Mike I knew when I was a kid and was told he passed away in a motorcycle accident. Very believable since he would always visit and rode his bike. Nope, turns out he was into drugs, and when he couldn't afford them, he would sell his body to other men. Mike ended up contracting AIDS and passed from them. Makes sense now, because it happened in '91. Now my other uncle passed when he was a kid, around 8 maybe, I forget. Sadly I'm also blanking on his name currently. I was told he went to school and some kid put rat poison in his Coke at lunch and he died from it. That was only half true. He did die from being poisoned, but not from a kid at school. Apparently they were having a family party and someone had put rat poison in a twist top Coke and put it in the fridge with all the others for anyone to take. Whomever it was basically playing Russian roulette with who ended up with it. I don't believe whoever did it think it would be a kid, since the children weren't allowed to have soda. But my uncle along with my aunt and dad snuck it, but the other two were too scared to get caught, and he drank it by himself. When I was 30ish I was told that grandma might actually know who did it, and did nothing about it, a reason why I don't know. Along with other reasons I knew my grandma was a terrible person. She disowned most of her living kids at one point. For years I forgot I had a third aunt, and when I went to Google her I completely forgot her name. I at least had the first letter right. Grandma died just over a year ago and everyone is a happy family again, that we should have always been, but weren't allowed to be. After my aunt passed away my uncle turned into a real scumbag. He was drinking to an insane level and just failing massively to own up to his responsibilities as a father to my 4 cousins, including massive emotional and verbal abuse. We always attributed it to losing the love of his life. Luckily my parents are super family oriented and took charge of a bulk of the responsibilities. But the truth, that is still an active secret to my 4 cousins and my younger sister, is apparently he'd always been That way, and my aunt was just a pro at hiding it from my cousins, and we were all too young to realize. He was always a drunk, was cheating on my aunt with multiple women, and was giving all the abuse her way. What's worse is after 3 of my 4 cousins were estranged from him, he's used some really manipulative tactics to bring one back on his side, and is doing everything in his power to drive a wedge between the 2 younger ones and the 2 older. It's like she has blocked out the years of him sheet-faced throwing her and her possessions out of the house in the middle of the night at as young as 12, while shouting that her mother would be ashamed of her, and whatever else he knew would cut to her core. Luckily, between my parents, my brothers, and myself, we always would have one of us there to pick up her and her clothes up while she sat in the car and he screamed from the porch, and had an extra bedroom for her. Thanks for reading. This turned into a proper venting for me. That my dad had an adopted brother. Growing up, my nana and pop and my dad accepted him into their family when he was very little, or a baby, not sure which. They gave him the same last name, bought him tons of toys and electronics as a kid, and tried their best to help him fit in. He always stole as a kid, and stole my dad's walkie-talkies. Dad reckons they might still work today if he had them, cause he used to talk to another guy on the other side of the country and sent each other postcards. This brother left as soon as he could when he got older, changed his last name back to whatever it was, and disappeared. I'm not allowed to know his name or where he is. Apparently he also stole my mum's original engagement ring and stole a bunch of other items before I was born when he came to visit my dad one last time. And I think he may be involved with drugs. My dad doesn't like me asking about him. When I was 5 and my brother was 2, we spent the summer out of state with our paternal grandparents. When we came back home, we'd moved from our 3-bedroom house into a 2-bedroom apartment. My mom mentioned once that her friend used to live in the apartment. 20 some years later, my mom told me that they'd sent us to my grandparents because they were splitting up and she didn't want us in the middle of it. She'd moved out into her friend's apartment. In a total dick move, my dad said if she didn't come back to him, my grandparents would keep us and she'd never see us again. They ended up getting back together, my dad moving into the apartment and my mom's friend moving out. I don't know if my mom believed my dad that my grandparents would keep us if he asked, but they probably would have, at least for a while. Years later, one of my whole uncles kidnapped his 4-year-old. He was supposed to have him for the afternoon. He took him and drove straight to my grandma's house, halfway across the country, and dropped him off there. He didn't want his son, he just wanted his ex-wife to suffer. My grandma kept him for several months, knowing full well what the situation was, before she got tired of having him around and made my uncle come get him and take him back to his mom. So my aunt has always been a little estranged and kept to herself. I didn't really meet her until my grandmother's funeral. I've seen pictures of me and her when I was a baby, but I don't remember them. She always made us call her by her name because she didn't like being associated as an aunt. Well, last year I found out when she was 19 she snuck off for a few months to follow her friend's band around. Turns out she was pregnant and snuck off to have the baby and put it up for adoption. It didn't work and my grandparents still found. After it all happened, everyone was sworn to secrecy and no one talked about it. I didn't learn until last year that the now 40-year-old child reached out to my mom in hopes of reaching my aunt. My aunt still doesn't want anything to do with him, but my mom and our family has tried our best to accept into our family. I finally got to meet him when he came to my brother's wedding back in May. He's a pretty cool dude and has a lot of traits that could only have come from my mom's side of the family. It didn't really answer any old questions I may have had, but after learning this, it made sense that something like this could happen. My family is pretty damn shitty and extremely conservative Christians, and there were actually 2 things spaced years apart. My father had always been hostile towards my older brother, and I accidentally ended up reading in one of my brother's HW assignments about how he actually had a different father who used to abuse my mom and such and left her. Then she married my dad, who was always and is whole to him. My brother was / is the closest person to me ever, and he somehow managed to never let my dad's favoritism of me, which I hate, get between us and such. Scroll forward years and years and I recently find out that my brother is actually gay. He's 25, and that my parents and every close old family that we were friends with also knew that. I was the only one out of the loop. Anyways, he was the one who told me, and that broke down a dam of information that cleared everything from the past. Why he never had a girl, why he was always so timid. It also came with lots of disturbing truth about how he was treated and such. My life now makes so much sense, but I'm also horrified by my own family and parents. When I was 12, I knew that dad had born us in his side table drawers, so when the house was free, I would sit on the side of his bed and flick through his magazines. One afternoon after my parents were doing spring cleaning, they had rearranged their room. I opened dad's side drawers once again, ready to get my perv on. It was now mum's side of the bed, and found after a moment of confusion, and pulling out notebooks to find the pornos, I found my mum's diary. I flicked through it, and found out that my dad had had an affair while away on deployment in the Navy. I was so confused. Why would he do that? The man I had respected the most my whole life, who I looked up to, my hero, would cheat on someone that they claimed to love. I deeply regret violating my mother's trust by reading that notebook. And to this day, haven't looked at my dad the same way. However, this revelation explains so much behavior between them. I'm now 25, and haven't, and won't tell anybody else. If my mother can forgive him, and they could continue their marriage of 30+ years, I can respect her decision. That the men on my dad's side of the family apparently have long-running tradition of dropping dead of heart attacks in their 40s and 50s. I never thought to question why I never saw practically anyone from my dad's side. He's never been fond of the ones I have seen him interact with. But it's killed his brothers, uncles. His dad was dead before I was born, before he hit the ground. Dad's fine with that last one. From what I've heard, he sounded like a monster of a man. Through what I can only imagine, being down to sheer stubbornness, my dad has survived 2 heart attacks and didn't even know about the first one until they told him that they saw damage/scarring from a previous attack when he went to hospital after the second. But this was when I found out about it just through casual chat. He did suggest that his surviving means I might have pretty good odds, but I'm infinitely more easygoing than him. When he had his second, he got back up and carried on working. I'll probably just go, oh fair enough, bye world. That most of my siblings are actually half siblings. Both of my parents had relationships that birthed children, 3 on dad's side, 2 on mom's, before they met, and had my older brother and me. I'm the youngest of all. I was raised believing my mom's 2 children were my full siblings and always thought my dad was cheating on his ex-wife, since the birth dates overlapped each other. Through some family drama, I was told nonchalantly that 2 out of the 3 siblings I grew up super close to are actually half siblings with an unknown father. I was the only one in the immediate and extended family who didn't know this, aside from my nibblings. It blew my mind, because I'd gone over 20 years without knowing, and I thought I was one of the family's biggest gossips. I have no idea why my entire family kept this info away from me. It's not like I'd love them any less. Hell, I'm closer to those 2 than my full BO brother and my other half siblings. Dad's line, combined. Either way, my father adopted them early in his relationship with my mom, so all of us kids carry his name, even if we don't all carry his blood. 2 of my mother's siblings aren't straight. I figured out my uncle was gay. It made sense that he and his roommate had one bed. I was told my aunt was bi when I was in my teens. It made a lot more sense that her roommate, who I used to see all the time, suddenly was no longer at family gatherings. My uncle committed suicide when I was 12. My mom told me when I asked, "Where's Uncle Rob?" after not having seen him at a few family gatherings. My aunt had a baby at 16. She told me that she had a baby and gave her to new parents when I was in elementary school. I asked my mom about. She said my aunt was telling me stories and it wasn't true. I found out at 15 it was true when I overheard my mother and another one of my aunts talking about it. I found out my paternal grandfather cheated on my grandmother when I asked why I wasn't named after my grandfather. Long-standing family tradition. Made sense why they didn't live in the same house and couldn't be at my house at the same time. There was this beautiful cat who lived on the street I grew up on called Tigger. He was incredibly friendly and would always come to greet me. When I walked past the hedge he would be snoozing under. When I was about 8, my mum told me that Tigger had died and I was really gutted. She said that he was dead and that he was found under his favorite spot in the hedge on our road point, but it turns out that his death was far from peaceful. One night, my mum heard a scream she thought was a person, so she looked out her bedroom window and saw 2 greyhounds with Tigger in their jaws. One had the head and one had the tail end. She said Tigger was screeching and crying, and just as she was about to run outside to stop it, the dogs had ripped Tigger in 2. My mum said it was the most traumatic thing she had ever seen, and was really sad for a week or so. She only told me truth a few years ago and I cried. It made sense as to why we weren't allowed cats when we were younger, and why my mum was really afraid of dogs for ages, especially greyhounds. Tigger really was the loveliest cat I had ever met, and it's so horrible to think of him dying that way. My secret is very obvious to find out looking back on things. You can literally look at my siblings and I, and know our family secret. So, I have 2 brothers, let's call them Rob and Wes. We were raised in the same home our whole lives by the same 2 parents, always assuming and reassured by our parents at least a couple times we were all full siblings. This is despite the fact that Rob looks pretty different from Wes, and I'm white blue eyes, light brown hair. Wes looks just like me. People have even asked if we are twins before. But Rob has very tan skin, brown/hazel eyes, dark curly hair. I had several people ask me if he was my full brother growing up. I always got offended by these questions and answered that of course he was. Yeah, turns out he's not. Our mom admitted it to us when Rob's biological father tried to contact him before going to prison. I was 21, Rob was 26. His biological father is black. It's very obvious that Rob isn't my full brother. Yet no one in my family ever talked about it or let out the obvious truth for all that time. He said he always felt like the black sheep of the family and now it just made sense in more than one way. It was weird coming to terms with it. Marizo the lying part one thing, but at the same time it changed nothing for us. I love him just the same. That our next door neighbor was chronically depressed and killed herself by slitting her wrists in the bath before her kids came home from school, but my mother didn't tell me the cause of her death till I was in my 20s. I was about 7 when it happened. Looking back, whenever we went next door I always thought she was taking a nap as she always looked tired and was in her pajamas. She always seemed so relaxed as well, like nothing bothered her. I remember being so upset and asking my mother why she hadn't realized and helped the poor woman, but my mother said it was the mid-1970s and there wasn't the understanding then. I often think of her now and wonder how her 4 children are. We had a few odd things go on in our family, but I'm probably the family member who is going to the reason for the next family cover up. I found out my perfect brother was a sociopath and spent 6 years stealing all my late parents' assets and defrauding the tax man, forging documents and money laundering. He'll go to prison for a good long time, but he's conned his own family so long that he's this upstanding gentleman. I should imagine there will be a cover up and daddy will be working abroad for a bit. Sweetheart type thing going on. Okay, so this is a bit crazy. First off, I have a great uncle and great aunt was second cousins out in middle of nowhere USA. I have visited them before, spent Thanksgiving there once, all while my grandmother, mom's side, was still alive. This would have been her little brother and his wife. Well, my grandma passed when I was 17, and when I graduated HS my great aunt and uncle didn't come to my grad party, and over the years I realized we never saw them. I actually asked my mom if they were still alive a few years later, when I was about 23. At this time she decided to tell me why we don't even talk to them anymore. When my mom was 7 her uncle, my great uncle, was 12. They kinda fell in kiddo love. My mom told me she literally thought he was the best. He was good to her, made her feel pretty. This went on for years, and when my mom was 17 she somehow let it slip to authority what was going on. He ended up going to jail for a few years for this, and my mom was completely outcasted by the family. Eventually my G. Uncle got out and got married and had a normal-ish life. My mom began drinking a lot at about 11, and when this happened at 17 it created a very deep hole of alcoholism inside of her. She's been sober for 5 years now and was only able to tell me this calmly and matter-of-factly because of her sobriety. Not only do I now have a really strong understanding of why we don't see that part of my family, I know what really kickstarted her alcoholism. It's a secret I won't tell any of my family because I know I'm the only one she told. She's a very sweet, strong woman and I look up to her so much for her strength and stability. Newly founded, but it's beautiful to watch your mom save her own life. My mom and dad divorced when I was 18 mo, so I only remember them as being divorced, and then when I was 5 my mom died, which made for a very he said, she said kind of environment when growing up. As a teen my maternal aunt hinted at a few things about my dad that were more dark than I would be prepared to know, as I was having a rather rocky teenage period and was living with her since I was 14 to help make a more stable environment, but she didn't specify. Fast forward to getting married in 2017 and me sitting and talking with my dad. I took the opportunity to ask him about the whole marriage and divorce thing between him and my mum, and he told me that during the divorce she had accused him of sexually abusing my sister and I when he had custody weekends. This obviously put the whole family against my dad, and my sister and I were intensely evaluated by psychologists and the like, who found no evidence whatsoever of this purported abuse. Also, I injured my kitten friend falling off a swing when I was wee, and this is something my dad knows nothing about. If he were abusing us, he would have definitely seen the injury scar from that point. So this revelation makes sense that my maternal side was so protective of me and also so unbelievably cold towards my dad growing up. If my mum hadn't died, I'm sure his name would have been cleared in time and tables might have turned at least somewhat, but this did not happen, and my mum's actions were taken to her grave. My parents' love story is a classic film noir. Both on my mum's side and my dad's side they were gangsters. My father's grandfather was basically Don Corleone and my mother's father was kinda the unofficial mayor of a small village with my uncles as his gangsters. I'm not joking. Both my parents left their towns and met each other at a university and fell in love. Now I understand why my uncles don't want to be seen in public. Even in small roads where barely any people walk, every 1 in 3 people would kiss my uncle's hand while we would go get ice cream. Same thing with my father's dad. People would nod at him randomly, either it was just something they did at that particular town. But then when I got older my mom explained how my second uncle would go around beating people near to death for money. The same person that would pretend to be hurt and beg to me while I wrestled with him as a kid. So much made sense. 2nd grade I was super hyped to get these 2 blue parakeets because I loved the Toronto Blue Jays for some reason. I was persistent on getting light blue ones because light blue matched the blue jay bird and I wanted the closest thing to a blue jay as I could get. My mom gets me these 2 parakeets and we start putting them in the screen porch so they can hear the other birds. One day I wake up and these dudes Bluebell and Blueberry are dark blue. I'm like, the hell, I didn't get no dark blue ones. I was kinda pissed, like what happened to my blue jays? My parents told me they got their feathers clipped. I was like, shit, I guess that's how birds work. They got a fresh new set of feathers underneath, of course. Not until the end of high school do I accidentally find out that my 2 parakeets got savagely eaten by a fox or something some night they were left on the screen porch. That morning my brother walks out to blood everywhere and my mom is flipping out. They didn't want me to find out, so they bought 2 new different shades of parakeets. Before I woke up, I knew for damn sure those weren't my birds. I never loved them quite the same. When I was a kid, my father used to be very short-fused, and he tend to hit me most of the time. Nothing serious, just a slap here and there, but he has big as hands. Sometimes, he directed his anger to me, almost unprovoked. He also had night terrors in the middle of the night. So in general, as a kid, I did not have a very good relationship with Pops. As I grew older and became a man, and my dad left his strenuous job with my uncle, he became another man, caring, loving of his son, talkative, always there for me, and fun to be around, always giving me his support. This was when my mom told me she suspects from abuse from my paternal grandfathers towards my dad, physical and even sexual. My grandfather's favorited my uncle who had everything first handed to him, and as a result he grew up entitled and hard-faced. He ran businesses, only to set them on fire on a given point, so he could get cash from the insurance, and go on a spending spree with a random gal. Meanwhile my father was literally enslaved, working on jobs, and not getting paid. My grandpa got the money instead of him. So my father did not connect with me as a child, because he did not have time to be a kid, and couldn't relate, and he was always short-fused and seeking fights, not only with me, with random people too, because he was always very stressed running his business with my uncle on the side trying to ruin him. Also the night terrors knowing this. I love my pops, a very wholesome man, now that got away from everything and is retired, and I know why he behaved like this when I was a child. So I got told by my mother when I went back to my home country about my dad's family that his father left him and his mother remarried when he was very young, and that the stepdad was a serious alcoholic and used to emotionally and physically abuse my dad extremely bad throughout his entire childhood, that his friends' parents, neighbors, teacher and other people on the street that knew about it really wanted to adopt him and take him away from his hellhole but wasn't able because they either gave up or just didn't have full interest. Luckily when he met my mother 18 years later she gave him strength and stuck up for him at family gathers. So yeah, I found out about that and that made me very angry at my grandmother, and I hated just look at the stepdad. When we went to BBQ in their house for my great great grandma's funeral, my great great grandma passing really affected my dad because she was kinda the only one who would fully stick up for him and still give him hope for his future. My grandfather physically abused my dad and grandmother then killed himself. I was only 2 and my sister was 5 when it happened. Whenever we went to Nana's house we were told not to talk about Granddad and never ask where he went. Mum told me he had a heart attack and it made Nana sad to hear about it. I managed to patch things together from conversations I overheard from aunts and uncles. Turns out he was a raging alcoholic his entire life and used to beat the shit out of my dad. He stiffed my nana out of her house and savings twice, then came back from the UK when my dad was in his late 20s. He convinced dad to put all his savings into a business that went really bad, and then he topped himself, I assume from an overdose. We ended up living in a caravan on my mum's parents' front lawn till I was 8, and they finally had enough money to move out. None of this was never really explained to me. I thought everyone lived like we did. I used to feel sad I never knew my granddad. Now I just feel so terrible for my dad. Never really got told it, just pieced things together. You know when you were little and you walk into a room and all the adults stop talking about something, but you hear a little bit. Maybe that happens 20 times over the years and you remember a little each time. Of course this could all be a creative fabrication, but I don't think so. So my grandfather was an officer in the SS, infantry officer, Western Front, and my grandmother was a Polish Jew. He and his best friend who lived next door joined the SS because the conditions at home were better for their families. They were basically at starvation point and each had young children. Plus I guess it's easier to get your wife not liquidated when you're in. One of the girls from one of the families, no idea which, fell in love with an SSTV officer, Death's Head, the camp guards, and they were not particularly pleased about it because they thought he was a piece of shit. He got invited on a gentleman's day in the country the next time he was home on leave. They went hunting, had fun, dropped him at the train station on the way home, and he never reported back from leave point. Basically they took him out on the pretense of shooting birds and smoking, shot him in the back of the head, and put him down a well in the forest. Point the girlfriend thought he'd lost interest and later married a nice American boy. Point TLDR. Don't go into the woods with your girlfriend's father if you're a piece of shit and he's in high enough rank that people don't question. We dropped him at the station last Wednesday. This is still a current secret that I'm afraid to talk about today. My father has always been an alcoholic since as far as I can remember, and it never bothered me or my family because he never acted out. He sorta just got drunk and worked around the house or hung out in the garage/kitchen till late. It was only about 2 years ago or so we were at this big family party, a quinceañera. We are a pretty big Hispanic family, but our origin hometown is so small, it's a village, where everyone knows everyone. Well anyways, my dad and 2 others were found laying outside the venue, passed out. Ambulance got called, and I was just a 15-year-old kid. I thought my father got attacked. Well after we left the party I was taken home with no explanation of what happened. It was only until a year later I started piecing things together. A cousin of mine and son of one of the 2 that were also found. My dad said that they were scammed by some dealer. He tried selling them cocaine, but instead sold them the powdered version of heroin, which caused their system to just shut off. This assumption that my father is a cocaine user hit me like a truck. All these things he would do without me thinking twice of it, because I was a kid. Now fit. He would often meet some guy who parked outside a house, and whenever he came he would tell me to fetch something, go away essentially. During family get-togethers, for as long as I can remember I would always hear sniffs in the bathroom, and the men of the family would constantly use the bathroom. As a kid, I always thought that they're drinking a lot, bladder, etc. The toilet would always flush and such, but I'm guessing they would just use it to hide their tracks. I guess the biggest clue that hit me was that small little village he came from. Us grandkids visit that small Mexican town every summer. Last time I went, the men there shoot bullets in the sky, get blackout drunk, and do lines off their faking arms. What makes me think that lifestyle didn't follow my dad back here? I still haven't confronted my dad that I know he does cocaine, and that night 2 years ago, when he was found half dead, it was because he sniffed, and he tried to play it off as alcohol poisoning. My dad is a good man. He works hard, and he provides, and he's educated me on hard work, but this secret, it could potentially tear my family apart. I find it absolutely insane in confiding this with absolute strangers, but it feels good to talk about it. Growing up I would go visit my cousins over the summer a lot. One summer when I was about 12 or 13 one of my cousins told me that I might have another sibling that my dad, who has always been absent in my life, had who no one had ever told me about. So a few years go by, and I muster up the courage to ask my mom about it, and she just kind of ignored the question and I didn't pry anymore into it. A lot more years go by, and I'm about 21 at this point and my mom brings it up out of the blue. She tells me that she had actually had another son about a year after I was born who I was way too young to remember. I guess a guy she knew had had his way with her against her wishes as she put it, and the police caught him pretty much right away and threw him in prison. After that though she got pregnant and carried his child to term, but gave him up for adoption pretty much right at birth to a young couple. Pretty interesting to think I have brother running around out there who doesn't know I exist. My biological father doesn't have a heart condition that stops him being able to drive, look after me alone, or move out of his mother's. The pills aren't prescription, and the weed isn't to help him cope. Sneaking out camping, or to his house, was not a fun/secret adventure. He didn't cut his arm cleaning a coffee pot, or fall off his friend's balcony on holiday, landing him in hospital for months. Nope. He has a long record of drugs and violence to young women, as well as serious mental health issues that have shot his empathy to shreds. Legally, I don't think he was allowed to be/care for me alone, so those fun adventures were illegal to get us alone. His mother was the one that got his partial custody because of his history, which was why we were meant to stay there during our time together. He was a suicidal drug user who got high, slit his wrists, and jumped off a roof. Separate events. He went back to inpatient treatment afterwards, which is why he was gone so long. There was no coffee pot breaking in the sink. There was no holiday. Could have done with knowing that one before I had to go to court, but better late than never. I still don't know everything, like why everyone included me was sure he lived with her when he had no bed or room there despite 2 empties, or where we stayed when he said it was his house without anyone realizing he had a place in his name. Legally alone, it should have been a red flag. I'm the youngest in the family. One of my brothers is 3 years older than me. Between us and our other brother/sisters there is a gap of about 20 years. I didn't know any better, but growing up, No one at school had parents or siblings as old as mine. In order to understand this story, you need to know that one of my brothers died of leukemia 4 years before I was born. One day, when I was about 22, working at a delivery service, I spoke to a colleague on the truck. He told me his mother knew or heard about my family. His mother thought my brother, whom was born 3 years before me, was conceived for a special purpose. He told me that my parents hoped the baby would be a match for the bone marrow transplant that would be the only hope for my brother's survival. Sadly, my brother passed away before the baby was born. I never thought about it until that point. I have never dared to ask my brother or my mother about these rumors, afraid to hurt them in some way. But the rumors do explain a lot of things. It's strange to hear about such intimate family secrets from a total stranger. Sorry about my English. I'm sure the paragraphs above are full of errors. I knew for a while now that I had 2 uncles that died young, like a few days young. They were both premature, but now that my grandmother has Alzheimer's, I know what happened. It seems that the second one died naturally, but the first one was killed by my great-grandmother. Apparently what happened was that my uncle had been born 2 months early, and the doctor told them not to give him a bath until he was 40 days old. At that time my grandparents were living with my grandfather's family, who were also my grandma's uncle family. Yes, my grandparents are cousins, so my great-grandmother had to have known what the doctor said. After a few days from my uncle being born, she told my grandmother to go get some stuff and come back. When she returned, she found her giving him a bath because he was dirty, needed a bath. He died the same day. My mother told me this after my grandmother started having attacks about wanting her kids, and that beach killed them, and it made a lot of sense why she was overprotective sometimes, and also why she doesn't stand my grandfather or his family. She now seems to be forgetting this bit by bit along with everything else, but she still does ask about her children. We just tell her some lie so she would calm down. My dad, who I held as the paragon of virtue, lost his scholarship for debate in college due to his weed habit. He ended up going to business school, but mostly coasted through. He was a born salesman, but never really learned some of the finer points of business and finance. As a result, once he lost a job of 20 years as top salesman, in his 50s, at his company. He bounced from job to job. Eventually, when both my brother and I were in college, he took out loans in my brother's name, which ruined his credit before he got a chance to use it himself. Then when he couldn't find work, he began to default on their $1.80 million house mortgage. Enough that when my grandfather died, he convinced my mom, who was executor of the estate, to take our inheritance from my brother and I and use it to pay off some mortgage debt, which they have never returned a penny of, and then in trying to save themselves from bankruptcy, liquidated their 401k, which would have been protected to pay off debt, and then lost their house and declared bankruptcy. Anyway, now they live in a more modest house, but which is still far too expensive. Still haven't returned the $30,000 they jacked from me and my brother, and my bro is still repairing his debt. Him just found this all out at Thanksgiving, and am at a loss as to what to do. I love them, but they have put both my brother and I in financial hardship for their own selfish reasons, as opposed to being upfront and dealing with the system and understanding their own financial situation. It just makes me so incensed that I don't want to speak to them much, which hurts a lot. Really good family friend secret. Turns out she had been embezzling money for years from work to pay for her gambling addiction. I remember specific parts that would have been telltale signs of an issue, but I was a kid when it happened, maybe 13 when it came to a head. She would talk about how she would win money at the dog track, but that wasn't often. She would take her mom to church bingo every Friday. She would take trips to other towns to gamble, and would be excited about winning, but never talked about losing. I remember she was babysitting me and my brother over a weekend when my parents were out of town, and I got up in the middle of the night, and she was still up reading. Not internet gambling, this is from the 90s, so it didn't exist yet, thank God, but she was still up bright and early. Then one day she just wasn't around anymore. My parents never told me initially. It was only after several weeks of not seeing her that I asked, and they brushed it off for a while with simple BS excuses, like she's out of town or sick. It was only about a year later, which was probably like 4 months after it happened, because kids don't understand time, that I found out. Apparently her business noticed the oddities in the bookkeeping and she confessed, and was arrested, and spent some time in jail. She told my parents her lack of sleep was due to her guilt of stealing, and always being afraid she would be caught. She admitted that the best thing that happened to her was to get caught because she could get the weight off her shoulders and get help. I'm Dutch with part German ancestry, and gradually found out so many WW2 stories from 15 years old and onwards. One is that my German great-grandfather, who lived in the Netherlands at the time of the war, went to one of the abandoned German outposts, after the German soldiers had fled, because of the coming Allied armies, to look for food there. He and a friend of his found a portrait of Hitler on the wall and apparently was so angry they threw it out of the window into the little pond near the outpost. If you know a little bit about Dutch history, though, you know the Germans came back to still keep on to the lands north of the Rhine for another year, and they did. My great-grandfather was caught and going to be shot by the soldiers for doing that to Hitler's portrait, but because he was born and grew up in Germany, he obviously spoke fluent German and could explain to the soldiers they were only looking for food and that the portrait had already been thrown in the pond when they came there. That's how they survived. This same great-grandfather's wife, my great-grandmother, also had a brother who still lived in Germany and was in the war matched. Another is that my great-aunt, never knew her personally, had suffered from PTSD all her life because she was raped by Russian soldiers. She lived somewhere in Eastern Germany at that time. All of this was pretty weird for me to find out, as I only vaguely ever realized I must have some German heritage because of my surname. I now did a lot of research on my family history myself, and it's pretty interesting. My grandfather was an alcoholic and terrorized his wife and children. He was convinced that my granny was cheating on him with the neighbor. Granny never left the house except with grandfather, and is still convinced that my uncle sent his child. It explains why my father never touched a drop of alcohol, why my grandmother was always scared and sad, why my father never spoke highly of his father. Now he lives in a home after a brain hemorrhage. My grandma is for the first time free, but still doesn't leave the house. Nobody likes to visit grandpa, since he makes up stories and tries to turn all the family members against each other by telling lies. Each time my aunt visits, he is dragging her down so much. There was some legal issue to take away his own money related stuff away from him and give it to my aunt. Otherwise he would spend it all in the cafes. The worst part is that my parents always tell me I have his character, but the difference is that I'm aware of my demons and he isn't, but I still feel so disgusted when someone mentions it. I guess this really isn't a family secret, but a brotherly secret. In the mid-90s my older brother was very much an asshole and my older sister was the popular girl in her freshman class who was very well adjusted. My sister had a cat named Tigger who she adored very much, and one day she and my brother got into a fight, so later in the evening my brother drove the cat to a town 20 miles away and just dropped it off in the street. He kept it a secret for about 22 years, until he told me a few years ago, and ultimately my entire family simply believed the cat simply ran away. Tigger's disappearance very obviously devastated my sister and she became a recluse throughout high school and her depression continued into her early 20s. There's no telling if Tigger's disappearance or presence would have changed her life in any significant way, but my older brother is racked with guilt over it to this day. Anytime my older sister needs anything my brother goes well out of his way to help her, and he always goes all out for her birthdays. We still celebrate all our family's birthdays and holidays. I have recommended that he come clean with her, but he's worried she will never forgive him even 25 years later. When I was young my dad's family was very close. We always had big family days at my grandparents' farm, swam in their creek, had big bonfires, played with their farm animals, and had masses in the church on their property. It was the best childhood. Then one day my siblings or I were told our grandparents, auntie and some of my cousins had moved away. It was sad, and we didn't get to say goodbye. My uncle didn't move away, and he would come over and talk with my parents and my other uncles and aunt. When my siblings and I were older we were told the truth. My grandparents were involved in a cult and moved to be closer to the prophet. My aunt left my uncle with their children and my grandparents helped her leave him so she could also move closer to the profit point. Years later my other aunt left her husband to be closer and more involved. My grandparents also helped her leave. It broke our family in two. Those who believed in the cult and those who didn't. Point our uncles, although both married into our family, have been our uncles our whole life. They are our family and have been a part of our lives. Our cousins also. They didn't understand what was happening. They were too young. Point our family have come a long way and bridges have been mended. But some bridges can't be completely fixed. My dad taught at a different high school than I went to when I was at school. All of a sudden he was transferred to another school an hour out of town and wouldn't talk about why or how long he would be there. He was kinda weird and quiet and home late a lot at that time. We'd go visit him / go along with him to get stuff done in his lab on weekends, sometimes at his old school, but never the new school, and not allowed to talk to any of his colleagues if we ran into them. Weird, but as a sulky teenager didn't really think about it. Found out why when I was in my 20s. My dad was pulled in to take over the science department at the second school because a student had murdered another student and the previous teacher had been involved in disposing of the body and was in the Klan. My dad was sent to attempt to get the traumatized students to get enough work done to enough of a standard that they'd graduate that year. Why my rich uncle never had money and my parents had support them. He'd spend every waking moment on the phone with some important businessman and bragged about his high-paying job, yet was living in my grandma's incomplete, renovated basement. He has an extreme gambling addiction and drove himself into debt, while my aunt has a shopping addiction and spends all the additional income they get on anything she can. New electronics, acrylic nails, lots of fast food, etc. It's so bad my mother has to write checks for their expenses every month because they always come up short. I lived with them for a short time while going to school and all the money for my school fees were gone every time I needed it. They'd make me call my parents for more money, to which their response would be, what happened to X amount I deposited earlier this month? They didn't even bother to leave me enough for lunch or enroll me in a free lunch program, so I ended up developing an eating disorder. When I was little we'd fly out to the south to see my mom's side of the family. I used to love going to my grandma's house and playing with grandpa when I was about 7 or so. My mom would never let us spend the night there and stopped letting me go into the basement to play with grandpa or even be alone with him. When I was 10 I threw a fit about it because he used to take me down to the creek to catch tadpoles. Well, my mom was sick of fighting me, so she told me the truth. He'd molested 2 of my cousins, one of whom has spina bifida and was in a wheelchair. My other cousin was 4. He told her his penis was a lollipop and made her give him oral. When I was 12 he started saying really gross sexual things to me. He was a monster, and I'm really disgusted that none of the adults did anything about it. We only went there to see my grandma. She's Japanese and didn't believe she could leave him. Going there was the only way we got to see her. I was ecstatic when he got cancer and slowly died painfully. I have another uncle. The story. My grandmother continually had minor strokes from a young age due to an accident she had as a child. During one of her bouts she started asking for David. No one knew this David. Luckily one of my uncles was around and asked questions. He found out she was missing a child. Then everything came out. My grandmother had been raped as a young child by her uncle and became pregnant. Back in the day she couldn't keep the child because she would forever be single and would never marry, etc. So the baby would be put up for adoption. The uncle was shunned from the family, but no police involvement. My grandmother had the child and called him David, and he was taken away. My uncle searched for years trying to find this David, but gave up when I was 8. This was 3 years of searching. 10 years later, I'm 18, he found us. He had turned up on the doorstep of her house 28 years prior and no one answered the door, and he gave up. He was literally at the right location and gave up. We took him in as if he was one of our own. It was as if he was there the whole time. The interesting part was my grandmother loved him. She met a long lost son. She passed away a year later. Maybe she was waiting. My grandfather hated him. He hated the idea that was grandmother had a child before she met him. My first uncle hated the fact he wasn't the oldest anymore and resented him, even though he was happy to visit his family and drink his beer. So what actually happened? Well, my uncle was up for adoption and he moved from Wales to England and was adopted by an English family. He grew up to be a process engineer and moved to Ireland to work, where he met his first wife and had no kids. Work sent him to New Zealand, where he met his second wife and had a small family. Then he was sent to Thailand, where he met his third wife. My family met us over the years, and later in time, I think I was 21, my uncle passed away. His Thai wife disappeared, and we still talk to his New Zealand family. My grandfather then died with Alzheimer's and all we have pictures. It makes me sad I couldn't spend more time with my uncle, like I had with my other three, but it was as if he never left. Alright, so this is about the time that my mom told me about my stepdad smoking weed. I was 13. Alright, I live with my mom, my stepdad and my stepsister, and we are from the Netherlands. So when I was young, I always noticed that my stepdad was smoking outside. I never actually asked my parents why, but I did find it strange, because normally they smoke inside. So why is my stepdad smoking outside on the balcony every evening? There was one afternoon, I think I was 13 over 14 years old, when my mom and I were in the car, and she told me there was something I needed to know, and I was panicking, because she sounded pretty serious. "It's about your stepdad," she says as she parked in front of our house. "What is it? Is he sick?" I ask her. "No, he's not sick," she reassured me. "Well, what is it?" "Listen, you can't tell anybody because most of the people think it's inappropriate and don't accept it," she starts explaining, and by now I was annoyed because I needed to know what was going on. "Just tell me," I say, impatient. She stays quiet for a few seconds. "So, you know that he smokes on the balcony, right?" I nod. "Well, that's because your stepdad smoked weed." The moment those words left her mouth, I was shocked. I mean, I'm a 13-year-old girl who thinks weed is a bad kind of drugs. I always saw those little plastic bags with one side yellow and was disgusted by it. But my mom continued, "Weed helps your stepdad with the pain in his back. That's why he smokes on the balcony every evening," she explains further. I nod. She kept telling me to tell no one, because people would just think he's a drug head. I promised I wouldn't tell anyone, but I thought it was so weird. So that's why he was making those weird cigarettes. And we also have something called shag. That's something like a cigarette, but you make it yourself, and is 10 times heavier than a normal cigarette. They always told me he was rolling a shag. A few years went by and I'm 16. I saw my stepdad rolling his joint, and I was just watching him, wondering, "So, do you still smoke those shag thingies?" I ask him. He just tells me no and leaves to smoke his joint. Only moments later I remember that he never smoked shaggies and only smoked joints, and I felt so dumb. Fast forward to 2019. I'm now 19 and smoke almost every day with my stepdad on the balcony, enjoying a good old joint with the old man, and enjoying life a lot more because of it. That my dad was in jail for a short time as a young man. He wanted to become a teacher and really pushed me to become a teacher. I never understood what happened to make him unable to do so. He's one of the most moral, compassionate, just, loving people I know. In his short time there he worked his ass off, was taken on work outings, to build things, because of his incredibly handy skills and work ethic. He is extremely religious, conservative, in great shape, never curses or gossips, and social media makes him very uncomfortable. He absolutely cherishes, and is still very much in love with, my mother, and us children. Being a husband and father are his biggest and most fulfilling successes in life. He worked so hard to move up the ladder at work, and retired making 6 figures. He always took us on family trips to see national parks, and spent as much quality time with us as he could. He's just so much fun to be around. Everyone's favorite uncle/nephew/brother. Takes care of, and fixes everything in our very large extended family. As a teenager I got caught and arrested for shoplifting, and had to tell my parents, because I couldn't afford the lawyer. The pain and disappointment in his voice when he explained to me how this one small mistake could have ruined my life and future made complete sense when he told me his story of how his one mistake derailed his plans for the future, and how it hurt his parents. It made me appreciate him so much more as a father and a person. He kept that from us because he was ashamed and didn't want us to think poorly of him. He's always supported us in our dreams because he didn't get a chance to achieve his, but he had given and continues to give us a wonderfully comfortable life, and I absolutely adore this man. His strength of character and love of family, freedom, and friends are unmatched. He turned his negative into a positive and didn't let his past define him. There ain't no man that can measure up to my daddy. Super late to the game, but here goes. We have a lot of family secrets, but I guess the biggest one is that I have an uncle that was adopted. Basically my grandmother got pregnant when she was very young, like 15 over 16. In the 50s this was not done, and they couldn't find the father/he didn't wanna marry her, not sure, so she was kept inside and forced to give birth and put up my uncle for adoption. She later got married and had 4 kids. She denied that the first child ever happened. Throughout my mum's and aunt's/uncle's life she was an alcoholic, abusive, and refused to acknowledge her first child's existence even when all her kids found him and confronted her directly. It was obviously very traumatizing and caused her to turn to booze. My grandfather is also a complete dickhead who cheated on her with women all around the world. I probably have aunts and uncles from every country out there. Kind of explains why my grandmother was so hated by her kids, and it wasn't just because she was a bad person, but because she went through some very traumatizing things at such a young age. My father was married before he met my mom to a woman about 6 years older than him. She only used him for money and never let him see his parents. He was also addicted to cocaine during this time and couldn't really do much to get out of the relationship. One of my relatives introduced my dad to my mom and they absolutely hit it off. My mom had managed to get him off cocaine and back on his feet well enough to finally divorce his first wife and get away from her for good. When the divorce was finalized, my mom was already pregnant with my older sister. They got married 2 weeks after his divorce was finalized. That was 23 years ago, and I have no idea where I'd be without my dad today. I'm his only son. When I turned 18 he told me the story of his first wife, and after that told me that, when I was born, he cried tears of joy because he had wanted a son for over a decade at that point. He never had children with his first wife, thankfully. When I turned 18 my mom told me why my sandbox in our backyard disappeared. My parents were separated, so I lived with my mom in a flat on the ground level. We had a small backyard with a tiny sandbox. I was 4 years old. The glasses doors that led to the backyard had a shutter which we kept closed at night. One morning the shutter was down and my mom told me it was broken, so she didn't open it. A few days later it was fixed, she told me, and she would open it in the morning as we did every day. But my sandbox was gone. Also the floor surface on which my sandbox was standing on was damaged a little. That's all I remember. She then told me, when I turned 18, that at that time she heard loud noise from the staircase. In our house, urban, were 5 other flats. 2 people were yelling and running down the stairs and went to our garden. A few minutes later the doorbell rang and the police was there. They told her that a person fell/jumped/was thrown out of a window directly above our garden. The person was dead and destroyed my sandbox and was laying there. She was really scared and called my dad to come and help her. The police said they could call the fire brigade to clean everything up, but she was scared they could wake me up, and so my father cleaned it with a garden hose. It is still unclear how all of this happened and if it was a murder or not. Our neighbor, a middle-aged man, well dressed, working in a bank, was always polite. He had a couple over. It was the man he had over who did die. I know the window he fell from was his sleeping room, because one time, when he went to vacation, my mom and me did water his plants. After the incident he wasn't at his flat for about a year. We don't know if he was in prison or therapy. After he acted normal, nobody from our neighbors or anyone asked him out about it. Sorry for the long post and maybe language. I'm not a native speaker. Edit. Word. We had a Brady Bunch-esque family growing up. Mom was a homemaker and dad was at work ungodly hours, but he was almost always in a good mood and everything was pretty great in hindsight. I even realized it at the time. We were very fortunate point in my late teens I began experimenting with alcohol and weed always had a distinct smell I couldn't quite put my finger on. One night when I was feeling particularly bold, I decided to open my window and smoke blowing it out, not realizing with another window downstairs and pretty much created a vortex of pot smoke throughout the entire house. My mom was devastated and called me downstairs. She was crying and said she didn't want to see me go down this path. Nothing crazy, just typical parental response to finding out their child is smoking. My dad came home and she informed him of the situation while I looked down in shame. My dad took off his tie and said, "Pal poo pull. Come with me." My mom said no. He doesn't need to know. He led me to his closet and opened an airtight briefcase and revealed a huge bag of quality dank and told me he had smoked every day for the past 30 years. I would have never guessed in a million years the secret that finally kicked in. We were never allowed in my parents' bathroom, but like a typical kid I would sneak in there every now and then. I always thought my dad had the most odd and pungent smelling sheet. It was a phenomenon. It turns out he was just always hotboxing the bathroom. I don't smoke anymore, but that was the day I saw my dad different than I ever had. When I was younger we stopped going to my grandparents' house because as it turns out my grandpa molested my sister. They moved, and both my sister and I went to therapy at a young age, though I didn't understand why. My grandma only comes to our house now. The twisted thing is that one of my aunts hasn't told her daughters because my grandpa was their father figure, because my uncle was abusive to them. Now everyone is older and the oldest cousin that hasn't been told is getting married, and she wanted my grandpa to walk her down the aisle. However, if that happens, my sister will not be able to go, and ergo I will not go in support of my sister, even though I love the rest of my family. As it turns out, my grandpa won't be going, because my cousin is marrying a black guy and my grandpa is super racist as well. The rest of the family knows about everything, and my aunt was going to tell my cousins, but then the middle cousin in that group of 3 almost died and was in the hospital for a long time, so telling them got pushed back. My sister and this cousin who is getting married used to be close in college, but my sister wanted to open up and tell her what had happened, but then my aunt got mad and they split apart. It feels good to get this off my chest. TLDR. My grandpa molested my sister. I was adopted. My step-parents, that I consider to be my real parents, they raised me, are both white. My biological mom is white, biological father is Hispanic. Stepmom is G, stepdad R, biological mom M, biological dad is AR, and M got married. Well, when R was in the Air Force, M met A, and she got pregnant. R returned, she had me, and he could see I wasn't his. M was bad off on drugs, and so, even though I was not biologically his, and he had no responsibility to keep me, R took me away from her. He raised me on his own for a short time before meeting T, and they got married. I was adopted by both of them for legal reasons, insurance and all of that. So growing up I knew T wasn't my biological mom, as I still saw M, until I was maybe 3 or 4. Well, this whole time I believed R was my biological dad. I have dark features, darker skin, black hair. I just thought I was dark, or got a tan and it never went away. I don't really know, I was a child. So when I was 11 or 12, T called me into their room and told me the truth. The whole time R was on the other side of the bed, looking away from me, crying. Side note, I have seen my father cry maybe a total of 3 times, the other 2 being when his grandparents who raised him passed away. This was heartbreaking, but it made me love him even more, as he was so selfless in taking me and raising me when he had no obligation to do so. Sorry if the letters representing people in this is confusing. I just don't want to use real names. My senior year, 1985, found out that I was adopted. I would go through all sorts of emotions for about a decade, needed counseling, and was told to find birth parents to ease those emotions. Took me 7 years to open a closed adoption and find birth parents in California and Brazil. Dad welcomed me, but was a habitual liar, but mom told the truth, but didn't want a relationship because no one in her entire family knew I existed, except her twin sister. Mother died of a major heart attack shortly after communicating with me, and I once again don't know where my biological father is, alive or dead. He changed numbers and disappeared. Can't bring myself to look again. At peace with it all, but I have a great relationship with a sibling that came with all this drama. Oh yay, and forgot to mention, biological twin sister and older brother both died within a year or so of my mother's passing. Strange. I did a bunch of family research last year. My mom's dad, my papa, led quite the life. He went off to fight in WWI as a paratrooper. Before his unit shipped out, they were playing baseball, and he got knocked out when the ball hit him in the head. So he didn't ship out with the rest of his unit, because he was in the hospital. They all died in a plane crash. He got back from the war on leave, and got a girl pregnant. They got married as soon as he was discharged, and the baby was born a month later. Her name is Sherry. Nobody in my family knows anything about her. I only know her name because I looked up every record I can find in the newspaper archives. She's still alive, in her 70s, but didn't answer when my aunt reached out to her on Facebook. Well, that marriage didn't work out. His wife seems like a real piece of work. Eventually she killed herself by stabbing herself in the stomach, and their daughter found her. As they are getting divorced, he gets arrested several times for traffic violations. Then he gets married again to some woman named Anna for a very short period of time. Like less than a year. He was her third husband out of 5, I believe. Then he gets my grandma pregnant. She doesn't want to marry him. We all thought she was kind of a jerk, because from what we could see he seems like the best guy in the world. But now we can see this was a huge risk she was taking. But he told her, if you marry me, no one will ever love you more. She did, and he was telling the truth. They were married for 45 years or so, and they both died within a year of each other. He had a really hard time in the war, and I think a lot of his reckless behavior was due to PTSD. My father almost let me drown as a kid. As a child I remember being at a funeral in upstate New York, and all the kids were playing afterwards in a beautiful stream behind the house. I had always had this feeling, like a dream, where I had slipped off a rock and fell in the water. The next thing I remember is floating above my own body that's laying face down in the water, and all the people that were swimming with were yelling, "Swim, use your arms." This dream used to pop into head, and I would say to my father as a kid, "Did I almost drowned as a kid?" And he would say, "You're dumb, you never almost drowned." But I always remembered this dream. Well, long story short, I was drinking with my father when I was about 30, and I joking said to him, out of nowhere, and expecting him to tell me I'm dumb again, said, "Remember when I almost drowned as a kid?" My father looks at me very annoyed and says, "For fact's sake, you slipped off a rock. I jumped in to save you as soon as I found out, and you're okay now." Whoa. Well, I guess I did almost die, and I guess that was a bit tough on him all those years. It wasn't something my dad kept from just me, but from a whole family. So a few years ago my maternal grandfather did all the family histories, including my dad's. He found out dad had a much older sister who died in her early 30s from breast cancer. Grandpa discovered dad's mum had the child when she was just 16 to her Jewish, this is relevant, boyfriend, and was sent away to have the child. The child was raised by a family friend. Grandma and her boyfriend never saw each other again, and we don't know what the boyfriend was told, or if he ever met his child. Mum and grandpa agonized over how to tell dad. He comes from a strict Catholic family, so a scandal like that was big. Not only sex outside of marriage, but also a hidden teenage pregnancy to a Jewish boy. They told dad, really delicately, not knowing how he'd react. He said he already knew. When mum asked why he never mentioned his sister, he said it was on a need-to-know basis. I didn't think you needed to know. I actually believe this is a lie. I think it was too painful for him. Dad has very few pictures of his family, but most of the ones he does have are of him and this much older sister, Joan. There's a beautiful one of them on holiday at some seaside town. They are walking on the promenade holding hands, smiling. Joan is in her early 30s and dad is about 8. This was probably taken not that long before she died. He was clearly close to her and did admit she wasn't able to have kids, but she did think of and treat dad as if he was her own child. Dad's father was a horrible man. Once told dad everything was fine until you came along when dad was little. So they were probably happy Joan looked after dad so much. Point I wish dad would talk about his childhood and family more, but I think it's just too hard for him. He very much approves of a stiff upper lip and no showings of emotion. He has now lost all his siblings to cancer and is the only one remaining of 4. I never met his parents as they were both died before dad turned 21, but mum says I would have loved grandma and got on with her really well. Paternal grandpa sounds like a dick though. When I was 4, my uncle, dad's youngest brother, killed himself. I found out a few years back, 20 years or so after the fact, that the day he died was my dad's 40th birthday. My dad's oldest brother had died at 10. He was hit by a car after he got off his school bus. It was not until after Gran died in December that I was told he had died in her arms. She was such a tough lady, and I still admire her, if not more now. But she never mentioned either of them again following a short period after their deaths. They were also not very often talked about by dad or his other brother, at least until after Gran's passing. It explains a lot about how my dad never really seemed to do much for his birthday. How paranoid both he and Gran were about me, and I guess my cousins too, crossing the road as a kid. How Gran was, and Addie's, and just generally the level of worrying about things and each other. And my lingering anxiety that once out of sight someone could just disappear forever. When I was 7, my great uncle Junie died in a car accident. He spent 12 years in the Air Force before retiring and buying a semi-truck. After beginning a trucking career, my great uncle began having an affair on his wife. He came clean 10 years later to his wife, telling her that he had ended a relationship with his mistress. She was hurt and wanted space. He randomly called my granddad from private at 2 AM, ignored the call, 2 AM on a workday. Then he called his father and told him, Paul, my granddad, didn't answer and that it's his time. He wasn't the man he was supposed to be to his family. So fast forward to 2014 on my great grandfather's deathbed. He told my granddad what happened. My granddad told me in 2015, and now we're the only people in the family that knows. My granddad and great uncle Junie were best friends, and I know it bothers my granddad that he missed that phone call. Everyone that knew my great uncle would tell me he was a wild man and that my granddad would say this all the time. Lol. His wife ended up not talking to anyone who had anything to do with him. I've never seen my great cousins again. My granddad is a good man, big heart, but doesn't speak much. I was surprised when he told me, but I figure now it was some sort of closure for him. I was molested as a young child by a caregiver, and sometime after, not sure exactly how long as I don't recall the event, I told my mother while she was giving me a bath. There was apparently a trial and a sentencing, and the dude was thrown in jail. After that I was taken to therapy to help me deal with what had happened, where I was taught about my personal space and that no one should ever invade it. The therapist told my parents that they should bring me back when I was going through puberty so it didn't affect my development. Fast forward to 19 years old. I have completely forgotten about the event and have no idea that anything ever happened to me. That year my family and I were at a 4th of July event where my mother very much in passing reminded me that I was molested as a child. I'm completely blown away and I don't really know what to say to anyone, so I just sort of shut down for a while. It was later on in the night, before I was speaking to another family member who mentioned that I should have gone back to therapy as a prepubescent, but my parents didn't think it was necessary. So now here I'm 33 years old with major personal space issues that have affected my marriage. Luckily we learned to deal with them very early on, and my wife respects those issues, but I can't help but wonder if things would be better for me if they had just taken me back. Well, I didn't get told. I found out by accident. I took an ancestry DNA test for funsies, and when it came back I knew by my heritage information that my father wasn't my biological father. Turns out my mom had an affair the summer I was conceived. Well, affairess. It was one of 4 men, and the one I was told was most likely my bio father took a year for me to find and ended up not being him. Thank God, because as I was talking to him, I asked him to send pictures of himself of different ages so I could compare his features to mine and my kids. And in the pictures he sent a photo of himself from the neck down and only a pair of grossly small underwear. He's a 75-year-old man and looks it. It was disgusting. Not to mention at the time I was pretty sure this man was my biological father, and he was convinced I was his daughter. I'm happy to tell you all he never had kids. I still don't know who it is. I've lived a fairly normal life up until Monday night. For Christmas this past year I got an Ancestry DNA test kit and completed it as a joke, not really thinking much would come of it. Much to my surprise I received an email Monday stating I had familial matches. I opened the email and I have been matched to an aunt and a parent/child relationship. That's what prompted my call to my mother regarding the test. She said she knew who Michael and Gail were and wasn't sure how we were related, but was very surprised by it. This then heightened my curiosity to dig into the situation a little further. Once I investigated the DNA results, did a little research on how the DNA is measured. I share 50% of Michael's DNA. This is also astonishing as I've gone my entire life believing my father is someone completely different. I previously was FB friends with Michael, as he's been a family friend. However, I didn't know him, so I deleted him. On Tuesday I confronted my mom about it. Initially she played coy, but once I point blank asked her if there could be any possibility that Michael is my father, she was dumbfounded. She had been intimate with Michael while separated from my father while they were divorcing. She never thought the timelines added up, so she just assumed I was my father's child, not Michael's child. When Michael found out she was pregnant he even asked her if I could be his, and she laughed and told him no, and he was crazy. Joke's on you, ma. Backstory on my father. My parents divorced right after I was born. My father has never been in mine or my older sister's lives besides sporadically. He was always a deadbeat drug addict that was a worthless human being. He developed cancer in his back, or it was discovered in its end stages, in the fall of 2016 and my sister took him into her home. His house was falling apart, and he could not walk. He lived with her for about 4 months, and went downhill rapidly. I never saw him, hadn't seen him in person, since my grandmother's passing, his mother, in 1995. I wanted to be with my sister, she's 8 years older than me, during his final moments in hospice care. She and I watched him take his final breaths in February of 2017. I struggled with his death a lot because it resurfaced a lot of anger and resentment I had towards him for not being present in my life. Since this discovery on Monday, confirmation from my mom on Tuesday, my life has changed completely. I went from having a dead father to having an actual father who is alive and a decent human being. I reached out to him, and we are going to get lunch next Saturday. He actually lives about 20 minutes from me. He was an engineer in the Navy and comes from a great family. Life is strange, isn't it? TLDR, did an Ancestry DNA kit as a joke and discovered my father isn't actually my father. My entire family had no idea, mom included. When I was in my early 20s my mom told me that when she was young she had been committed to a mental institution multiple times and had gotten shock treatment and super strong drugs they don't give to humans anymore. In her opinion this was essentially people in her family unfairly persecuting her because she's an artist. My dad, when they were married, committed her at various points as well, because you could commit another adult back then I guess. She would have nervous breakdowns and be completely unable to communicate with the outside world. My mother is pretty severely mentally disabled. I'm not a medical professional and definitely not qualified to diagnose her, and after those early bad experiences with the mental health profession she won't go near a psychiatrist or even a therapist. Over the course of her life she has used meditation and Take-I to help stabilize herself and keep herself on track and functioning, and though she's never been able to really hold a meaningful job for long, and in many ways she's struggled, at least she's had the dignity of being an independent adult making her way on her own, rather than being locked up in an institution. Also MFW people are like, oh my mom is so crazy. As a kid, your aunt and uncle can't have kids, so they're adopting. As an adult, your uncle got HIV when he was doing 4th drugs in seminary, so he and your aunt have never had sex. I was probably about 19 or 20 when my mom let that one slip, but it really did impact how I view drug addiction and those affected. My uncle, by marriage, is a really good dude, kind, caring, wants nothing more than to see and help his only child succeed. He and my aunt have done an amazing job of raising a successful, happy young woman after adopting from foster. While I myself don't believe they're all very active in their church trying to do good for others, it was also let slip that he had a struggle getting off painkillers just before my mom told me all of this after a severe work-related injury. It really cemented in my mind that it's not always evident who's struggling with addiction, who struggled in the past, and instead of vilifying addicts as a group we should have compassion. Too late for traction, but here goes nothing. This was a secret kept from me until just before my mom died. My mom tried to leave my dad, with me in tow, when I was 6. It was all worked out, they'd agreed on it, the parents all agreed, the trip was all set. We were due to fly from Florida to California for what I thought was a visit to some distant family for a while, but it was really my mom and I leaving for good. When it came time, my dad just up and came with us. I was clueless. I cannot imagine how awkward it must have been for everyone else. I have fond memories of that trip. Saw my first MLB game, went to amusement parks, the family was pretty well off, doctors, and had a nice pool right in their backyard. I was in heaven. But all the while my parents must have been at each other's throats. Trip ended, we all flew home, things continued as they always had. Mom never tried again. Many years later, after my father died, and my mom had given up chemo for the stomach cancer that would kill her in less than 9 months, I was at her condo having a long conversation and this story came out. I was floored. Honestly, I always wanted my mom to leave him as he was a very hard man to live with, but I can't believe this is what went down. A little backstory. I, 24 meters, grew up with my brother in a 2-parent household, both parents being heavy drinkers. When I turned 11, my parents suddenly were divorced. My brother and I lived with mom, while my father went off the deep end with drinking, and racked up 8 DUIs. My mother died on my 14th birthday of lung cancer, leaving me and my 18-year-old brother. Front story. This year at Christmas, my mom's sister had a bit too much to drink and told us our paternal grandfather isn't actually our grandfather. She wasn't supposed to and let it slip. I wasn't mad, but asked her to reveal anything else significant about the family. She proceeded to tell me I was an accident child. We have a stepsister. My mother and father doubt and used cocaine pretty heavily and were sentenced to federal prison while pregnant with my brother, and that what I considered the good years of my parents' marriage was actually filled with cheating on both ends and severe emotional abuse. The miracle of Christmas. As a kid growing up, I always thought I was lucky to have parents that never divorced. We did move a lot, including going to 3 different high schools in different states. My father worked as a project manager on construction projects, so I was always told that was why we had to move so much. No real signs of any dysfunction through all those years really. When I turned 21, my dad flew me out of state to visit him on a project he was managing for a long weekend. He introduced me to a friend of his who was single and really living it up. Partying on his boat, going out to bars every night, etc. There were attractive women around him when we went out that weekend, but I was too naive to think he would ever cheat on my mom and just thought good for you at the time. A few years later, I get a call at my house from some women in this other state saying she was looking for my dad, and she was the manager of the store he was building there. I passed the message on to him later that day and he says, "That lady was crazy, I'm not calling her, and don't tell your mom she called." Still too naive to think anything of that point. About 10 years after that, my sister accidentally opened some mail for my parents, and it is regarding child support payments my dad is making for a child in a completely different state. So now he has to come clean, and we learn we have a sister 20 years younger than us during an affair he had while working in a different state. I ask if it was the women who called me that one day, and he said no, and that this was a one-time thing that happened. I had my doubts, but I'll let it go. Few years later he has a stroke, and is diagnosed with brain cancer about a month before Easter, stage 4, given less than a year to live. This prompts a random message of Facebook from a woman stating she is his daughter, and is only about 5 years younger than me. Her mother is also my mom's estranged cousin, so she is really related to me on both sides of my family. Crazy $@. She knew about us from her mother and was hoping to meet her dad before he passes away. My dad denied it and said there were tests done to prove he wasn't the dad. So I paid for a DNA test and got a sample from him to prove she really was. Now he admits it was his kid, but didn't want to meet her. I said bullshit and invited her up and let her meet him. It went as expected, and crazy thing, both her and my sister I grew up with are massage therapists. I call her my 5/8 sister. My dad passes away, and my mom never wants to talk about his infidelity, but I always wonder if I have a sibling living in the state I got that call from so many years back. My aunt and uncle on my mom's side also claim there is another one somewhere as well. Kind of crazy to think I have more siblings out there that I don't know anything about. Mine doesn't feel as interesting as the ones I've read here. But my parents were constantly hiding stuff from me, and sometimes my sister. They still do. One example being finding out my granddad had Alzheimer's disease through our church pastor praying publicly for my granddad. That was horrible to find out that way. My dad's response when I confronted him was, "It's none of your business." That was about 12 years ago, and I'm still bitter about it. My mum and dad have been, as far as I was aware, completely teetotal and very religious. We didn't skip church ever. We weren't allowed to watch TV on a Sunday. No alcohol. No parties as teenagers. No sleepovers after age 13 in our house. No concerts. No internet past a certain time. No piercings or tattoos, to name a few. It was a pretty strict home to grow up in. I was always under the impression that my parents' disapproval for alcohol was partly to do with the fact that my dad had 2 alcoholic uncles who were a bit on the abusive side, shall we say. And also putting his teetotalness down to religion. My dad always insinuated that alcohol was a sin when we were growing up. But as I got older I realized that there were adults in our church that drank wine occasionally or whatever. So it mustn't have been a sin if they were doing it. Plus Jesus didn't exactly turn water into black currant juice. About 2 years ago I was working an accident emergency as a nurse where I come from. I was about to clock off and I went to say goodbye to a friend who worked in reception. I was introduced to the GP out of hours car driver who we got chatting and he recognized my surname. Turns out he knew my dad, said he knew him from a place my dad used to work. Then he said, "Is your dad still fond of the odd pint?" and gestured putting a pint to his mouth and laughed. "Where I'm from that means you're a heavy drinker." I was like, are we talking about the same person? My dad is completely teetotal. He went bright red and he said, "Oh shit, maybe I've said the wrong thing. Don't mention it to him." I said, "No, don't worry." "Do you know any of his other brothers and sisters?" "There is about 8 of them in total. Maybe it's one of them." He said that other than my dad, he only knew an aunt and a disabled uncle, neither of which drinks. I tactfully asked my dad about it later that night. I said, "So and so says to tell you hello. He was in my work today and talked a little about that." My dad's facial reaction kinda showed a little bit of shame. But all my dad had to say was AWK, "Yeah, he's a good guy him." I didn't mention what the man said about the alcohol. I asked if he knew the whole family at all. My dad said no, he wouldn't have known anyone other than my dad, aunt and disabled uncle, which checked out. I asked if he maybe knew a particular uncle who would be known to drink a fair bit. My dad said no, because at that time, that particular uncle ran off in the middle of the night and moved to England without telling anyone. Dad told me a bit more about other shit to do with that too. Double whammy, finding out all kinds of shit about my family in one day. I wouldn't dare ever ask my dad about what the guy said about being fond of a pint, but it has given me perspective that perhaps that is the reason my dad and mum are completely teetotal. Growing up, my dad was one of these real active types that was always into camping, shooting, crafting, you know the type, just inevitably harshes people's mellow because he's not into the same shit you are. Kind of like the loving parent that creates this disconnect because you're so frequently on different pages in life. Things were fun up into my teens and I just progressively found the more I got interested in music, hence screen name, I just found he would shoot down as he sat around doing whatever work related. So young me chalked it up to simple explanations. He's a jerk. He was withdrawn and seemingly a pessimist, and there was no explanation otherwise. Point, I knew he was a Vietnam vet, but that's where the buck stopped. Did you ever get shot? No. Did you ever break any bones? No. All sorts of variations on those questions. When I was a kid, nothing was clear and life went on. Point, fast forward to college. I'm around 23, doing okay in classes, kind of partying hard, smoked a bit, cigars, not the other stuff. Guess when travels down one way or another, and next family outing I hear, are you aware you have a family history of cancer? I knew my maternal grandfather was in WWII, was bald and had skin cancer he covered up with a driving cap, but that was the limit. So I said, aside from grandpa, no. So I was surprised to hear, well, you should know dad has it. He's had it for a long time. And you should be aware, so you can make the right decisions. It was never really made transparent to me that my dad's being in Vietnam exposed him to Agent Orange. He was smoking his ass off and continued in the family garage until he got hypnotized to stop, and when I was 7 or 8 got diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and silently went on without saying anything. Point, he eventually passed. We dealt with it. I was of course the one that was there for him to pass next to. I understand how it was for the best up front, and I was raised right, but a lot of behind the scenes life just makes me wonder how equally faked up I grew up, and how approaching it together might have actually made sense. It was explained away that it was done with the mindset of not spreading his issues, but he did anyways, and being confused really kind of bit as a person, me, after a while when a bunch of other shit is at play. Point. So there's my wonderful story about things that made sense later. My mom lost my stepfather when he was 33 to a sudden heart attack. He was really her grand love of a lifetime. She was 10 years older than him and was married to him for 10 years. After about 6 months she started writing to men. This was when the Inquirer would post personal ads in the back of the rag mag. Ike. Sorry about this lengthy post. So she chose one man that she felt was a kindred spirit. He bought her a beautiful diamond necklace, a ring etc. and a round trip ticket from California to New York several times. All the time as a maximum security inmate in New York. She made no secret he was an inmate. She told me, the one closest to her, all about his crime. He killed 2 men his ex-wife had sent to kill him. So one late night about a year later, when I was visiting, she was talking about him, and even I was startled at myself. I said, Mom, what did he really do? She paused and told me to wait while she got the court transcripts. I was horrified. His family was very wealthy. Downstairs was a boat dock, like a indoor boathouse. The room was flooding, and his parents asked him to come and help secure the boat as it was being tossed around. His adult sister was there helping too. He had a headache. So after they asked him several more times, he came down the stairs with his gun and shot each one with 2 full magazines. He killed his own parents and his sister, leaving behind her 2 toddlers. My mom moved to New York to be close to him, eventually marrying him. Again, I was the only one that knew about that too. Then 3 years later she found out he was writing dozens of other women. That was the end of that. I never told any of my 9 siblings what I knew. But I will admit to this. He goes to the parole board every 2 years. And every 2 years I write them an email stressing all the reasons he needs to stay right where he is. I have been doing this since the 1990s. And once more, my siblings don't know that either. I will tell them one day, because it was a big part of her life for a long while. She was always propping up underdogs, but this man was a violent offender. And a real creep. He would call me, and the last time tried to pick up on me. I told him off, and he never called me again. I was with my grandfather visiting his parents' grave. He was 70 at the time. The cemetery was old and many of the headstones were worn to the point you couldn't read them, so out of curiosity I suggested that we look at the cemetery registry to see what exactly was listed for them, and to make sure we were at the right headstones in the registry. We noticed that his grandparents were buried right adjacent to his parents, my great-great-grandparents, and he was unaware of this. But there was also another entry listing baby so and so. It turns out that he had an older sister that died before he was born and he never knew about. He verified this with his older brother and sister and they forgot that he didn't know this. The family never spoke of her because their mother was devastated and would always react negatively if it was ever brought up. TLDR. My grandfather didn't know that he had a dead sibling until he was 70 years old. Dad told everyone that our childhood dog died of a heart attack in the backyard. Said he lived to be 17 and died doing what he loved, which was running. He had several other stories, like he passed away peacefully in his sleep, or that he seen him just fall over dead with no pain. I never really questioned it. About 13 years later, I was earning some cash doing yard jobs with my dad, and we were just chatting during a water break. He went silent at some point, like he was debating something, and then told me how our dog had really died. He was mowing a neighbor's yard in summer. Our dog was a Sheltie and would absolutely go mad chasing the tractor up and down the fence line. He said when he went to grab something from home, he found our dog spinning circles with his front half covered in foam. He told me he tried to douse him with cold water from the hose to cool him off. At the time, emergency vets weren't really a thing in our area. He couldn't get the dog to stop spinning. So he told me he went into the garage and grabbed a hammer. He hit him twice in the head. He threw up. He was so disturbed by what he had to do. Sometimes it hits me the kind of secret he kept from everyone, even my mom. I understand he didn't want to shock us kids, but I feel like he told my mom the fake story because he felt so horrible about it. I'm sure there are some guilt factors too, since if he hadn't put the dog outside in the first place, he never would have died. What gets me now is that he has Alzheimer's. He forgot he even told me his secret. When he talks about our old dog and how he passed peacefully, you can see him keep glancing nervously sideways. He loves to talk about his favorite dog, but I can see in his face moments where he still feels bad about it. When watching family videos, when we were younger, my cousins and I found one of my dad marrying my aunt. It was weird, and it was brushed aside, but I assumed they were trying to get her a green card and moved on. Anyway, a few months ago my mom confirmed that they were trying to get her sister a green card. What I did not guess correctly was the fact that my parents were bullied into agreeing. They obviously weren't married yet at the time, but I was a baby. Then my aunt proceeded to stay in her home country the entire time and did absolutely nothing to make a case that she was legitimately married, despite my mom constantly telling her to do so. Like no US bank account, nothing in her name linking her to my dad like an apartment, etc. When it finally came to some hearing date for her to get the green card, she flew in a day before it, and of course they didn't give it to her. So even though it was 100% her fault, she blamed my parents and said they sabotaged her. Even though my mom kept trying to get her to do shit, she got that entire side of the family to hate my parents, and my uncles were even threatening to kill my dad if they saw him. Lol. They're on better terms now and we visit each other, but my mom says she can never trust them again and that she's always on edge every time we are in their house. That my dad was married to someone who wasn't my mom. I was 10 when I was told, and only got told because they were breaking up their 15-year-old affair, because my uncle got revenge on them by mailing a pic of my first birthday to my dad's home. His teen daughter opened it. I was told while growing up that my dad slept at his business because he worked until the early hours of the morning. He was home every day for 1 to 2 hours, sometimes longer. When he was home he did all the fatherly things. When we were sick he was always there. It never clicked with me that he didn't have clothes at our house, or that all gifts we got him got shoved in my mum's closet and were never worn. So many ugly ties. He never ever wore ties. It suddenly made sense why my mom was so upset when he would cancel plans. Why he never let us look at his wedding band. His wife's name was inscribed on the inside. Why my mom never showed us pics of their wedding. She told us they were just married in a courthouse, etc. I was subjected to a lot of wilder stories about their time together, including my favorite, when my dad snuck my mom into an party his wife's family threw. My mom was 6mo along with me, and my dad said she was the girlfriend of the drummer that was with the band they'd hired. SMDH.